that as well. Players on Heretics' side floating towards the positions. Ready to stack this one at a moment's notice. Woot is ready to
Salah satu map nggak ngaruh.
for it. That's a dry swing.
Bentar ya.
Heretics, but to no avail.
Well, you see 3 players there. Does that mean that you want to go now over towards A? And if so, Boo was holding a one-way until it sunk into the floor.
Gue belum mandi anjing, gue belum mandi terus langsung nobar gitu.
The knife can come in handy. Look at Woot setting up the knife lineup. Oh,
he is. He's just thrown it. It's up and over.
So that's going to give them a little bit of info when it only tags. Well, in fact, when it tags onto 0 players over towards elbow, that's a slightly different knife. They're going to know and keep the stack on B. Woot's so good at that.
Yep, stacking from Heretics. He's ready to respond once more. Kang's forward though, steps up to that challenge still. And through the back, mini boost here, jumping around with the right.
Neonya ngapain jongkok-jongkok kayak piting?
And still.
Siapa Neonya tadi Kang?
Brutalized, trying to enter their way in through this side with 15 seconds left to spare. EDG, Simon forced to stick this paranoia. It's picture perfect. Boo is low, hearing it. Top of the gun. Chichu's there with a flash in his face.
Ayo, siapa nih bakal menang nih?
The corner, Boo. In that one, Chichu.
Edgy coy.
Easily as that, and that is the beginning that EDG were hoping for.
They did manage to take the pistol on Haven too, so there's still plenty more that they'll have to do to prove they're capable of riding the ship. But considering they went into a stack there, considering there was 4 players looking to defend the site, the way that they fragged their way through that, it's got to give you a lot of confidence. The calling still getting them into trouble just a little. Another thing to take a look at because nobody's attack side calling is running them out of time constantly on Haven. But it is so tricky to play against Heretics. They've got some slow-paced rounds, they've got some contact re-clears, big util re-clears if you try to insert a player. And like I said, those knives coming through from Woot, deadly to play against.
Extremely disciplined team too. They've got an idea, it's never really going to be an individual throwing their life line without good reason.
No, certainly not. Always doubled up. And this is a round where EDG have got to come through it cleanly. Only 1 player choosing not to purchase, that's Shishu. So if you're looking for somebody to go and gain information on an aggro lurk, that will be his job. They can suffer 1 death without an economic casualty.
Wandering around a little bit, nobody was sticking around through B main.
If there is a re-clear though, it could catch him. In a round like this, you're unlikely to see re-clears though, more likely to see gamble stacks on ecos. And EDG look like they found a clean entrance to the A site.
30 seconds left.
Kang's going to lead the way. Who hears all this noise as well is going to be calling now for the rotation, especially with the plant. Committed by Simon. Ult steadily being accrued as well. Simon's only 2 away. Might want to be hunted down some of these eco kills.
I must wait a moment.
I've spots it. Dart, excuse me. Broken. And Heretics falling here. Too much available in terms of options that they can go for. The firepower, the weaponry, not quite there in this round.
And keeping it superbly clean.
Yeah.
Nothing lost at all. The flawless comes.
Edgy kah yang bakal menang?
Simon 2 away from being able
Kali
to
deh.
online. A massive ultimate to try to just drive things into B, for example, turn off all of Benji's utility. I wonder if Heretics already in this round are going to be thinking about denying ult orbs.
Let's go! Let's go, boys!
Look at the energy that Kang's providing to the rest of his team as well.
It's unreal.
I talked about it on Haven as being infectious, but it looks like it's taken a little while to set in. They were a bit timid, I think.
Yeah. They're new to a match as big as this on the global stage as well. As you said, it takes a while to set in and realize actually we deserve to be here. We're good enough players, we've earned our spot. It's all about grasping it when opportunities are present. Denied entry just from the nade, a fragment. Nice forwards, drone is also going to be broken. Woot on the back step, still that trip. Placed down here, there needs to be an attempt by EDG. Benji Tries to reset with the aim. Actually dropped down to his knees. Chichu! He's taking chunks out of him. Minibu now revealed.
Wah,
And heads popped up.
ganteng banget Sheriff ya anjing.
Who's left to do it all in a 1v3? And feeling it now. Empowered by that performance. EDG.
Halo Bang Romanju, hai.
There's another MVP candidate for EDG. I think Chishu's had a monster tournament to take his team to the finals. And he was slow, couldn't really get going on Haven, wasn't put in the right positions by his team. Here, barrels forward, hitting shots. Those 3 Sheriff kills are instrumental in getting his team the bonus round. Without those, there wasn't a hope.
It's a beautiful round to convert the bonus. EDG, as I said, they will be happy with it. Bit of bait and switch there by KangKang, but not enough to avoid the knife. That's going to get good info for Heretics. Tagging onto multiple players. Might call for the rotations. They are on the weaker buy after all, so could make some riskier plays.
Brent, both Minibu and Simon are 1 away from their ults, and those interact with each other, right? If Minibu gets it online before Simon does, he can't pop the null command to take the showstopper offline. Whoever gets it up first is going to have a slim window of opportunity.
The Orb is free real estate. Minibu creeping up onto the line as well, side by side with Boo, but they're taken out.
And shut down. Just as we were talking about it, Simon claims to swinging through elbow.
At this point, might not even feel like the ult is necessary to invest.
Not at all. No, this is clean again. Just as similar as round 2. These anti-ecos taken fairly cautiously,
Spike planted.
giving respect to Heretics, but then dealing with the threats beautifully.
ADM, fishy, no long for the world.
And you
Another clean round.
Anjing 4-0 coy.
games like this,
Dibantai-bantai kah?
exactly the same last time.
Dibalikin kakak hari mereka dibantai-bantai.
Played against Leviathan, Icebox. I felt like Simon was choking pretty terribly, actually. It was his first game in the arena. His fragging's gone down over the course of the tournament as the stakes have gone up. But what would you expect from a player where it's his first global event? He does seem a little painfully shy in some of these interviews, so it's great to see the emotion and the freedom coming out of him in these replays that you're seeing here. If he can get going in these rounds, he's 3-1 at the moment.
Absolutely.
And not just be playing support.
GWS.
His supportive utility is immaculate. They've drilled that into him.
Ada minum deh kayaknya.
Once he also gets those impact kills going, as he was in the group stage, that's when you've got a deadly team.
Oh, he's a beast.
Ini orang-orang pada kemana ada kok nggak ada yang voice Discord sih?
Sometimes, and luckily had that time between the maps to do exactly that, you know, just making sure that the mental was on track. And Heretics are forced to take the time out here with being 4 rounds down. I mean, as much as I'm talking about the mental, the crumble, the pressure on the big stage, and all of this pinpointing your career, it's on either side as well. Despite the fact that Heretics did dismiss EDG on that opening map, they still have new players. Now listen, they've been in the finals themselves, but they're still young. I've seen evidence of that. The DRX game, I think, was a perfect example where Heretics and DRX were both kind of trading blows. It was scrappy, it was messy, it was muddy, some might say.
EDG are going to have to apply similar levels of pressure to this, though, to get that same crumble from Team Heretics that, honestly, you're right, we have seen it in the past.
Minibu.
Minibu with his ult here looks to try to take the fight. 0 point broken as well, so still has access to that ult, those abilities. And with the nade being thrown on the B side of the map and Minibu not being turned off, they want no part of it.
Yeah, EDG all the way up through mid as well. This time it might not be anticipated. Benji! He's gone, he's taken out. The swipe of a hand and a glide from KangKang, man. Woot needs to try and make the play. Attempt to dominate the angle. Broken to pieces here, and now 3 to stand for Heretics on through this retake. Simon's ult will fade, just spotting barely onto the shot. It's all that Heretics were really potentially hoping for there. Now, settling back into the positions, looking to save it for the next round. It was a full investment from Heretics into this. It was a timeout as well. It was everything pointing towards this needed to be the turning point for them in this map.
And I think that's exactly what EDG, what the desk were looking for EDG to adapt to. That's that faster tempo. they made the decision instantly. As soon as they heard the nade coming out and an aggressive B main take, you know that teams are doing that with usually 3 players in B main. You know that Miniboo's over there and he has Showstopper and you don't want to be messing with that. And so they instantly call an A split. And once more, who is it that breaks the crosshair of Benji fishing? Breaks his wrist in the middle of it too? Kanka.
Steel was mentioning on the desk, you know, he sees this guy, he will just try and take fights by himself, sometimes without that supportive util. It's because he's so potent, man. He is. He knows that he is the protagonist of this story, this tale that's being weaved here by EDG. Their own attempt to try and carve themselves into the history books.
When he played against Leviathan, he took 30 first duels, which is bonkers already. He won 20 of them.
He's just different, especially when he's firing on all sorts of cylinders.
Jishu looking to take an aggressive timing up here.
So aggressive.
Yeah, Riens and Miniboo both had their opportunities to try to contest this, but looking to back off and play slightly more passive angles, just to stop people entering with that trip.
There's still danger here for EDG, trying to play this attack. Simon used the ult prior. Miniboo's holding on to the showstopper. If you let time be your enemy, it's a game-winning ult in the hands of Miniboo.
No assistance here for Boo to get back onto the angle, so that drone just forces him back a step in elbow. Nobody's looking to test it. This is where you get the advantage of having an aggro IGL like nobody, because he's willing to... He's down to limit test.
Might be calling as well for the rotate, but they do pull out the drone. That's Heretics aiming to clear up the fog of war.
I think nobody's done a great job there of pushing Boo back twice. Once with the drone back into elbow, and then again to push him all the way back off A.
5 seconds, though.
It's going to weaken the B site massively. I mean, look at these players in spawn scrambling for Heretics.
In through spawn.
30 seconds left.
As you said, knife through the back now, EDG.
Ini sama ya? Oh, nggak beda di duelistnya.
Making a move now over towards it. Backside is granted and gained. Simon with the plant. Up and abound there. Nade rebounds, but Smog is already collecting all sorts of kills. Crossed up.
On there.
They need an opening to feel that willingness, I think, to expend this ultimate here. Miniboo! He's chopped down, cut down. Phantom spray by Kang. Used to be heroics, up and over with the flash. Whoop, at least taking out Kang, but time is going to start ticking. The bait and switch setup just does not work. Nobody stands tall against any sort of challenges.
5-0, Jay.
What a different map we're watching here.
Gimana coba?
Different look for EDG compared to the way that they fell over on Haven. Where we saw
Dibalikin,
the
anjir.
experience and the nerves playing out. Everything is crisp.
I must wait a moment.
Benji just cowering, hoping he survives. 6 rounds in a row. They need this gun to stand a chance to bail them out. It's going to be granted at least that. But this is a map that is slipping away from Heretics.
It is. It's already a phenomenal attack side for EDG. They would only need another, round or two, and it would be super successful. Miniboo looked like he didn't understand that the smoke was going down there, or possibly didn't anticipate
Lucu banget.
would be holding
Moment.
a huge angle. Things are looking loose out there for EDG.
It's all smiles.
Nobody on Heretics has more than 2 kills across 6 rounds.
Money again is just being stretched thin. Desperation, Kang! But he opens it up and potentially closes out the round with that one. It's a first kill with no follow-up inside again from Heretics.
Heretics still have the best 4v5 win rate in the tournament. I mean, out of all teams,
Hallo,
they are
hallo.
the ones who specialize
Oh.
Util was broken. Flash to try and set this one up. That is a desperate
Oh iya.
I've ever seen one.
Gak tahu deh, aku dukung yang menang aja.
5 win rate, but
Ult is ready.
Bentar.
an initial trade, which is so core to the way that Heretics play.
Yep. Then you're in a
Heretic
much,
menang, Heretic.
much more difficult spot.
Betulkah Heretic yang menang kah?
Equalize it there.
Menang, lihat aja, jago Heretic.
Exploring, potentially. They're calling for it. Underhanded with the flash. There's too many targets to really deal with. Still that 1-for-1.
KBB kena laku nggak KBB?
Taken. Kang, not to be denied. Any
Hah?
semblance
Kamu
of
kena laku nggak?
dodging, juking.
Bentar.
In this guy is relentless.
Aku nggak tahu ini siapa yang ngomong. Arnold.
Kang.
Gak tahu siapa yang ngomong, orang cuma 1 orang di sini.
EDG.
Cannot be stopped.
Arnold Gilbertnya mana ya?
Ayo lah yang mana?
Great.
Yang suka berkebun itu bukan?
It's an obstacle removed.
Salah, yang suka masak
Where that came
dong.
from.
Hah?
Kang, this guy.
Chef Arnold.
It's already open.
He's so confident.
Ya kah?
Nobody from Team Heretics is giving him
Aku baru masuk server sini.
Oh iya.
destroy.
Masuk,
In
masuk
that-
dari live.
He's actually
Enggak, dari ini.
Shishu, who was 10-0 in the first.
Dari apa? Dari biomu.
Oh, oke.
His ankles
Tapi
completely.
aku udah tahu KBB dari lama.
Masa dari kapan?
Serius.
Against Riens.
Kita udah follow-followan nama di Twitter tahu.
That opens
Masa? Ih, terus ketemu di Discord.
his layered aggression.
Iya.
The way. I'd like to see Team Heretics change up the way they're playing the defense.
Twitternya
I
tuh.
think, despite me talking about some of the things they were doing well, like Woot's Knife, for example, broadly speaking, when they played against Lev, I was a bit disappointed with how Team Heretics were playing.
Twitternya tuh BP kan?
Territory for them.
BB
They're gonna
apa?
take their second tag time out.
BB
I'd
Town.
like to see
Mana BB Stone? Oh, kocak lu.
Base Town.
as well.
Parah banget kita followan di Twitter, kamu nggak tahu. Wah.
Lah, lu lihat itu following gue di Twitter berapa, followers berapa?
Trying to get Woot or Boo with their flash.
Kita udah followan
Retake space against them.
dari 2020.
Your terms, you can't wait for Kang.
Lu lihat tuh following berapa? 3.000 coy ya kali. Semuanya diingetin satu-satu.
Siapa tahu.
Aduh.
Should they do that on this round? Probably not. They've got 5 sheriffs and light armor.
It's a good time to get
Februari 2020.
But I think it's really round 9 where you want to try to start some kind of a comeback, and this one, you just see if you can hit your shots.
Masih dibalik kah?
Knife is going to be dodged
Dan pasar.
here for the EDG.
Nanti
player.
dulu Bang, bahas itunya Bang. Kita lagi nobar.
Alongside it, Boo's just trying to take away any advantage he can in this round.
Udah nggak ada Sentinel, mah males
Stay
nonton
mobile
ini.
as well, right?
Ya udah nggak usah ditonton.
Now rotates very quickly to top mid. This is looking like a crunch in middle.
It does. KO set up and ready. Woot's right behind him.
Flash, recon, nade coming.
Yeah, hearing that drone, you're going to see the dart through the back, and now there's that paranoia swinging through, but the timing on that smoke is just impeccable. Woot does not feel like he can step past that one. Kang's straight through and out for Benji. Fishy taken out.
That's the kind of spot where I'd like to see them commit to it. You know that there's a player trapped there. If they were running Neon on this map, that would be a situation where Minibu would stun and run at the defender in mid.
Nobody's a bit brave to take this fight, but the dart spots it out, and now another reclear call. It's Kang, man! He's barely on any sort of life at all. Hanging on by a thread, yet still navigates the danger. Takes out the half by. Knew where Boo was from.
7-0 coy.
Running him down, hunted him down. They want him to get that ace.
Aduh.
Stand up, take a bow, whatever you like. Listen, it might have been against the
Gokil. Dibalikin anjing. Gantian dibantai-bantai.
That shows you the difference. Kang was still playing really well with all of that pressure in map 1. I think he's just the kind of person that,
Anjing pala-pala gitu anjing.
Oh yeah.
but for everybody else, I mean, you look at the way that Simon is bunny hopping towards.
Oh, Asia dia tadi. Aduh.
If you're feeling nervous,
Gara-gara AL tap-tap anjing.
8-0, EDG have no reason to be. Heretics still haven't come up with the answer here. Cam move to top mid, trying to rotate these defensive positions. Woot holds the knife at the beginning. Looking to maybe save it for the execute.
Big group up. See, the drone is a good time to use it. Would cancel it out.
Yeah.
It's just that.
Besides, too, the drone actually still got tons of value there in terms of info. You know that there aren't players holding in these tight corners nearby.
So many ults for Heretics. If you're going to put a round on the board, wipe out that goose egg, it's got to be now. Minibu, ADS'd up. Just trying to lean onto those reaction times here, but with every single passing moment, EDG are just disrespecting this. They're all the way in through the back of the site. That's a dart connecting. Flash the follow-up as well. Woot! No long for this world. Showstopper rebounds, but only the one. Nobody has done all the work. Overdrive. Offloaded. Quick pivots. Smoggy's around. Norofef connects. And alongside the paranoia still.
30 seconds.
Tangled up, tied up. Benji Fishy is alone. He's isolated on a bloody island. And they want the kill.
There's no reason to go into him whatsoever here. EDG, I think, have overthought it, but it didn't make a spot of difference. They had access to either site they wanted to go to in this round.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds, but this time it's not going to be even a shadow similar to Haven. Those rounds where the clock denied and EDG's attack side calling looked dismal. This could not be more different.
It's looking like almost a clean sweep, and Benji, no luxuries granted or given. No rifle for the
Ente Bang Benji.
EDG now.
They've completely activated.
Yeah.
Wu couldn't hold on in the back of sight. Miniboo got destroyed as soon as he popped his ult.
30 seconds left.
I thought we were going to see Simon. He was saving the knife to try to deny it. But this turnaround is truly ridiculous. This is round 10, and Boo has a glass cannon up while the rest of his team is saving.
It speaks volumes.
Could there be a more desperate play?
EDG have been contacting quite a bit, but it's the initial knife that you got to dodge. Let's do that. Nobody from droning further back. No access, and they spot the op out. They know exactly what they've been cooking.
They're not breaking the drone as it comes through B main. They're not denying space that nobody's taking away from them.
There.
It screams desperation. Team Heretics very rarely run out of ideas. One of the big reasons they've been one of our best teams of 2024, but right now, Stratbook looks cooked.
Bloody hell, used the momentum of the trap wire, spraying them down here. The teammates had his back. And Kang will fall, not without their reward, and Woot. Hello, Rians right from behind, they're striking. But nobody's gonna try and offset this now. Him and Smoky side by side, could beat by Boo. This is just getting ridiculous. Dart through alongside that paranoia, reclaiming the space, and the spike alongside it.
It looks like Rians might have an opportunity to do it all. He's on the flank, creeping up behind Smoggy.
Best chance in a long while to get around, especially when it's just down to Smoggy. 1v2. Rians creeping, crawling up onto the angle. Reveals his hand with the deep dart. Clears him out, gives that peace of mind. Up close and personal. Boo. Looking to break the backs. He's just missed the timing, but he spotted the barrel. And there will be no betrayal this time. It's all on the side of Smoggy. They'll stick this defuse, they'll get that round, and it does start with one at the end of the day, but it's going to need many, many more alongside it.
How dare I doubt the Stratbook? What a perfect idea from Team Heretics. How is that the round that they end up getting on the board? Riens popped. They played a little quicker though. They were more willing to take risks. This walkout through market, that's the kind of thing that they haven't really been doing.
Insane! Good job. Nice shot, Sens.
They're gonna need plenty
Pecah
more.
telur mereka.
Exactly. Hidden reserves are going to need to be tapped into. Heretics doubled up, trying to hold it, stun. Good connection, reveal onto all of them, and now the side swipe! They all topple, they all fall. An attempt by Benji Fishy is all for North. Just the one before he's dropped back down to that spectator seat, forced to watch this round play out.
They were not ready for the stun coming out from Kang Kang.
Oh Bang Ajis.
They also weren't ready for the fast player coming towards A-Link. Just expecting everyone through elbow. Heretics are getting pulled to pieces here. This does not look like the dominance we witnessed from them earlier this year on Sunset. No one could touch them on this map.
It's round 11. You only got the one round as a 2v4, but surely you got to make a play for it.
I wouldn't have believed you if you said to me after that first half of Haven that the next map was going to be more dominant the other way around. We saw a 9-3
Pipis
half.
gue anjing.
EDG only won round 12 with the pistol follow-up.
It's absurd.
And yet this has even been more one-sided.
Yeah.
There's not even been a single round where Heretics, I feel, have been properly in it. The only one that they won was where they had a glass cannon operator and ran at people hitting sheriff shots.
Both teams matching each other, just trying to go for the gold split. Missed the memo. This game's done quick apparently, but you can see from these kills here, the high tempo increase is called. They know that Boo's got an op. As soon as they realize the op is not in play over there, they just want to try and run over them. This is EDG with a full read. They took a peek at the book and the scripture. They Knew what Heretics were cooking.
Deep recon to try to set up. Boo's made his way over towards B. They are still trying to change up these defensive spots. One trip broken.
Front clears. TP backing away.
Are they
Final
reading the pinch
round.
through
Yeah,
market?
I mean, listen, they're going to have a vice grip onto these defending players, anchoring or not in through the cage and trying to stay.
Apa coba itu tadi nembaknya pakai phantom ih?
Nastiness that's coming their way. Boo, a flick adjustment. It's just not there in time. It's overwhelming.
Habis coy.
This Aura and EDG are giving out. And 11-1 is where we stand at the half.
Resilience shown from EDG. If you opened up this grand finals and you were worried there was going to be a blowout, that EDG were going to crumble at the final moment after already making history and fall, it does not appear that that's going to be the case today. They have struck back hard.
Like I was saying, those hidden reserves are well and truly there. Let's send it down to the floor for an interview with the voice actor of Jet.
Hey guys, what's up? Jen Lee here with Shannon Williams, the voice actor of Jet. 제트 성우 샤넌님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 가장 먼저 현재 발로란트 씬에서 많이 사랑받고 있는 제트라는 요원의 목소리가 또 샤넌님이시잖아요. 어떤 느낌인지부터 여쭤보고 싶습니다. You know, Shannon, Jet's been around for a long time. She's so popular. She's dominating in the Valorant scene. What's it like to be the voice of the agent that's been loved for so long?
Anjingnya kelihatan belum mandi banget ya. Yaudah nanti aja ke mandi sekalian keluar coy.
So sick. I'm just so honored and grateful that a lot of people
Pakai lipstick
love Jet. And she most definitely holds a big piece of my heart and is very much a spirit animal, a different side to me that I was able to put into that character. So yeah, I'm honored to have everyone love her as much as I do.
너무너무 놀랍고 너무 감사하고 영광이라고 얘기를 하시고요. 그리고 이제 제트를 이렇게 사랑해주셔서 감사하다고 얘기함과 동시에 뭔가 샤넌님의 안에 있는 다른 자아를 꺼내서 보여드릴 수 있는 점이 너무너무 감사하고 좋다고 얘기를 했는데요. 그러면 이제 또 가장 좋아하는 제트 대사가 있을 것 같은데 한번 부탁드려보도록 할게요. What are your favorite voice lines?
Oh wow. I think I have two. I mean, of course, the alt voice line, and then the newest to Ace voice line. I think are my favorites.
Lah ini Jet ya.
Okay. All right. We'll do the Ace one. Okay. Woohoo! Ba-bum, ba-bum. Get out of my way!
Shannon, that was great. Thank you for the interview. Okay, now everybody. Watch this second half.
Lucu kualatan lagi.
아니 사람.
Nah, lama.
She's so popular. She's dominating in the Valorant scene. What's it like to be the voice of the agent that's been loved for such a long time?
It's so sick. It's just so sick. I'm just so honored and grateful that a lot of people love Jet, and she most definitely holds a big piece of my heart and is very much a spirit animal, a different side to me that I was able to put into that character. So yeah, I'm honored to have everyone love her as much as I do.
너무너무 놀랍고 너무 감사하고 영광이라고 얘기를 하시고요. 그리고 이제 제트를 이렇게 사랑해주셔서 감사하다고 얘기함과 동시에 뭔가 샤넌님의 안에 있는 다른 자아를 꺼내서 보여드릴 수 있는 점이 너무너무 감사하고 좋다고 얘기를 했는데요. 그러면 이제 또 가장 좋아하는 제트 대사가 있을 것 같은데 한번 부탁드려보도록 할게요. What are your favorite voice lines?
Oh wow. I think I have two. I mean, of course, the alt voice line, and then the newest to Ace voice line. I think are my favorites.
Say it, please.
Okay. All right. We'll do the Ace one. Okay. Woohoo! Ba-bum, ba-bum. One
Thank you for the interview. Okay, now everybody here's my impression of the Jet. Watch this second half.
Anjing keren banget, coy.
Becoming an issue, EDG. Smoggy.
Apa nih?
Definitive chances.
Menang gak nih?
Rebound. Smoggy trying to play himself back in here. Doubled up side by side. It's Heretics. Drifting, missing. And the shots matter right now. Smoggy!
Anjing!
God damn!
Dia main aimless, coy!
He's not giving Heretics an inch.
There is no mercy here from EDG. Not a moment's respite. Not an inch. Heretics have done everything to try to set them up for that round win. To get a pistol that could have maybe gone somewhere. At least giving them some hope, even if it was false. And Smoggy shuts the door in their face.
One enemy remaining.
Beautiful shots towards the end.
Gila!
It's the door in their face and the map. Almost there. One more step is all they have to take. A 13-1 in the grand finals.
Surely we've never had a more dominant map than that in a grand finals before.
Yeah.
I can't remember one.
Can't recall. Put it on a show right now.
Another round where Kankan does end up falling early. It's hard to see that it would matter at all, though.
My eyes are down.
All or nothing for Heretics. That investment did bear fruit. Double up, jumping alongside it, trying to bait these players right back in as well. Simon is being pushed, warded into this corner, and the util ricocheting, rebounding. A desperate effort to save it.
GG, coy! GG!
EDG, an all-in attempt now, spraying them down. Spectre in hand, Chichu only able to get the...
Tuh, kalah mereka.
More in a 1vx scenario. This time an extra player.
Kalau clutch gokil sih ini mah.
Really quick timing again. It could actually be doable.
Benji's low. Doesn't want to reveal his position with a bit of stray spam. He's just perched up. High ground, up and around here. Bulldog spray, but dropped down to 27 health. Time begins to tick. Who will swing as soon as there's contact? Signs of that live. Snaps to the
Hampir.
side and almost made me believe.
Hampir, coy.
Cleaner onto Benji Fishy. Smokey could have had that one. You see the way that EDG are playing, though. Simon, so first of all, Kankan just tries to take contact. Then Simon holds his ground. And then you see Chishu just break drone and stay exactly where he is, too. The way that EDG are currently playing, they believe they're better, and they're forcing Team Heretics round by round, moment by moment, to prove that that's not the case. EDG are not going to give them a shred of extra respect unless Heretics earn it.
There's a pause and a timer.
And that's brutal.
Only mean a few things.
Because if this was in a tense scenario,
Yeah.
you'd be thinking the tension is ridiculous.
Hope the groan from the audience picked up.
But a tech pause in a moment like this is absolutely brutal for Heretics, I think. There are a few instances where some kind of pause in the action might ice the team that's got momentum. But EDG's momentum all came from the first half, and Heretics are just now left to sit silently. Can't even talk about what's going wrong, can't add any levity to the moment.
Lama ayo dong, aku mau main Valhalla di sini. Cepetin menangnya.
Used to be their dominant map.
See the crowd being led to chance as well. That's the Heretic side of the court.
Yeah, you
A lot
don't.
of the family and friends are staying.
Honestly, you don't need to lead the crowd in EDG chants.
You really don't.
I think they are certainly the favourites here in Seoul. We've had quite a lot of Chinese fans, I think, coming in. It's a short hop away, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, listen, right over the sea. Maybe a bit of land in the process. Yeah, you do land. Right here in our finals, getting a little bit of a wave going. I do appreciate that. But I do love it. I mean, Heretics, it's
coming towards us.
about to say.
Ih, light sticknya lucu.
What, you lifted your arms too early?
No, you were mad
Oh,
late.
I missed it. I was
You
looking
were-
at. Oh, mate.
You were crazy late.
I was looking at the screen. I completely missed it. But Heretics, after kind of being the bane of existence for the Chinese teams in Shanghai, making it to the finals themselves, they almost became like the hometown favorite themselves. They were getting all the cheers.
Yeah, they're certainly a respected team for the Chinese fans, but there's a difference, I think, between respect and love, adoration.
Oh, yeah.
And all of that is poured out en masse for EDG. It's not just as well that the Chinese fans get behind any Chinese team. They do to some extent, of course, but EDG are the sentinels of China. They are above, far beyond the other teams in terms of how voracious the Chinese fans' appetite is for their players, for the media, for their success as well.
That kind of scrutiny, it can break you as players, as teams as well. There's been tons of pressure on EDG to try and like pick themselves back up because honestly, first 2 international events, it was essentially a no-show from them.
Yeah, it was a very sad beginning to the year actually. I was worried that EDG wouldn't be able to cope under the pressure because it was enormous.
Kok lama sih?
From the ashes, they've rebuilt themselves with Simon coming in, Hanong moving to supplement the coaching staff, and you can see what a difference it's made.
Yeah, Kankan's just been phenomenal, honestly. He's one of those players that right from the beginning of his story represented China on the global stage. He's always been the player that people look at. Sometimes those kind of players, sometimes they fall off over time. They're really start, but they're exposed to what it takes to be able to evolve as the team evolves. It's not evolved as his team has evolved. He's actually
share posting gue ke Discord lu.
Ya boleh sih, nanti gue buatin tempatnya deh.
Grow as he's gotten older. To
Buatin
realize
channel baru.
Can't agree.
Okay.
Biar nggak di general.
Scratch as well. There are rookies on either side.
Anjir cowok, banyak kali cowok tahunnya.
Just getting whispers of the ETA. Looks like the problem might be fixed. Say might be.
EDG nggak berkutik anjir.
Tumble for the worst.
the ghost.
Nah ini EDG bantai-bantai anjing, 12-2.
I'm jaded at this.
Devin EDG nggak berkutik anjir.
You get told sometimes already. It's no one's fault, of course. I mean, listen.
We can allocate blame if you like. We can just pick somebody.
I'll blame you.
No.
12-2.
Kanka was talking
Lumayan.
about their losses at Shanghai.
Mau main di bronze.
They knew that
Lah, aku nggak ada akun bronze lagi cowok.
knew that they need to be working hard.
Mau ngepost battle pass coy.
How could you open the grand
Ini gue
final
post.
with a better showcase of resilience than this?
Almost a slam dunk finish here for Sunset. And we're right back into the action. Didn't miss much here. Nobody. He's going to be missing his head. Right off the shoulders. Clean as anything. Heretics show no mercy. They know it's got to be relentless if they're going to try and stand any chance in this map.
The EDG economy in a bad spot, so they're looking to take risks. I would have loved to see this a little more, I think, from Heretics when they were on the defense side. Look at that triple push down through mid.
It smells up.
You got to expect
One tap.
Yeah, they certainly do. Holding for the angles. Wait, they missed one. Kang Kang. Doing the damage.
He's immediately reacts, thinking that somebody's going to be there trying to punish him, but now can go back and pick up that Guardian.
See if he can do anything else with it. Still 2v4. Heretics into the post plan themselves too.
Giving the Guardian over to Shishu. Very confident in his own Sheriff aim by the look of things.
Yeah. Maybe the better course as well to try and go down to the spike.
I think Miniboo's missed the time.
Punish on the jump spot though. Miniboo. Kill. Gets him up to the ult for the next. Still, did you want to try and play into this one here? Rolling forwards. What a shot! Magnetic to the top. Connects. Miniboo though responds. Leaves it down to Chichu. Shangtan's rebounding, weakening him, softening him. Miniboo himself.
Lama banget.
Little scary there, Miniboo, but what a shot he pulled out. Stunned up, made sure that Kanka could not run away with that. They would need another 9 rounds to make this possible, and even that
Anjing,
would
Sheriffnya sakit banget anjing.
It's a foregone conclusion that we're heading towards levels anyway, no matter what. But the manner in which we get there to Lotus might make all the difference. EDG set up to repel this.
Paranoia. That's the job. EDG cleared the angles. Go. Display there, but at least the boombox doesn't clear the corner like he was hoping. Smoking their face too, so second guessing themselves on they want to make the moves over towards A.
Simon's so diligent. He's always got the read on what's going on. He's just holding the knife here, waiting for that showstopper. And the more he doesn't use it, the more it denies Miniboo from getting into a good position where he can actually find value. Yeah, I mean, that tells you everything. You know that they're not going to be hitting A in the next 10 seconds, and you also know that they've tried to insert somebody. So they could go for the re-hit later.
Taking sight. There's going to be much safety for him to cross back up and away here. The dart spells it out for him. It's going to be cleared. EDG, a rapid though onto the approach. Boo has got it handled nicely. Clean shot. Once more, you've removed that heavy hitter. Team Heretics falling back, reconfiguring into this round. In through B. Miniboo's going to be taking point and contact. Oh, feeling like it was necessary, and well, still alive and kicking, but potentially not for long. Yes, Smoggy returns it straight away. Straight bullets, all it takes. EDG now try and chew through this hold. In through B main, a tap onto the spike. Accounting for Boo, just absolutely overwhelmed onto that spot in position and nobody.
A nice round from Heretics. Good plan, Cam on the plant as well. They have so many layers there. Miniboo pushed up, aggro on the post plant, drawing out info, managing to go 1-for-1. Cam and Spam play the Heretics love running on both sides of the map. Fragment grenade too. But at what point do you start to believe that a comeback like this is possible? It takes anything. One big round from Kankan or Chichu.
There's always danger lurking every corner.
One mistake from Heretics.
Exactly.
And it's over. These comebacks, they almost never happen.
Especially because it's an EDG. Weaker weaponry, you can take those risks. You can make your move.
What a risk he's taken here. He's
Pushed
found the
up.
timing.
He's right past him. It's going to be a trip in his face at least, but might be able to hunt down Boo. Still, Boo is in a very defensible position. Slicing the pie from Miniboo. Trying to, okay, maybe. Stopping short of the mark, but still aware of the fact that there could be that play. And it's made here. The Paranoia sweeping his way through. Just can't quite wrangle the beast in control of the Sheriff. Swiping his way in. Kankan! Here he is. Playtime's over. They're done messing around. EDG want to go on to the next. It's an ult for Boo. We'll be able to pick up the spike, but it's a hard read by Simon. Look at this guy. Ready to just 13-4. Pretty to finish. Lotus on the cards with an even up scoreline between both of our teams.
Zels has said on the desk that when Haven went the way of Heretics, he thought that was going to make the series incredibly difficult for EDG. You're expecting Sunset to be favored for the EMEA squad who look good there all year long, and EDG, they made them look like the rookies they are.
Yeah. Knocked down. It's going to be on them to try and find themselves, if they can pick themselves back up.
So far, Kankan is having an MVP level performance as well. Somebody needs to shut this guy down.
22 kills leading. Absolutely unreal stuff so far. And Lotus up next.
Gokil. Aku mau follow. Jadi menonton guys, aku mau follow. Meow 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 meow.
Apa sih follow aku nge-lag, Cok?
Lah, enggak tahu.
Mati 2 kali, Cok, di dalam anjir. Padahal gue gerak loh. Lama ya, 2 menit. Lagi loh. Baru healing loh, sabar dulu. Tembus anjir.
Sore, halo Bang Syak, Gaming. Mana?
Apa?
Lagi ngomong in game.
Lucky masih main. Itu nggak beli battle pass-nya kah? Kan dapat XP boost.
Mana XP busnya?
Kalau battle pass
Ganti nama aku jadi apa lagi ya? Panggil saya Koko Hiu aja. Halo Koko Hiu. Nanti ML maksudnya? Mau main bertiga aja Om di bronze. Dia udah berapa?
1-4 lagi di rank dia. Alpha. Sebentaran itu ntar. Oh, 1 kali deathmatch kelar tuh katanya. Deathmatch dulu aja.
Match found.
Aku mau sambil menonton. Anjing, desmetnya di Evis, kocak.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Kok jadi jelek gini tuh?
Fight.
Let's have some fun.
Ih, lihat kabel charger aku udah mau putus. Aduh, banyak banget. Pojok di mana ya? Di sini kali ya. Kok ada yang ngeliat sih?
Jangan tembak gua, jangan tembak gua.
Iya. Tembak itu. Ih, kok nggak ditembak sih? Lu di mana? Lu di mana? Gue di mid.
Aduh. Gue deket.
Ini kah?
Aish mati duluan anjir.
Anjing.
Too late.
Bisa ke B nggak B?
Dikeroyak coy. Ini gue di B nih. Ini gue di B di B main.
Gue di sebelahnya gitu.
Aku ditembakin, Cok.
Udah.
Oke, jaga sini ya. Ini base kita.
Ayo. Coba ada masuk nih.
Off angle aja gak sih? Tapi kelihatan ya kalau dari situ ya.
Right there.
Ngumpet aja, ngumpet.
Awas belakang. Apa coba? Ya ada nih heaven. Ya mati gue coy. Oh nge-whiff. Gak mau naik ke tower nih, lo masih di tower nggak? No, lo mati.
Enggak, Mas. Sini aja lagi.
Gue lagi di set nih. Anjing mati lagi sama Riz-nya, anjing jago banget. Aduh jauh banget gue di B.
Ayo, mati lagi.
Gimana lu?
Di mana? Sini, Bang. Sini.
Kita di base aja gak sih? Ih, takut jatuh gue anjing. Mending kita ke situ aja. Ya jembut.
Udah yuk, kelar yuk. Si Lugi udah selesai nih.
Udah.
Ayo.
Ayo battle pass-nya kurang dikit. Dikit lagi.
Match found.
I've got all the time in the world.
Gopek berapa? Gopek.
Another Raven. I killed her.
B.
I'll kill her again.
Apa?
Rehan mau ikut. Boleh nggak?
Boleh.
Ntar cari satu lagi.
Turret out.
Duh, lapar banget anjing.
Lalu bangun langsung main Valo kan?
Mana ada? Tadi gue udah masak, udah mencuci. Jatuh anjing makanannya, goblok. Gimana itu? Udah layu.
Hey, cut off. Wake up. Cut off.
Ya. Suruh push mau mana sih?
Tahu.
Orang belum ada info anjing.
Kena scoop.
Suppressor.
Masih nahan di A kah? Apa di mid top?
Drop in a smoke. No peeking.
There.
30 seconds left.
Reloading.
Refreshing.
Kok gue balik lagi, coy?
Found them.
10 seconds left.
Right here.
Spike planted.
One down.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, no, you don't deserve my inventions.
Just like last time. Search, destroy, repeat.
Placing sentry. Enemy spotted A. Drop in a smoke. No peeking. Enemy spotted A.
Flashing. Shield kill.
Spike planted.
Sorry.
Bro.
One enemy remaining.
Not ready yet. No peeking.
Ya apa tuh kill 3?
Gila, Bebe carry coy.
Gila.
Oke, Bebe carry ya, Bebe carry ya.
Wants to watch us?
Jet, can I get your sheriff?
Turret out. Let's make some chaos. Enemy spotted. in a smoke.
Multiple enemies B.
Right here.
Let's go. Bullshit.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Seconds left.
I've one of these.
Ngeri.
Format.
Aduh, bebek carry coy.
Feel bad for them. I
Keren
really
gak sih?
do. Just
Enak aja suran.
stop winning.
Placing sentry.
Guess they're fond of losing.
Here. Multiple enemy there.
No peeking.
Enemy spotted mid.
Dropping a smoke.
Sorry.
Spike down A.
Aman.
Reloading. Gap.
Bakal balik aku.
Kayaknya bakal rotate tembus.
Oh, it's ready.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3.
Spike down A.
Ngeri banget BB.
Jago gitu. Pasti yang main bukan BB.
No charges.
I know exactly.
Balesin gak sih?
Balas.
Side.
30 seconds left.
Who they are, the harder they fall.
Ganti Vandal malah nge-whiff anjing. Aduh, emang Vandal gosong the best coy.
Overthinking
Let's go.
is just.
Bang mau dong itu champion 2021 ya.
Nyala.
Mau. Gila menyala coy Vandalku.
Gila, ngeri.
Ya, tahu aja sedih banget. Gak bisa TBB. Halo Kara. Kara hari Minggu kemana aja? Oh, gue hampir nonton EDG.
Mini A.
Dropping a smoke.
Oke, KO.
Here. Enemy spotted mid. Deal with my copy.
Kamu tim EDG kah?
Step on B.
Face your fear! No peeking!
My ult's ready.
Multiple enemies B. Reloading.
Here.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
No peeking. Sage kill.
One enemy remaining.
Aku mau kill juga.
I take OP.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Alright, nice.
Bouncing vacuum deactivated.
Vandal aku menyala.
Anjay, mau disalip nggak?
Jangan dong, aduh biarin aku bahagia bang.
Oke.
You forget
Oke.
Turret out.
Watch our backs, KJ. Drop in a smoke.
Baru nggak mereka nggak punya smoker anjing.
Gak punya, makanya susah mereka ini. Rame tuh, bentar mau naik sini. Ya, ribut lagi. Astagfirullahaladzim.
Alright.
Dimit.
Laginya low.
Last player standing.
Gue yang pisau, my gosh. My bad.
You will not kill my ally. I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
Mau nyari ini, betul pas. Mau vandal dong, bang, vandal.
Need a drop.
Apa pun. Mau, overjumping.
I get this?
Thanks.
Oh iya ya, kan gue punya skin ya, lupa.
Iya, aku nggak punya.
Aduh.
Drop in a smoke.
Beli makanya, Mas.
Nggak punya uang, Mbak.
Saya balik.
Akun utama lu direngin juga.
Gak mau aja.
Jemput di mana?
No peeking.
Udah nggak mau main pakai op ya.
Multiple enemies mid.
Sorry.
Kenapa masih ada deh? Maaf lah, pisau mulu.
Goodbye.
30 seconds left.
Betul banget.
One enemy remaining.
Anticipated.
Gila, killjoynya jago banget.
You know what we should do?
Nen.
I'll tell
Buat
you.
lu.
We should win.
Mau
Kok lu baik gitu sih?
Can I get this? Thanks.
I don't wanna play operator again.
Who needs a buy?
Placing sentry.
Masih nyala nggak?
On we at.
Lah masih lah, say. Gila, gue 2 digit gini killnya.
Gue gini.
Bentar lagi juga balap.
Oh iya bro.
Buset.
Set.
Batu banget.
No peeking.
Woi, smoker.
Lah, kirain mau ngepick. Ya udah, gue biarin ngepick. Katanya mau ngebalap. Ngepick lah.
Ya, gue lapar.
Refreshing.
Ngeri, nggak bisa dibalap ini
Face
mah.
your fear.
Balasin.
Spike down A.
Diwan di kiri.
What do you mean heaven, bro?
What do you heaven, bro?
Spike is there.
I don't know.
Fire in the hole. Dia nggak tahu gue coy. Masuk. Ayo dong.
Belum masuk dah.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Satu lagi weh.
Anjing, pala dia hilang. Aduh.
Gila carry coy.
Gimana sih ini abang-abangan?
10 seconds left.
Buset.
Spike planted.
My ult's ready.
Was that important?
You know, I could just outlive them.
Nah, bullets are quicker.
Drop in a smoke.
Langsung di-thread anjing. Di-thread.
Oh!
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
What this guy doing? Yo, they going B.
Shutting them down. Flash.
Snack time! Sorry, only brought enough for me.
Can I get a drop?
I'm gonna save.
Drop. Oh nah.
Investasi bodoh nggak nih?
Enggak dong nih.
Oh iya.
Sampai sini nih.
Oh iya.
Ya sepi
Iya,
anjir.
nggak ada orang.
Ya Allah, di scam gini.
Makanya tunggu info dulu coy.
City.
Udah sampai City tuh.
Ya.
Spike
Lu ngebait gue bang ya?
Kagak.
Bohong, lu ngebait gue lu bang. Speknya ngapa di raise ada? Malah dia jauh banget lagi. Bentar lagi mati ini mah gak oven lah, kocak baru sejam live pak bang.
One enemy remaining.
Well, okay.
Gila, aimnya ke titik coy.
Waduh.
Bang, dulu bang ya, gue lagi nge-live gitu kan. Terus, bentar, anjing sampai mencet-mencet. Nah, apa kayak otomatis aja. Dulu kan gue lagi live nih, beliin dong, anjing miskin.
Thanks.
Terus live gue tuh di live streamingin lagi sama orang. Jadi ada orang nge-live, dia live-nya tuh nontonin live gue gitu, ngerti nggak?
Lah.
Iya gitu. Nah terus komentarnya mereka itu ngatain gue anjing, ih apaan platinum aimnya di tanah nyari semut digitu-gituin anjing. Sumpah itu gue langsung kena mental anjing.
Lah yang penting mah kill bro.
Oi.
Terus juga dikata-katain kan.
Stepnya gak kedengeran.
Last player standing.
Anjing, gue dari tadi ngehit gak dapet. Ya udah nggak apa-apa cek.
Sama.
Nah, terus gue dibilang apaan nembak jongko-jongko, mending uninstall aja follow-nya gitu. Lah emang kenapa nggak nembak jongko-jongko anjing? Ya kagak tahu. Orang di VCT juga banyak tuh yang kayak kepiting anjing.
Nah.
Kayak apa sih orang-orang gitu. Terus habis itu dibilang juga kan, apaan sih thumbnailnya pada pamer tete? Ya emang kenapa tete gue gede anjing? Sumpah, gue apa ya, kesel banget anjing. Ih. Makanya sekarang gue udah ini apa ya, berusaha biar crosshairnya itu tuh nggak di tanah, biar nggak dikatain, crosshairnya dititit lagi anjing.
Itu si Rehan nembak titit terus.
Masa ya, nanti gue ini mati duluan biar bisa nge-spectate Rehan. Nah gitu kah manis? Aduh mati gue coy. Anjing, udah jauh banget dia. Ayo bang, semangat bang. Capek gue ngomong. Itu apa ya? Kan gue tuh main dari pagi siang sampai ketemu subuh tuh, soalnya mau ke Jogja kan. Ke Jogja seminggu.
Aduh.
Mau ke Jogja seminggu, abis itu live terakhir tuh digituin kayak siapa yang nggak bete anjing.
Bad mood asli.
Asli orang nggak main Valo seminggu, terus main terakhir digituin anjing, kayak apa sih lu pada? Aduh. Jugaan gue main Valo buat have fun doang, bukan buat masuk tim e-sport anjing, pada bacot banget.
Iya. Yang ngomong siapa tuh? Di chat atau
yang ngomong pro player aja?
VIC.
Bukan VIC. Ini yang nge-live stream itu, mereka komentarnya kayak gitu. Kan mereka jadi kayak menilai gameplay gue gitu. Anjas, gameplay gue dinilai coy, ho-oh.
Dropping smoke. Enemy sentry.
Reloading.
Ih, bentar. Gue mati coy. Kayak mana ini duelisnya? Dikejar bomba cok.
60 darah gua.
Kok hapus mereka anjing?
Tahu anjing, padahal kita low ya. Cuman bawa klasik doang lagi.
Klasik? Enggak.
Ada yang flank. Lu bawa apa?
Bagus.
Lu punya molly gak? Mending kita molly aja.
Anjing dicepuin bang.
Anjing, musuh kita 6 coy.
Itu trik. Lu nge-kill nih B, terus lu dapet heal. Terus lu
Oh iya, benar. Nggak dimajuin tapi cok, cupu banget mereka anjing.
30 seconds left.
Tuh ada yang flank tuh.
Good.
Gue nggak dapet assist anjing.
Tembak B, tembak badannya B. Nah.
Last player.
No, I whiff so hard, bro.
Mereka pada sembunyi anjing, cupu banget, gak berani nge-pick. Saya tahu kita jago coy, makanya gak berani nge-pick. Anjay.
Gila.
Ya, serem banget.
Karena kita top frag ya kan. Takut mereka.
Yang nggak 2 digit ya diajak ya bang ya.
Iya, diajak.
Lihat nih 3 digit gua abis ini.
Oh iya.
Don't overthink it. That's my job. Turret out.
Suppressing.
Spike drop.
Retreat. Don't suppress.
Reloading.
Hehe.
Reloading.
Ya mati.
Dropped in a smoke. Reloading.
Waduh buta.
Mata gue anjing.
Jadi nabi.
Barriers down.
Down B.
Bom.
52 Reja.
Masih suy.
Wah, udah 2 digit.
Last player standing.
Nice look, nggak S dia lu.
Radar kill.
Mampus nggak es.
Bebe.
You know, I could just outlive them. Nah, bullets are quicker.
Dimas, kemana Dimas?
Mana temen lu, Bang?
Itu dia, DC dia. Mau
Miskin ini gue anjing. Tukeran. Gue nungguin overdriving anjing. Nyesel gue nggak beli bandelnya, ih.
Cakep banget kan?
Iya, nyesel gue nggak beli bandelnya, melenya juga cakep coy.
Melenya cakep banget sih.
Bandel baru nggak sih ya?
Bandel baru pisaunya doang yang bagus.
Apanya?
Bandel baru ntar pisaunya doang yang bagus.
Reloading.
Oh sakit. Tapi kalau beli pisaunya aja tuh kayak rugi gitu coy.
Enggak, aku sering beli pisaunya doang.
Drop in a scope.
Ya akun utama tapi.
Aduh.
Spike down A.
Kabarnya sambil nunggu Dimas.
Oh iya ya. Tadi gue masuk sama siapa anjing? Lah, gue kan defend ya, kocak lu.
30 seconds left.
Nih. Semua gini.
Last player standing.
Mana nggak ada Discord, gue udah undefend nih.
Ten seconds left.
Dapat satu sih.
Karena aku udah bad mood anjing, bad mood mulu anjing.
Perasaan gak pernah
Just
mood.
let them try to catch me.
Lah, kapan gue bad mood coy?
Lagi dong.
Vandal dong. Pelit banget.
Lu miskin mulu gue anjing.
Could have a drop.
Punya gua anjing.
Could have a drop.
Udah request lagi.
Thank you.
Ya nggak usah beli vandal.
Nunggu teman mati aja.
Ya relate.
Aduh, gue mau disalib coy.
Mau nggak?
Aduh, nggak apa-apa deh, aku nggak apa-apa.
Fire in the hole.
Kabur nggak sih coy, ada fire in the hole.
Ulti dari market ya, jangan dipikir.
Nggak kena. Lah gue kira dari Amen anjing.
Somebody out. Dropping smoke. Reloading. Turret out.
Masuk dong, udah di-smokin.
Sabar dong.
Reload. Reloading. Spike planted. Reloading.
Ya Allah Dimas nih apa? Pade 70, Rena 80.
Gua nggak punya vandal coy, gak ada vandal deket apa?
Kanan lu, gen. Kiri kanan.
Sorry ya.
Weh, vandal mana sih? Kalau udah 20 sih.
Actually.
Jet juga vandal.
Bang. Ini shieldnya 49/50. Kata lu beli nggak? Beli shield nggak?
Aja belubub.
Beli. Kenapa beli? Cuma nambah 1 doang, udah gitu 1000 kredit aja.
Oh ya udah nggak usah.
Apa jembut?
Jembut.
Reloading.
Aku ada ulti.
Dropping.
Anjing kamera muter-muter dong.
Nggak jadi masuk.
My ult is ready. One of these.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready. Right here.
Hidungnya gantel coy.
Min coy.
Apa?
Hidung gatal tuh ada tanda-tanda tuh.
Ngapain?
Cacingan berarti.
Lagi Val. Emang ngaruh anjing.
Kalau cacingan hidungnya gatel.
Lagi Val lah.
I'm gonna save.
Halo.
I'm gonna save.
Here.
I'm saving.
Drop.
I'm saving.
Let's make some chaos.
Halo, ya. Oh iya kak, sebentar ya kak ya, lagi ini di toilet. Yang warna biru itu pak. Ya 9B di mana ya? Soalnya saya baru ngekos di sini.
Headshot.
Here. Down.
Udah bener nggak gang penari 3? Sebentar ya.
Go get him. Spike planted.
Lihat nih, siapa mau lihat one tap?
Balas tuh.
Let's go, one lap.
120 B.
One tap.
One tap coy. Tapi mati dulu.
Walk it off.
Bentar, ambil makan.
Placing sentry.
Ku pengen bakso. Bang, temen lu mana? Bang. Ternyata masih pada makan, guys. Jadi kita lanjut menonton EDG sama TH ya.
Two actually. And Team Heretics expecting that big fight over rubble. They get Wu posted, and now they're looking to reinforce over towards C. Benji can't play the retake this round, at least not as easily, not without his ult. Alambot retracted actually as well, just saving that one.
Ya, nobat dulu.
He's already got the acknowledgement, he knows it.
Ya, aku beli baso.
Definitely knows there's a lot of players mount.
EDG looking to try and send it now. Nana Swarm drop down towards the feet. Here's a lot of Util going to be used in kind. Boo! Only with the one. Firepower straight back at them. EDG decimate the defense.
With two being found from Kangkang as well. Still continuing to carve into these sites.
99, imbang kah?
Woot and Miniboo make anything of this. It's a 2v4. But the ult online.
Ih, jelek banget ininya.
Chances, but it requires the impetus, a kill to be found at least. But with Wu dropping, chances dwindling, and yeah. Return of the fire, a swing from Simon, getting his confidence back.
A lot's been made of the comparison between Kangkang and Aspas because they played in the upper bracket final. They played many times before actually too. But when you watch Kangkang play, what's striking to me is that there's such a massive difference between those two duelists. Kangkang a bit more similar to Miniboo, although with more of a flair for individualism. And it makes me think about what Heretics have recently been saying in a lot of their press conferences. Neil was asked in the aftermath of them beating Leviathan, of course both teams have in this arena, how do you deal with Aspas? And Neil, the coach for Heretics, said, well, actually, when you look at his play, he's quite a calculated duelist player. You can deal with
Ih, bahasanya menggoda.
Heretics. We find the more explosive duelists that just run in there and try to take over a site and take their timings. We find those players to be more difficult to play. Could you think of an example that's better suited than Kangkang to the archetype of player he just described?
Itu abangnya mamfoto kah?
As an example, but when you're talking about the matchup here, you can already see that they're struggling to deal with Kangkang. He's been dunking on them every map, apart from the first.
And he'll take a mile. He will disrespect you. It's been paying off.
That 1-2 combo of Kangkang and Chishu have dominated the last couple of maps. And we're really waiting for somebody on Team Heretics to step up and have the same impact.
Right now it is spread and they're just one round down, of course. Big ult still left to play for. He's choosing to at least invest now. He does have a stinger in his hands to make it a bit more winnable, but the defensive setup has adjusted. Nibu and Woots trying to make their mark known here. That's an early opening with Kang falling.
It's very, very tough to hold on to Mound against EDG. They've got really great protocols for this.
They're going to try and reclear.
Yeah. You see the way that they're going to tap door?
Yeah. It's a Paranoia already sent flying as well. You have to give this one up, and it is respected. Heretics.
Really well done there.
Just pull this util now holding, defaulting, drifting back into the crossfire. Setup, he just missed it. I think barely a shoulder, potentially poking out. Ult online, no kill. Chichu is avoiding. Dancing with death with that one. But dodged most of it and still found an opening. In through main, Smoggy's collecting. It's EDG working magic across the map.
What was going on there? Was Boo late on the call to get the Viper wall up? Was Rien's late on the acknowledgement of the comm? What is going on over towards B? EDG have just been granted an excellent route back in.
It's that uncertainty swirling. The Heretics players are losing track, but maybe Rien's can answer back. It's 2 found. Instant there with a stun. And a swing once more from Simon, but not dead yet. Need to find some value. I believe Smoggy will have to hunt down some kills. TP from Chichu, punished. And it leaves it down to 1. The rookie. Struggle in this series, at least in this map as well, with his confidence, and he's got to do it against Mini.
Ya, lanjut nonton lah.
Pass the rifle over to the healthier player. And a lockdown committed. Simon, how do you play this? Forced to press forwards, potentially there. He's overstaying his welcome. Swings potentially. Footsteps down! Simon! Demon in wait! How the hell has he pulled that off?
A look of pure relief on his face. No elation. Just satisfaction that he managed to make that one work. He was completely stuck. Utterly committed to the play. If Heretics had got in one at a time there, if their spacing hadn't been quite as tight, they had that round.
1 detik anjing, pada nafsu banget itu orang.
I don't believe it. He's just given them the map.
EDG up to 11. Ult in the back pocket of Simon. And Minibu, hard committed. A molly to try and clear his way through, but he's straight up in the air. It's Clay Pigeon shooting, and Kang not to be denied. He's cracked the sight wide open.
With rifles in hand, the EDG catapult themselves. There is nothing that Wu is going to be able to do about this. And Benji used his huge retake ult in the prior, and it ended up working against them. A tragic end to Lotus here for Team Heretics by the look of things. They would need some magic to get this one to overtime.
It's going to be 12 for EDG. As you said, you need that magic. Heretics have not come up with the answers.
And Kankan continues to tear through them.
It's dominance. It's a 4-piece in that round.
The way that he's supported by utility, there are a lot of teams that have moved away from the idea of setting up one big star player to go in and dominate. But I think EDG are showcasing that with the right supportive elements, it really can work. Rien's rocked. Has the ult online. Do you go for that committal at the start, or do you wait to see if EDG pressure C?
Can't let the despair settle in though if you are Heretics. Try and dig deep once more. EDG straight over towards B. Overdrive by Kang. He's earned that one well. A bit of random spray straight through the smokes, cleared out most of the avenues. So nobody with the plant down. Kang holding it down still with that paranoia. The stun! Disrespected. Minibu takes the fight straight to him, dropping him down. Smoggy's there! Lying in wait once more. It's all collapsing. Heretics have no more chances in this map.
Yeah.
2-1 coy. Have to pull up a miracle. The double up discipline. EDG have a chokehold onto the sides. 30.
Gila.
Lotus is theirs.
What a sick finish to this map from EDG. And I think when you look at those final few rounds and how tight it was the entire time on this map, you have to give credit to Simon. That 1v2 and his calmness in that moment has just delivered it for EDG.
And now one map is all that stands between EDG and making history.
dia udah di kain loh. Nambah dong kan? Nggak tahu.
Hello, I'm team player. I mean, I'm happy that we won today. I felt really calm today. I felt really comfortable playing on the stage, like in front of a lot of people. I felt like we are in Berlin office, just chilling another day, you know, like it was good. I want to prove people wrong, that I'm better than people think I am. No one believed in me, but I pushed myself through, so I guess like proving people wrong. But when I like joined this team, I just wanted to win not only for myself, but for the people I work with.
So singular and focused. Miniboo already sent away, but Boo stuck around. Punished King, and now, no way! Miniboo double back. He went back to check. Doesn't leave Boo to fight alone, and look at the absolute mess of bodies left over towards Elbow. It's on Aspas and Com to try and find some threat here, try and close the gap, and Miniboo, oh my god, so evasive! Miniboo, you are absolutely brilliant at this!
I saw the boys getting into the grand finals in Shanghai, and I felt a little bit uncomfortable, but I was really happy for them. And going through, I was like also expecting to make grand finals in champions, and here I am now. And I told myself I want that too. And now I'm in champions finals. I'm not ready to call myself the best duelist in the world, but there is still so much to prove. This is just the beginning.
My oh my, we are turning up the heat in this grand finals best of 5. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kukuka. I've got Mimi on my left as well, and one more very, very special guest. Give a warm welcome, guys, to Kaplan, coach of Sentinels. Thank you for being here.
Having me. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. Now, earlier, Zelsus was here, and he was rocking a Sentinel shirt. So, you know, I asked him why he was wearing that. You got an EDG shirt on you.
You know, I made the claim they would win today. I just wanted to say Jayo a bunch, practice my Mandarin. It was a no-brainer for me.
He's back in it. He's back in it. How are you guys feeling after that map?
I mean, I feel like this is such a massive win for EDG. The bounce back was ridiculous on that second map, but here that second half, they were completely in control. The mid-rounding to start off was looking ridiculous.
Yeah, one thing I was really impressed by was it's you see a lot of these instant A controls on defense on Lotus. It's hard to want to do that against EDG because they have really fast B hits with their comp that normal comps can't do, with the clove smokes and being able to omen flash at the same time. They've loved doing little A fakes into B in the past. So, you know, usually you can kind of play further back, go to where they're making noise. They're a very scrappy team, right? They played super confident in China. But I think what separates a good team from a great team is being able to self-ante. Be aware of your own issues, your own things that an opponent's going to look at. And this time around, EDG played way slower rounds early attack half. They would like get too inserted on A, they'd go back to mound, they'd wait till like 30, 40 seconds left to hit. And like EDG last year, I just never would have seen them do that.
Yeah.
And having prepared to play their own Lotus earlier in this tournament, I would not have expected that. So to see them be able to get kind of nerdy, methodical, slow, relax on a grand final stage, I really think it shows how much they've leveled up this year.
And at the end of the day, they're getting the best out of both worlds, right? Like they've managed to find a midterm between being very aggressive, especially also on the defense. Sometimes they will triple down on being extra aggressive if they know they're going to be countered, and sometimes they're going to do something completely different. So it's on that boundary of just preparing it against yourself.
And we got to address Simon. What was that in the lockdown? What happened?
That clutch was ridiculous. I mean, literally one more second, he's locked down. He guaranteed loses the rounds, but instead he pulls that one off. And it wasn't just that one impressive moment for Simon. I think while he hasn't had incredible stats this tournament, he's been so consistently impactful with his utility, especially when he's playing Breach and Kung Kung is on that Neon. I think his on-the-fly utility, especially with that Breach stun, is really good to adapt to where Kung Kung is pathing, find that next fight, preempt that with utility, and set Kung Kung up to thrive in these opening kills. He's been involved in already 35 opening fights in the 3 maps this series. That's more than the rest of the team combined by far.
Yeah.
What did you make of him? You impressed by him?
I'm impressed. Look, on Haven Attack, he messed up a plant. He looked nervous. Rookie year, IGL changed. Like, grand final stage, and to go from that to I'm just gonna stand in this lockdown and just be ice cold, like doing that mid-match on that grand final stage, that's no joke. That's not easy.
What a chat. They got to give him a spray for that, I feel like. Get that in the game. Get that in the game. But it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment, and this was Chichu's ace. As the president of the Chichu fan club,
yes, that's me.
What did you make of this?
I think that it was beautiful, unexpected, the way that he just verticals across, getting the boom bot, how he dodges the prowler. He literally gets everything, 3 kills in the matter of a second. He goes up with the last one. I love that we also get the slow-mo to see it again, because you think it is just Chichu on the side defending it. You already know that he's playing on tree, and it doesn't matter. There's 4 people coming for him, because sometimes he shoots back.
Well, here's the thing, though. Can EDG close this out? We're heading to Bind. Do you have faith, Captain?
I think they'll do it, but I think they'll do it in 5. Look, you know, like Heretics, they had to come right in after another match. EDG had time to prepare, but what comp are Heretics going to play? Are they going to go back to the Gecko, you know, the Gecko fade? Like, I think so, probably. You know, there's not as much preparation EDG has. It's more of like a team play, brawly fight map. I think that's Heretics' strong suit. I think Heretics can take this one.
Yeah, definitely. And I think
kenapa tower guildnya nggak dibikin kayak boneka penguin itu? Nggak tahu ya. Kok tower sih turret kocak. Pakai kupuk sambil bawa senjata. Boleh tuh kayak wingman, B apa karak? Kenapa? Apa lon?
I think if there was something to keep them in this for EDG to close out in 4 maps, it would be the performance that Kong Kong is having right now. He's always been so good on this map. I think especially when he is playing that Raze, the way he's pathing into these sites, he does such a great job of isolating those side anchors and providing a
main gak malam? Malam gak sih Nayo? Tapi habis ini aku segame dulu, terus mau keluar, habis itu balik. Ya paling balik kayak jam 10, jam 11-an gitu kali. Guys main lagi kah?
Do you think that's what they need to do against EDG? Just speed things up and maybe disrupt their tempo a little bit?
Yeah, I think Bind is all about team fights, just less about individual confidence and just team fighting with utility, which I think Heretics are incredible at, so I think if they lean into it, they'll have it.
Yeah, it did surprise me a little bit that I felt like when EDG slowed the game down, they looked actually quite a bit better than Team Heretics when it came down to that mid-round situation, defined by the team fighting for Team Heretics. But
let's go, aku nyampe jam 11 kayaknya sampai pagi kah?
But I feel like that's not true to the with this current team. We have seen fights, it gets a little bit sloppier.
Ini kasian banget sih abang-abang masih ngeliat hitam tadi, mau foto nggak jadi coy.
Team Heretics just shown this event.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever they have in store, it has to be good. It has to be clean, because right now, Kukuka, it feels like all the momentum.
Oh yeah, totally. Like first map, yeah, Heretics started off.
Kasian yang di depan aja cuma
fashion in something that was their home ground. There was some preparation, and Heretics is to keep their composition. We can expect this from EDG again. Also the confidence, so many individual plays, so many 4Ks, aces that we're seeing from their side makes you feel like every single round is winnable. And against the team, getting that feeling against the teams like with Heretics with so many individual stars makes you a winner.
After losing those 2 maps in a row now, after having a great early lead to the series for Team Heretics, what do you think the conversation is like with their coach right now to bring them back into this final?
I mean, we lost on their pick. We have time to reset this, probably throw a little strategy talk of how you can surprise them on Bind a bit. And at this point, I think as a coach, it's nice because you can just call on the players and empower them by saying you've already had experience on these stages, because they have, right? They've been, they played in a grand final in Shanghai, so they ought to know what they're doing here.
But it's really important for them to close out, because if they don't, it's another second place finish. 3 already this year. A heartbreaking way to end it in Shanghai, twice in EMEA. They can't let that be the way their year ends.
Yeah, but if you think about it, the longer the match prolongs, the hardest it becomes from Heretics. It looks like they lose that kind of steam. We can also think about the amount of matches, the amount of rounds that Heretics has played just in this tournament is outrageous. EDG has had an easier way here. It's not that they didn't fight it, but doing it through the upper bracket, getting those breaks, getting the wins against the teams that you already know you're comfortable against makes a big difference.
Yeah, it does indeed. And of course, this is EDG's first ever global best of 5 as well. We don't have any info when it comes to their stamina, how they're going to handle when things get a little bit later. But as we take a look at the agents, let's see, Kaplan, if Heretics have changed from the Astro Yoru, and they have.
Yeah, looks like
Yang kacang hijau ada nggak?
I mean, they're so comfortable with Gecko. Like I said, very, very brawly map. You know, I think they you know, they're definitely.
Yang warna hijau kayak ini.
Like, oh, we can pilot the meta comp better than the other team. Let's do it.
They absolutely look like they could. It's been great in the past. I think the biggest question is, did EDG see this coming? Were they prepping for the Yoru instead? And does it even...
Bapau guys, siapa mau bapau? Ini bapau di Bali, enak berapa ini? Masih 3.000 nggak?
Yelling, winning those clutch.
Dulu harganya 3.000, sekarang 4.000 sebijinya anjing, tapi emang enak sih.
They're set up here for a chance to win that trophy on Bind.
Well, this could potentially be the last map we see in this grand final. So Kaplan, please do us the honors and toss it over to Brennan Saisho.
All right, Josh, Bren, I just want at least one Jayo each from you this cast. No matter who you're rooting for. A couple Jayos and I'm happy. Take it away.
Pas di sini dulu.
Listen, that's putting me on the spot with Mandarin. Josh, take it away. Captain Jayo!
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll root for you.
Excellent, excellent.
No,
Listen.
What a potential final map we have here. If EDG are able to close it out. And another spot where Heretics have to dig deep to push it further. I love that the desk was bringing up Heretics BO5 win rates this year. They've only won 2 out of 6 best of 5s that they've been in so far. They've lost 3 of them domestically. They've lost 1 of them in the grand finals of Those are learning moments, but they can't let it slip from them again. Not to a team time in a spot like this.
EDG are on the cusp. They've already made history for China. The minimum finish.
Aku kadang gak tahu masa minah tahu aku mikirnya bahasa punta.
Winners here, Benji. Instant
One enemy remaining.
Flood defense. Comes up with the goods. Kang to play around, but smoked off.
Angkat ku entek yo.
Now can stick this one. Peace of mind. There's no chance for Kang. Pissed around for Heretics. That's what they need.
Kang's going to save the armor here, actually. A pretty unusual situation for him to be in. But they already got the plan. Lovely play there with the Dizzy. That's actually really similar to the way that you're going to see nobody when EDG are on the
Kemarin kamu dianterin beli cendolnya nggak sama bundamu?
Able to shut things down.
Terus uangnya?
Heretics should be feeling comfortable here. This is a map that they can turn it around on. He's pretty aggressive in the way that he controls towards A short.
Kamu nggak ngambek?
And they like pressuring over towards showers and B long. Teams are fighting those kind of areas with a lot of utility coming through from Simon.
I send it flying forwards here, but it's a season and A. The combo works to perfection.
It's just perfect.
Yeah. Age-old that it is. Sure up. Take a shower.
Tuh. Kan hasil saweran.
Yeah, in through the smoke is Smoggy. As long as Boo holds his nerve, he'll be able to find it. And yes, indeed he does. So
even spotted out the final player there.
Yeah, Chichu low enough as well. The chances have dwindled to almost naught, and now finally there.
Cosplay kok.
Over the line once more. Another round for Heretics. It's 2.
Kan saya cosplay.
Keep it healthy heading into the bonus.
There's another map as well, actually, where I'm going to be taking a look at Miniboo. He received so much praise, and I think a lot of the community is starting to change their mind about their perception of how good he is. They're giving him that credit. But he has yet to really come online in this grand final. His performance in the group stage was a little dim. Playoffs, he's been playing fantastically. A massive improvement, like 30% better in playoffs, generally speaking. But I'm waiting for him to have that level of impact.
Oh, the punish. Stimmied up, speed boosted onto the line. They knew that Reams was going to be making a play for that when the smoke was in their faces.
Nice idea from EDG.
Well, moves one of the pieces of util, the tools that Dizzy did would otherwise get them that acknowledgement up through B long. Now there's a horn of their own. EDG might be trying to take some space up and over. Still a smoke in their faces. A season and A that's just about dodge, sidestep.
They can go through the teleport here. If Benji ends up taking down Chishu, expect to see that TP over towards A, and then it really is on Miniboo with Spectre and Nade.
Yep, has has not been given up.
EDG staying flexible in this spot, but without any showers, you know, control. It is a gamble to go through that teleporter. That's why I'm saying I think they'll only do it as a last resort. Benji is looking for this fight, though. He is posted really aggressively inside hookah.
Feeling like he needs to step up to it. Side swing, it's traded. The move's still there. Knock at the front door here. TP immediately. It's going to be cleaning up Chichu. Dropped him 20 seconds.
Smoggy has to leave.
Yeah, that's a TP.
And now these two players are scattered.
Kang trying to catch that. He does. Rotations. No safety available, not for Boo. Trying to get a run on, trying to see if they can play this timing well, but already plan is down for Smoggy. Retreats to a bit of safety, back into showers. Kang crossfire. Setup is available. All the way up in heaven. Down to the wire, tap, already, bullet to the back. Mini Boo down, Woot left to do it all. Stray bullets running out. Nothing else to work with, but the sidearm and still finds that one. Still, reload, timing up for it. The time is ticking, thoroughly against him. Smoggy, spraying, spam, not on time. I mean, Woot, 38, 7 bullets, run down.
Apa tuh tadi gue udah lihat.
That's a round that very easily could have gone the way of Heretics, though, and converted the bonus. It took everything from EDG there. Even after getting the opening kill,
30 seconds.
they needed Kang to be able to win that duel against Boo. If Kang had not been able to pick that up, I don't think they have a chance. That's the reaction as Kang got killed by the ghost. Masticating furiously.
Top of the orb.
Cuek aja.
Disrespected. Mini Boo, he's grabbed it. He's out of there.
And Boo, the danger man from the previous round, who was anchoring B, has now made his way into lamps. This is a spot that he's going to have to be cautious as the orb drops, but could backstab.
Oh, EDG contacted all the way. Not enough to get a kill there. Bullets flying forwards from Boo. We're going to answer. Testing the defense a little bit. EDG in through a short, spam and spray. An attempt to deny that plan from coming down, but EDG get that extension they were looking for.
Kamu ngapain sih, toh?
Lamps is a hot commodity.
Rien still has full util. Mosh into Lamps here would clear that out.
Runbot sees it, spots it. Minibu just taking the peek anyway. Mosh over the top. Doesn't clear it out. Sliders of angles to play into, and that window of opportunity is seized. Chichu in through the back. Sidestep again, Benji. Meeting them pound for pound. It's a 2v3. The hourglass is running dry. It's a tap from Woot. He wants to force them out into the open. No easy access to any of these players. Benji wrapping all the way around. He knows the only option is to run.
Heretics fumble that retake a little, in my opinion. The normal Mosh position would cover all of the interior of Lamps. The Mosh that was thrown there, it ends up going mostly over towards the kind of entrance to Lamps, which doesn't clear out those positions inside thoroughly enough. Heretics now pushed down onto a bad buy. Benji's one holdover weapon, really the only thing they have to work around. Are they going to try a sand crunch?
Nonton apa, Bi?
Rien's dizzy.
Nonton VCT.
Right there.
Nonton nggak?
Minibu, I think, is trying to
Ntar aku share screen-in.
can commit short or through sand.
They're going to use the thrash here on EDG's side of things. Clears most of the way. Retreat back, get some control over.
Sekarang kameranya di atas gitu sekarang.
Minibu through the TP. Must have got a tag for him to make a play like that. They want to run them down. Where they stand.
Kamera apa? Saya kan lagi nonton VCT, jadi kameranya aku ganti ke buka.
He was looking to take a timing because he couldn't stay short for that long. But Kangkang's taken one of his own. He slipped into this cubby on B site in front of the Viper wall, and now he can play the rest of his team in.
All over the place! Dizzy! Combines their might, augmented with the showstopper. And Heretics, there's danger lurking around every corner with his squad.
Aduh, cepet tenangin dong, gua mau mandi.
And I was asking when we might see Minibu have a big play, step up, really feel the tempo of the game. And I think this is the round you point to. He's controlling short with the nade and his sheriff, takes the timing to go through that TP, and then whips it out of hookah. Cranking his crosshair 90.
Deep breaths.
And Team Heretics are now building up to massive ults as well. There is a potential here for Kankan to get his online, and maybe that is incentivizing EDG to go and take some showers control. It looks like Miniboo might want to fight, but normally you'd expect him to be doubled up with somebody if indeed he wanted to really fight aggro. This is
again. No way, he thought the path was clear, Miniboo. You escape.
Yeah.
Does not at that.
And then the Thrash comes through to try to showers crunch, but they're not set up for it, and it was too late to bail him out. It's a disaster for Heretics.
No connection, a wasted ult.
Hiding from that boom bot, Ren, just gave EDG the most enormous advantage in the round. And now Heretics forced to take risks. And with the info that plenty of players were showers, they've pushed out B, pushed out Fountain, the fight happening in Cave.
There's a brawl skirmish to take place. Just the one who gets out, drops down to 1 HP, still lucky to be alive. Benji Fishy, it's your time to shine. Up and past for the Prowler, latching, has to break it, drops down to Snakebite. He's worried about the fast tempo increase. EDG though, in a tempered around.
EDG have more players alive right now, but they do not have good info. They have no idea where Rienz is. Rienz could still be playing in Fountain, he could be tucked in sand somewhere, hookah. EDG are going to have to be meticulous in terms of how they clear out all of these angles, or just group up together and hope they can trade him.
Yeah, Kangan's going to take point on that. He's on the right as well. Over some white swings. Team can trade you out right behind you. Morn for most of the way here. Rienz reveals himself. Down towards it, orbital strike. That's 13 seconds left to plant. That time pressure is applied. EDG.
Kok di VCT banyak pada pakai Brimstone ya?
Iyalah, smoke-nya paling lama, B.
Sends it flying and Kangan.
Smoke-nya Brimstone tuh berapa lama sih?
Lama banget, pokoknya paling lama dari segala smoke.
Iya, smoke cuma 15 detik.
Where he was from prior. Players are stepping up to the challenge.
Pantes smoke-nya dia kagak refill anjing.
Double pick. Triple pick, babi itu lihat tuh.
Asli.
Ensuring that Rienz cannot step over the
Anjing banget dia.
full control. He's hoping it'll happen in time.
Ya gimana ya Bang ya?
Trying to salvage that, but really it was lost from the start. Heretics didn't realize that EDG were going to make a play for the ult of themselves. And this from Miniboo, I think, is terribly greedy. He was not close to an ult. It wouldn't have materially changed the way. He just thought, might as well, because my move didn't see anything. EDG punished him massively for that bad information. And they even pull out the orbital strike on the defense side too.
Oh, pakai Viper sama Brimstone ya.
Mereka tuh apa metanya Bind VCT tuh double smoke double init.
Benji reveals his hand. It's a judge in play. Simon's going to be here and that.
Kalau apa duelistnya harus yang bisa mobility-nya tinggi.
Mirror ya anjing, baru ngeh gua anjing. Engine-nya sama.
It does get the connection, but is there any follow-up?
Iya, mirror picking.
There's a danger. Ults were committed. Benji wasn't fried in the process. The bullets, at least.
Udah EDG menang dah.
This is where Chishu loves to take fights. Rienz on the other side. Chishu's taking the timing.
Chichu with that timing. Puts a bullet there, straight to the brain of Boost. Smoggy trying to evacuate, knows that they have to try and retrieve. The timing, whipping it around. He's caught all the way behind them. He kills Smoggy, it's a spike drop down. His timing and angle is absolutely everything.
Mampus lu. Ah, gitu dong Simon, anjing. Match tadi Simon beban banget anjing.
Just plays them in anyway. Dizzy, not broken in time, gets the reveal. Adjustment from Miniboo is immaculate. Eviscerating the opposition, EDG. Can't stand against that.
Dua-dua kan coy?
What a save there from Rienz and Miniboo.
Belum.
Is going to have his heart in his mouth. He had the entire round in the palm of his hand. He could have dropped Smoggy and lost the duel. And the rest of his team bail him out of a difficult situation. Rien's continues to just be superbly consistent, but Miniboo has really activated.
Sometimes it happens. Pistol round nanti.
Fair enough. Sometimes it does happen. You're in a spot to win the round and you whiff it.
The mood is good.
Like I said earlier about Simon's play a few maps ago, it doesn't matter if the round ends up getting salvaged, you just can't let it happen in a big moment. Simon redeemed himself.
On-cam ya, anjing.
Lotus with the 1v2.
Iya, on-cam dari tadi. Iya, on-cam dari tadi.
Sure, Woot will have his spot.
Apa yang kelihatan?
Muter-muter.
Oh, iyalah orang kameranya dipakai di itu, kocak. Pencet kali. Konsol.
I'm always
Kameranya kan dipakai di OBS ya, muter-muter lah yang di sini.
aggressive with these lurks, and if you give him 1v1s, he's incredibly good. Watching him play over towards Shower here, wondering if he's going to look to play off the rest of his team's distraction, because he takes early backstab timings. If his team are pressuring short, he's going to swing almost immediately, and it looks like Woot looking to clear. Yeah. All right, that should at least give them some idea of where the danger is.
Watch the live, and Miniboo under an immense amount of pressure. Woot's going to be covering. Fire over the shoulder. Still trying to lock down that Shower's control as well, but revealed up. There's some danger here still. Sees, connects. They see the tether into the corner.
Wah, mampus. Gila, Cicocok.
Back from the brink.
Pakai sheriff ya tuh, coy.
Amps control. Once again putting the premium. Simon.
Main timing anjir. Keren cuy Simon.
Matters into his own.
Wah, gitu dong Simon. Dari tadi kon. Anjing. Mantap. Simon tuh ya tadi di Lotus. Bot anjing.
What a round from Simon. Where's he pulled it from? EDG
akhirnya Bung, Simon ngangkat Bung.
Like that.
Tapi kan Lotus menang EDG kan?
Menang, cuman Simon goblok banget.
Di siapa? Di Lotus.
Di carry si Cico.
Anjing Cico lagi. Jadi pelampung.
Bayangin aja Cico 40% headshot anjir.
The pressure seems to be off his shoulders at this point. The difference in what we're seeing from him from map 1 to recent performances, especially coming out of B2, he's willing to play loosely and make the plays, take the time.
Oh, line up di mana itu?
Heretics have the ult, but no weaponry.
Mati nih.
Time for EDG.
Ada yang mati sama gua dia nih.
I like that double face.
Yeah, almost with the punish.
Aku mau belajar line up di Icebox, Vipernya lupa-lupa mulu. Giliran udah dapat match point di Icebox baru keinget.
3 players to be, it softens up A and maybe allows Chishu to find his one.
Kayaknya kalau gue mau belajar line up paling di Icebox sama Bind aja.
Kalau Viper tetep itu sih, close lah anjing.
Gue kayak Icebox masih mending jadi Viper nih. Close tuh enak, tapi aggro main.
Gak bisa dapat semua set kalau Clove mah di defending.
You've already killed the smokes player.
Jelek smoke-nya.
They've got nothing to be able to stop you. Woot's really the only danger player here, I think.
Yes, the info.
And again, this pit is actually going to be a little difficult to get through. I'm surprised Benji.
4v5
with only a sheriff.
Yeah, Woot's got the info. I think that they're all trying to make their way over towards B.
Culik nih. Ya.
Down,
Stop fuck.
Enggak.
Needed to be towards the dome anyway. And TP's putting a squeeze back onto him. Still, Kang.
Miniboo has ult.
That's right. This one should be over. It's theirs for the taking. Showstopper unleashed. Well loose onto the feet. Nobody did not stand a chance. Blown to Smithereens. Reveals up and counting. 6 seconds left. There's no plant in sight. You can take your time.
Anjing kok.
Heretics. Swing bang.
Gak lucu. Pakai sheriff anjing.
They take control of the map.
Decision makingnya.
Chalk up another 4v5 win for Team Heretics there, but I did not see that one coming.
EDG
We've seen it all throughout the defending. But here, they were rifles down as well. Player on defense. The ults ended up closing it out, but really, I think a lot of that is to do with the space that took over towards A.
Wong Cina tampil.
The pit scared EDG. They did not want to fight into the eco weaponry. I can understand why as well. From EDG's perspective, you're thinking, all right, it's a pit down. They probably have a bunch of stingers. Why would we want to go in there?
That's exactly where it thrives, close quarters.
But, I mean, it wasn't. It was a sheriff. It was Benji with a sheriff trying to make himself puff up and look big.
Itu venue nggak ada yang kosong porsi, Cok. Sumpah.
Postured him away.
Full.
Into the open arms of Miniboo. And he's been decimating. I mean, he's 12-5 right now. He's top of the scoreboard for his team. Talked about it, you know, like as a player, I think, shining a light on him. He's just been thriving and improving as the tournament has gone on.
Absolutely. If you compare the stats when he was playing in groups to when he was playing through playoffs, there's just a world of difference. Like I said, he's like 28-30% more damage, even higher in terms of his like kill improvements. He's still playing the same way. He's still getting aggressive. He's still going for those entries. He's still taking that tip of the spear job for Heretics, but now he's hit it. And he's woken up in this grand final, perhaps just in time.
Back and forth we go. More reveals. 2, at least 3 towards the tail end.
Agak nonton. Itu bilangin Cok. Ini si Dika kartu gue.
Going to be taking this one with a much more cautious approach.
Balik sini aja.
Kang went away from the ult. I think there might have been a play towards an orb, but for now, sets his eyes over towards Zuka, clears most of it with the boombot. Broken, they think something's up. Prowler. Bit of a handshake occurring. What's the goal for EDG?
Buang-buang util si Wood, ngapain sih?
Wood buang-buang util anjir.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. I feel like they've been slowed down in quite a lot of these bind attack rounds, and they haven't quite had enough options available to them when the time ticks down. Here they're gonna try and hit into a site where they've still got Benji's still got wall up. There's so much they have to get through. Seas, nice wall.
Exactly. Everything you could ask for if you are Heretics, just trying to bunker down, bolster the defense. And with 23 seconds left, time running short. It's an ult offloaded. Kang.
Wah anjing.
Action in a fight to be
traded
out anyway. Beam down with a Phantom in hand. It's just that 1-for-1 and a plan from Simon. It's going to go off anyway. There's no pushback occurring. Not for Heretics, not right now, but maybe enough damage has been done. It's a 4 versus 4.
Reset into
the round. Benji was just watching for any sort of stragglers.
Udah ketahuan 3 elbow anjir.
Hard committed positions by EDG.
Bukan udah ketahuan, maksudnya kayak
from the elbow.
Smogi lihat. Ow!
Pixel angle to work with made. This is cheeky. Dodges rebound, snake bite at hand. Heretics carving out chunks and pieces of the map to be met here.
Gak bisa.
Cannot spray them down into...
Anjing, bisa dong.
Itu
gua nggak tahu
dapat trik
enough time on the clock as well for them.
That is beautifully done.
Keren anjing.
Snakebite nade to take down anybody that was going to be playing over towards that default position. And then Rien's is so...
iya, pantas.
Gets that trade kill onto Smoggy. Instantly spray transfers onto nobody as he swings through the Viper
wall. Kalau mati satu di ini kan
wall.
masih oke. Mati satu di set masih oke. Di spray itu yang.
And he's relaxed as well. He just seems like a great asset for the team in terms of keeping them composed in these moments, not letting the energy run away. They're in control on Bind right now. EDG would need a big thrifty. And I think they're running out of ideas on the attack side. The macro, it's not looking anywhere near as clean as we've been seeing on Lotus, for example, if you want to compare the past map.
Okay. Strikes him right where it hurts. Chichu's been a player that's opening up most of these sides like we've been talking about with the lurk timings.
He has been playing in those kind of positions though fairly regularly, so it's a good read from Miniboo.
And repositions up and over to heaven, walking their way forwards. I mean, EDG not to be deterred.
No, and Benji is aware that they're giving Lamps control right now, but it does mean that he's got to watch multiple positions.
This position sucks. I mean, Benji in this spot is going to try and retreat as well. They don't have Showers control. Luckily, nobody's there ready to pounce on him when the damage is done. Simon, another play to be made. The rookie wants to step up straight away. Here's that reload!
So far.
Barely ready to wrangle control. Straight back at him. Orbital strike. No damage done, but Smoggy collecting kills from all across the place. Miniboo seeking to dominate the angle. Make sure the Showers is not being recleared into this 3v3. Satchels overhead have to be broken.
Tajam tuh bisa ditembak nggak sih?
Bisa. Up and over, in through the smoke, nobody spamming, and now swarming.
Wah, anjing! Wah, anjing!
What a response!
They needed a bit thrifty, and there it is. They take round 11. After losing the first player as well, Jishu fell.
Unpredictable semua aja, unexpected semua.
Edgy's spot.
Lu menang.
Just ended up being
berharap menang
completely
Iko agak
exposed
susah
there.
juga
They
gitu
couldn't
loh. Mereka
deny wingman.
mainnya rapi-rapi
I
gimana,
think that's such a
rapi-rapi mentalin
mistake.
gue gitu.
If Heretics just make sure that they focus on plant denial on A, they're going to put EDG in really difficult spots. Instead, when you let them get the plant down and get into their post-plant positions, you have a much tougher job at things. And EDG come into this, the final round of what could be the first half of the final map.
Orbital strike for the Thrash.
Yeah, massive ult.
Yuk, dapat 6 yuk.
Who was holding it preemptively just in case the Thrash was used at the beginning of the round.
Gak masalah gimana.
EDG,
Simon
no signs of them going for that game plan.
Masa mau komit sih?
Simon's going to try and fake this presence. Is the
Atau fake
nightfall going to be enough though? That's a question.
Rotate ini udah
Map
rotate.
control over towards B. Very much an all-in. They don't have map control over towards B.
Dapat info
It looks
3.
like they want to thrash through.
Aduh, Gekko-nya di situ lagi.
Sorry, does Boo get the call?
Footsteps. Not even. Dash through and away. The crossfire set up. It's to pieces. It's not enough. Even with just the one, but the orbital strike does at least split them in twice. EDG. They go for this one now. Smoggy with the plant. Back being held. That's Chichu watching. Still with control. Simon is alive and kicking, making sure that the flank is watchful.
Ngandelin Bu doang. Bu Molinya tuh.
Allows them to take backside control.
Simon
They've got
masih
so
ada
much more to do here, Team Heretics. They've allowed EDG in again. Plant, post-plant positions, all looking very diligent.
Horns up on either side here. Up and over. Will need to be pre-aimed. Boo's on top of it. Clears the way for most.
Oh, pintar.
He sees two. All he has to be used. Sees up and over. It's dodged, it's missed. Simon with the timing. Opened up, damaged up, but the molly now rebounds, and it should be good for the cause already. The circle starting to shrink. Time is starting to run short. Chichu!
Okay.
Nice. Any chances?
Apa coba?
Perfect parity between these teams. They are pushing each other to the brink.
Anjing tuh.
What a gorgeous wide swing there from Chishu, making sure to isolate.
Nih, pasti si Cengeng dibeliin Ghost sama dia beli armor nih.
For EDG across this tournament.
Ini.
Now this Chinese squad only needs
Pasti
7 more.
dia dikasih Ghost sama
Yes, Street have
armor.
already done that.
Iya. Berarti Cico paling yang kasih ya?
Their first time of making it to the finals.
Random.
Cico atau enggak?
Ini teaternya. Yang kasih ini teaternya.
Ada anggota tim
EDG would love to secure that spot for China, but even before that, we're going to send it down to the floor. Nice little interview.
Gue lupa tuh yang baru masuk timan siapa, gue lupa namanya.
I'm standing here right now with two special guests. We have Jeeves, Trent, and Icy. Now, how are you guys enjoying the match? Icy, I know you really enjoyed that opening ceremony.
I mean, incredible. This is my first event as a spectator. But, I'd rather obviously be here playing, but either way, it's insane to be here. The atmosphere is incredible. It's just overall great.
I mean, you can hear it, right? What about you, Trent?
I mean, yeah, the opening ceremony was absolutely crazy. I was upstairs, and I could just feel the whole building shaking. It was insane.
Oh yeah, it's a party here for sure. Now you both played against Team Heretics and EDG in the past. How would you compare and contrast rather their styles?
I think both teams have insane aimers. Like, this can go either way, I'm not gonna lie. I had EDG going all the way, I had them winning this, but I think Heretics can pull this back and make it in 5 maps.
What about you, Trent?
I thought Heretics was gonna win at the beginning, but now seeing how EDG's playing, I gotta go with them.
Oh, well, that seems to be how this map is going as well, right? So I gotta ask you guys, oh my gosh, listen to the crowd. I gotta ask you guys, who's taking this map?
I think if Heretics win the map, they're winning the series, so I'd say Heretics.
Oh, Trent?
I gotta go against you, I'm going they're winning.
Oh my god.
Bentar.
I just feel the whole building shaking. Yeah, the opening ceremony was absolutely crazy. I was upstairs and I could just feel the whole building shaking. It was insane.
Oh yeah, it's a party here for sure. Now you
know, both last year and this year, actually, you came into Champions with a dominant team. Fnatic of 2023, Gen G this time. And Gen G losing in groups just blew the field wide open and laid fertile ground for EDG's growth here. For teams to go on mad runs like this, and it's been difficult to predict any match at any point here at Champs.
Parah banget,
you still can't tell which way this one's going. I do agree with Icy. I think it's possible that Heretics can still get back in, though obviously EDG are in a better spot to close it out.
All they need is bind.
Lah.
Heretics need is a kill, but potentially to open up this A site. Right for the taking.
Mati.
Spray down, spam shots, no connection. No damage done inside through the smoke. Beautiful shot.
Fight on the flank.
Benj is gonna seek to maintain control of this angle. Simon again, the rookie, asked to do quite a lot in this spot, but diligent. Cool, calm and collected. Heretics. The pistol round is in the palm of their hands.
Yeah, major win for them here. EDG did look a little shaky on their attack side macro, which is a wild thing to be saying, considering that they still got 6 rounds out of it. But I would expect Heretics to be extremely drilled in spots like that. This composition offers you so many ways to play. The executes are incredibly difficult to hold against. Kankan cannot afford to be giving up first kills like that. He's been the master at putting first kills on his side over the course of this tournament.
Boys, let's go. Guys, let's take control of this map, okay?
You heard that at the end there.
Yeah.
Let's take control of this map.
That's actually what Miniboo was saying when they played against Lev as well. It's all about controlling the tempo, making the play to your pace, and that's almost the same opening as the pistol. Player going for a jump peek, nearly punished. But maybe a bit of bait there, trying to see if Team Heretics would accelerate, because EDG were stacking with 4 players on B.
Launching smoke. Defense going to get spread up hard a little bit here. No longer a stack, in truth. Heretics happy to slow it down. No point walking into your own demise.
Apa itu pistolnya, Ghostnya?
Buying up in this round as well, so they've got some flexibility
Ghost yang hitam
to
tadi.
deaths without it knocking the economy.
Gak tau namanya siapa.
To see if he can get the thrash online. Woot's happy to go and try and take this space. He's just looking for information. He's not worried about dying because he is one of the players with just a ghost. Spots 1, spots 2.
Just had earlier damage. Knows there's one in lamps. Hold on, twisting, turning. And shots to potentially be found. Smoggy looking to try and push back, dismiss, but still alive for now.
All he needs to do is hold Smoggy here, and the Seas will hold Smoggy very permanently to the spot.
Rooted in place. Enough for his team to collapse onto it for the re-clear.
And now, this is where I'd be asking Rians to throw the weapon away to somebody else, you know, put it onto Benji or Woot and go hunting with the pistol.
Exactly. Seas is good alongside a nade here. Woot's trying to get himself round to the corner, and luckily, enough wiggle room. Born down and out. Pistols in their face. Close quarters is where they're going to be thriving. Jumping through, double tap. Players are dropping. Suddenly, there's chances. Kangang's low with the rifle in hand. Steady aim. Still a little bit labored, but it gets the job done.
Mahal tuh bro-nya mereka ini.
2 out of 3 of the rifles. So EDG do a bit of damage, but it's not going to be catastrophic. And they did manage to get the thrash online. So even though it looks dangerous, Heretics are in a position here where they could start snowballing away on Bind.
Enemy
Miniboo's going to look to pick up a judge. That normally implies that you're looking for something pacey. The thrash making space for the judge double blast back.
Yeah, holding the nade as well, just in case there is that play happening. Season going to be combined using conjunction. Thrash all the way through, clears the way in the path in through showers. Judge in hand. Lamb's control there, but it's a satchel and a pivot. They want to go over towards B. Chichu, sole defender, and Miniboo trying to ruin somebody's day.
I'm not sure that was the game plan off the rip, but an audible call by Boo. See how well it works. 3 players from EDG still sticking over towards A, thinking that this might be a re-hit. They're dead wrong.
Yeah, spots a lot there, Chichu. Gonna find it hard to try and get the hell out of there, but takes the timing and takes it well.
Yeah, it's very tough for Miniboo to play the entry when he's got a judge. I think it's time maybe to swap that onto somebody else. Without the blast packs, how are you going to gap close?
45 seconds into the round. No control of A.
If they go for a hookah re-clear straight into the judge, these are the moments that could just lose you the grand finals.
You're going to hear the hearts break of many of these players, or perhaps just sing in unison. Chichu and Kang Kang. That's beautiful work.
It couldn't have gone better for them.
Spectacular.
There's so much danger going for a play like that. And Boo's now has to win a 1v4.
This one part easier, but not the follow-up there. Nobody.
How have they got away with that?
Yeah, quick on the cleanup. That is just insanity. You're brave to be making a clear like that. You are brave.
I mean, especially when the player's got a judge on the other side. But Jisoo is so clean with it. These shots, these two, the deadly duo. A two-headed Hydra, I think EDG has proven to be over the course of this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
With Kangkang and Jisoo topping the scoreboard in so many of their maps.
Closer to a potential finish, EDG. Top of the scoreboard, in my opinion, are MVP candidates for the grand finals. At least if you're only looking at EDG. For Heretics, it's up to them to see if they can answer back. They need bind.
And their play with the Thrash found no value really in the prior round. They got stopped by that Season 8. So a good read from EDG as well.
KAMU.
Exploring again. These are the spots where Jisoo is going to look to try to challenge, but I think Benji tends to play these a little safer. I don't think he'll just walk into Kangkang.
Bring them down.
But that also means he's not going to clear Kangkang.
Prowler spotted. Broken. TP long control.
They have pushed back the defenders on B. But Simon, Jisoo, they're yet to call a rotate, so still 3 players. The strong site is A. That's where Boo wants to end.
Oh, they're going to be going straight into the maw.
They have not cleared Kangkang. In fact, I don't even think they know Kangkang's here. Smoggy to take contact. A Dizzy over the top.
Molly in the hands of Smoggy, and as that contact caught, players are falling to fiery finish, potentially in the A short avenue. Rians has got to answer back. It does so with that shot. Right on target, 2v3. Boo from the side turns into a 2 versus 2, slightly more winnable. Out wide, but accounting for it, and the haunt is perfection. Spam from the box just to finish that task, 8-8.
The Heretics were not ready for the players there. Not whatsoever. Swung out into front sight.
Oh, but anjing.
Thinking that Jisoo and Simon were going to be in, you know, over towards B. Did not get that. What a setup, though. If someone on Team Heretics had managed to take an earlier lurk timing, if Boo had really tried to limit test and walk his way through showers early on, he would have realized that it was empty.
Yeah.
Only nobody who was trying to juggle around so that he could support short and shut down the showers lurk.
Satu match bisa dapat berapa timeout sih? Berapa kali?
All of that structure and all of that discipline.
Oh, 4 kali.
Risks like that would have paid off in a
Banyak juga.
But you can't find moments much bigger than these.
Momentum
untuk kedua tim ya, dua tim 4 timeout total.
Heretics, despite the replay showing that precious.
Berarti kalau semuanya dipakai 8 kali timeout dong.
Enggak, kalau semuanya dipakai 4 kali, kan 2-2.
Oh alah 2-2.
Kalau
4, itu mana banget anjir.
And your ideas are going to pick the part. It's not working on the attack so far.
Chance start.
They don't seem to be applying enough pressure early enough to figure out what EDG's setups are. Now I say that, but it's a sample size really of 1, because round 15 was when they had the judge, and I think that in itself caused them the issues. But these are 2 crucial back-to-back round wins for EDG, because it's probably going to give them a 3rd.
It's time for the course correction, excuse me. You're right. EDG primed and ready to take the lead in this map.
I think the goal for EDG in this round, not just to win, but to try to do it cleanly. If you can save Showstopper, you're probably going to get up to almost all of your other big ultimates. And then you're in a great spot for the next rifle round. And this is how games slip away from you. Heretics had their chance to snowball in that bonus. Are EDG going for a re-clear of Octagon right now? Close range against the eco weapons?
No way.
Just the Prowler.
Stinger confirms it. You do not want to be opted into that fight.
Pen berak aja, aku mau berak sekalian mandi ah.
Disrupts this high low that they were going for.
Aku mau menonton di iPad Bentar aku mau matiin facecamnya dulu, takut banget. Sabar ya.
Here's another spot that looks pretty dangerous, to be honest.
Against the half-back, but the information gathered.
You've got 3 spots that you can be swung from, including the teleporter.
Boo's got his util out. Oh my goodness, almost adjusting still. Kang with the one double satchels committed to try and stay alive. Nobody. Eyes set onto the target. Mosh pit up and over. Now with the nade and the TP's gone. Benji! Benji! Can't get the third, but already he's done the damage and now doubled up. Kills collected. It's a swarm and an overwhelming presence from Heretics in through the side into the back of his showstopper. This is where it should thrive. Up and over. But a shot returned. Bullet to the brain. Nobody with a hell of a task. Gargantuan in nature and a wide swing from Rians. Trades it all in place.
What a round for Heretics! They need
Kan gua mau mandi jadi facecamnya di.
They maintain the lead somehow against the
doang di live anjing.
With scraps and odds and ends to work with. Not even a smile there for the family. They can't bring themselves to believe.
And I can't blame them.
Well, a small moment that I want to point out in that round as well. What a clutch nature for Riens to stick the plant.
Let's go!
For the MasterCard Thrifty, they needed that plant to go down, but Boo pressured early.
Triple swing. EDG might be on that lower weaponry, but there's still that danger lurking every corner. And Heretics are making sure to make sure that they collect these kills.
Fast flank.
No oversight. There's a fast flank. Prowler's going to be dodged for now as well, but Heretics know that they've got open access.
Really nice from Boo, making sure to monitor as the spike was coming in this direction.
Holding onto it. Wait, they've missed the timing. Boo's still holding. Wait, he's down. Hold on, Woot. Forced to pick up the pieces. Can you forge a path to victory, Chichu? With that rifle. But he's just one man now, dropped down to 5 health. Nade online for Mini Boo. Mosh still available. It's unwinnable.
Yeah, the snake bite too. Every piece of post-plant utility that Heretics could possibly want in a crossfire setup.
Yeah.
Chichu's going to try and valiantly give his life for it, I'm sure.
There it is.
Benji shoots him in the back.
2-round lead for Heretics. Not giving up hope yet.
What a difference that Thrifty has made. What a huge difference it's made. Instead of being in a rifle round where EDG were 9-8 up, we now find the next rifle round where Heretics themselves are 10-8 up.
Nice, boys. Let's go. Nice dealing with the aggression, Wood. Well played.
I do love the way that Miniboo gives very specific praise to his teammates.
Yeah.
You know, he's always got a single focus of something he thinks that they did really well, either as a team, together, really making sure that they keep that at the forefront of their mind. This next round is about to be explosive.
It certainly is.
There are 8 ults online, and almost all of them with these bind compositions are round winning.
Yeah.
You don't really get any that are throwaways.
EDG going to be thinking themselves, I mean, it's them. They've pressed the panic button almost. Timeout taken. They do have a lot of ults of themselves, but the trouble is you can overthink it so easily. Heretics could very well just send this in full throttle in for the A rush. You have a showstopper to work with, you have an orbital strike, you can clear through most of the map, cleave your way through.
Do you think that's the kind of team Heretics are, though? I think coming out of rounds like this, they tend to be more measured, more cautious.
Waiting for the idea, seeing if EDG have cooked something up.
I think generally speaking, yeah. I think the EDG are more likely to be the team that takes the risk. 10-8 down, even though they're on tournament map here. EDG convert on bind. Things they wouldn't have dared to dream only a few months ago would be realized.
CDG squad, I mean, not only have they broken past their prior limits, at this point, they're dreaming for the whole bloody thing. I mean, this is the culminating moment of the year. Champions 2024, it's the crowning jewel for VCT.
Simon pushed out. So good work maintaining showers control at the start of the round. That might be useful, might be important later on if they group up over towards B and need to take the teleport. Simon's going to look to try to re-clear that at the same time as Nobody and Shishu go exploring sand. Both of those areas, though, have no Team Heretics players defaulting. Instead, it's B long, it's short. It looks like it's going to be a fake B exec here. that's supposed to go then into a real A execute, relying on that previous control of showers. The thing is, there's no way that EDG are going to buy that this is really B, in my opinion, because look at the positioning of Nobody and Shishu.
Well,
they're just full looking at it.
They are. Simon, though, he's playing floating position. He's in spawn, waiting for the sound cues. KanKang re-exploring. He is isolated. He's alone, but it's only Woot to deal with. He hears the Dizzy. Clears his way through. Nightfall is used very preemptively. You can sidestep that one with ease if you're Heretics, but 30 seconds. Time is running short.
The fast flank.
And here it is. All emphasis placed onto this. Mini Boot. It's a showstopper in his hands. One right decision, one correct guess could completely change the tide of this fight. Woot dismisses the Dizzy with ease once more. Nightfall's dropped, cracking down on his orbital strike, trying to spray them down. Players are dropped on every single angle. Mini Boot wins the fight out, and time is barely there to spare. Chichu, no long for this world. Up to 11 for Heretics, and now they're in the driving seat.
What a game, what a map for Miniboo to come online. 20 kills across 19 rounds, and not just the kill factor, but the manner in which he's doing it, and the kills that he's getting are so important. He gets the kill there to deny KanKang as he's trying to put Spike down. Tries to put the Spike down again, swings, kills Smoggy. If he doesn't kill Smoggy, there's 5 seconds left. The round would probably have been over. What a time for Miniboo to wake up in the grand finals.
And now fast tempo play. Slimmy to evacuate, but we'll be able to escape already. That space is given up. Simon, stray shot, finds a mark. You see this smoke, puts the fear of God into you, I think. If you are, Heretics still going to be going for the plant down. Simon trying to get potentially inside that smoke, but no, the plant is not denied.
Team Heretics, they just control no areas on the map.
Yeah. They're corralled, and they're going to be pushed into this corner with this flank online, and now they have that knowledge, but it's a Thrash committed one of their own. Sprayed down. Nobody's trying to at least turn some heads over towards him, try and play his team into the fight, into the fray once more. Chichu striking where it hurts, but yet shut down in a moment. Right when it matters most now, Simon. He's got to do it all. Sheriff in hand, upgrade in front of them. Yoinks it, but it's not enough. Up to 12 for Heretics.
This team has dug so deep. It was even at the half. It looked like you couldn't separate them on this map. Heretics have stormed off into the lead. A 4-round advantage now for a team that's been in these spots before. And actually, as the series got deeper and deeper, their play ended up trickling off. They couldn't match the pressure of the moment at Shanghai.
But this is a different Heretics. They've learned from prior experience.
What on earth am I looking at with that Viper ult?
I mean, this is spilling out in all sorts of directions.
That's great. If you don't go and clear that, you're worried they're retaking sand control at all times, KanKang.
Benji! Oh boy.
You do not expect Benji to be picking up an AWP in the final round. KanKang.
Peak. I couldn't tell if KanKang had one of his own or if it was just a rifle in play, but you're not favored there when Benji can just lock it down.
He's so much further away from the corner as well. He's always going to see you first, but KanKang relying on his skill to take him over the line. This pit, though, continues to be a bit of a bother. Heretics, by the look of it, want to kind of commit to the B site and then just leave Hookah.
Plays in front of him, goes for the no-scope, spam down, hello, ults online, Chichu, an attempt to deny the plant. Online, but at least collects the kill before the trade is online, up to 12, and that plant goes off without a hitch. Heretics can feel it.
They know the Benji is market.
He's going to be holding it. Still with that operator. You can't really get active into this moment, but oh, hearing the footsteps. Double back. Simon lights him up. Head to a roll, and it's EDG to just, I mean, trying to stay alive into this map at this point. It's all stacked against them. Avenues accounted for. Positions watched, but lucky to draw there. Util out into the hands. Spamming, praying away down to the 1v1. Simon has got to do it all. The tap and a shot landed. It's not over yet for EDG.
Once again, the newest player comes up clutch. The addition of Simon has added so much to their team environment overall, the way in which Kangkang's supported. But today, and in the group stage of the tournament too, we've seen Simon be immaculate in high-pressure clutch spots.
It's almost unfair to ask it of him. It's a rookie to the team, his first international event ever in the grand finals of Champs.
Come on, please.
But his composure and his aim look clean at the moment. Kangkang does pick up the operator. It was saved. Got no armor to go along with it though.
Potential tool that they could use. Slower play by Heretics, and still they are in the driving seat. Nobody tucks himself close, a bit of stray spam, but nobody finding a mark. He's weaving around them, dancing around them, eventually found and dropped. Plants it online, but none the wiser. And an alternate hand to Kangkang. Spotting the retreating players, at least hearing it, a pre-fire towards the corner, to no avail. Nade, rebounds, damage, connects, it cancels. Rians, he's out of it. Simon's defusing. What about block? Simon, he's got it all away. Absolutely spectacular.
What an outrageous play. What a phenomenal protocol for EDG. The nade up and over the top, cancelling the thrash, and then the body block. Get yourself a job in the Premier League as a keeper. Just rattled off his shins. Also, what on earth is nobody doing inside this smoke? Why did it take him 15 seconds to die?
Just absurd. The clearance is going to be haunting Heretics. Timeout called for them. I said they were in the driving seat, but they are losing grip of the map. And with it, the series, the finals. Still 2 rounds is what they've got to work with. All they need is one.
Look at what it's doing to the fans down there, and imagine how that's echoed in the players. The fans have the freedom to sit there and allow it to affect them. The players have to shrug it off and move on instantly, not allow it. Not allow themselves to dwell on it for even a second. Neil looks stressed though. If they lose a couple rounds, it's going to be overtime with EDG having 4 rounds in a row. Heretics have got to close it out in the next 2, otherwise it could be curtains. And that trophy that they can see between the 2 teams, almost a touching distance away, it would be at least a year. Perhaps you may never have an opportunity like this.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, it's just a brutal moment for it.
Brutal doesn't begin to describe it. You're putting everything into these next 2 rounds. And now even more time to stew, to simmer.
A PC issue. And all of the players forced silence coming out of talking to their coaches. Time to sit and simmer on the words, and also just take a look over to the trophy. And honestly, try not to think about what it means to them.
Absolutely.
What we've heard from both of these teams in the press conference, but Heretics especially, is that they cannot allow matches like this to have meaning. The more you attach meaning to it, the more difficult it becomes to just allow yourself to be in the moment and treat it like any other match. You see Benji there, eyes closed, meditating, trying to keep himself in the zone.
Focused, locked in.
Have you ever tried to stay focused on a task with 10,000 screaming people around you?
It's very, very difficult. Tell you that for free.
And the rounds that they're going into, truly ridiculous. Listen, no way, no matter which way this slices, we've got an incredible finish here to Champion Seoul. A different region winning every single one of our trophies throughout the year. That's incredible. First time seeing EMEA in a Champs final since 2021 as well.
I know, sorely missed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Been out of it for a while, but this is a Heretics team, honed and polished over the course of the year as well, which, listen, remind you, the expectations of this squad were just absolutely at the bottom. People would not expect them to do as well as they did. They got to Madrid, people were describing their performances, potentially that flash in the pan, but not really amounting to too much, but respectable for rookies. Respectable that they made a good go of it. Shanghai, the drive and finish to the finals, but just within touching distance of that trophy there. Not that one in particular, but at least another one much like it.
And remember that this is the first global tournament where they've had their full team. You're talking about Madrid, Shanghai. They played both of those with Paditek, who I'm not sure exactly where he is right now in the crowd, in the audience. I assume he's at the VIP seats, only about 20 meters away from the players. He was once up there, twice up there in fact, on stage, but once in the grand finals with them. He'll be willing them on with all of his heart to close things out here on Bind. While most of the other fans in the audience are hoping EDG can bring it back, win cleanly 4 in a row, and hoist that Champions Trophy.
That's what they're all playing for.
God, take a look at this once more. What a timing for a play like that. We had a body block play on something similar in the group stage, where someone was able to headbutt it out the way. This one clacking off the shins.
It's a crew player, I think.
We're seeing such great protocols, you know, if we go on to Abyss, if that's the next map we're looking at. We've seen DRX earlier on in the tournament have that denial of the Astropol post-plant setups.
It's been a lovely tournament for it, just individuals stepping up in intelligent little ways. Hasn't just been how to take fights, the gunplay, the util. We've seen players
small details.
shine. Yeah, the small details, minutia. And we're right back into it here. Heretics hoping to make this round a turning point.
And this could be everything. If Heretics lose, Benji is not going to have enough money. Woot barely with enough. Depending on plant money as well. Heretics need this round to go their way, otherwise we could be looking at overtime.
Big odds online on the Heretic side. Lots of tools to work with just to get it over the line.
It looks like they're trying to disguise Kang here. So they're playing him with the Viper Orb. You're not going to expect this.
No offer. Heretics might have taken it. Hook, line, sinker. It's 4 players creeping closer, waiting for re-exploration. Orb in their face. Kang will have to respect this to some degree. Doesn't know if they've crossed up. Boombot not broken. Orb once more. Renewed. Refreshed. Snake bite to answer. Hard committed onto the corner. Showstopper right from behind. But Kang skewers them in place. Up and over with a Salgu's cut. EDG making a go of things. 35 seconds, the plant is down. Nade and Molly down at the feet. Dropping Boo in place. And Woot can do naught but watch on in horror as another round is lost beneath them.
3rd in a row for EDG. They're on the EDG train. Heretics might have just lost control of Bind. What a skewering from Kang.
It's being made, man, all over the place.
We've talked so much about how Kang's actually dropped the operator in this run here. He's picked it back up a little bit. Against Leviathan, he pulled it out 20% of rounds instead of his usual 11, 10. You're seeing him pull it out again here. When the pressure's on, he's got a skill that few others in the world can match.
No one's really possessing it. Ice cold. Heretics relegated down to essentially a bargain bin buy. Don't get me wrong, there's still that danger, but it's all on the line and they're all grouped up. This is very much looking like an all-in play and approach. Horns is not broken, nade and spam right through the box. An opening kill onto Smoggy, pit in place. Nobody seeking to answer back.
This is where Kang should be looking to pick up the rifle. He does. They have Thrash to try to clear the pit. There's still many chances for EDG to take it to overtime.
Flank control watched for, and like you said, the Thrash is going to be clearing, cleaving the way through. Path potentially. Here, lying in wait, Thrash is there alongside a Seize. His players need to be defended. Woot steps up to the challenge, but dropped inside. Kang. Overtime in sight. And EDG are hungry for it, trying to will it forward. Fuse the nade, but the shot's online. They don't have it. Time. It's not a line, man. Heartbreak for EDG.
The tiniest of differences. And Heretics, they will it forward. We are going to Abyss.
What an incredible contrast that is to the previous time where Chishu was able to body block the molly. This time, Boo makes all the difference. Fires it from the same spot. It wasn't blocked. And Simon tries to do what he can, but melts away, incinerated, immolated. And the Red Bull clutch carries Heretics forwards.
All smiles, feeling good, thoughts and prayers across the board, but we are going to map 5. We would not have it any other way.
crusty like syrup and oh, hasn't been a week already, but I feel a weekend dizzy. I've been grinding for too many day and nights. I forgot already, gotta stay alive. But my music's still buzzing, I may die, but the song will never die, never die. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Stay alive, yeah, they may shoot, but we fine. Say goodbye, all records play till we die. Bulletproof, yeah. Bulletproof, yeah. On the roof, yeah. We going up, yeah, we going up, baby. Bulletproof, yeah. Bulletproof, yeah. On the roof, yeah. We going up, yeah, we going up, baby. Say an oath to my mirror, I won't slow it till I'm bigger. Well, till I'm thinner, see my flow will never simmer. Gazing at the stars, cause I'm born to make art, though they'll never know how far. My mentors, baby, judgment.
Berdua coy. Kan bener berdua kan. Gue baru kelar mandi udah dua.
Sumpah be, anjing pas momennya gitu. Biasa momennya deh. Lihat pas momennya deh. Dia menang bukan gara-gara mereka menang fight, mereka menang gara-gara volley aja.
I swear I might lose my mind. Brains all good and fried up. Anxious fool going higher. Foaming the weight, I'm tired, but still construct an empire. Achieve that glory in the magazine. Write, repeat, this my story. Bulletproof, yeah. Bulletproof, yeah. On the roof, yeah. We going up, yeah, we going up, baby. Bulletproof, yeah. Bulletproof.
We are going to map 5, baby. Heretics, they pulled it back. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm here once again with Steel, Kakuka, and Mimi. What an incredible bind that was.
It was insane. That last round to close things out, a Kung ace, but not in time past the Molly. And that felt like the story of that game to me. It was so many of these scrappy rounds from Team Heretics, winning eco after eco just to stay alive in this finals.
Yeah, time after time, we see, as you're saying, Heretics really trying to cling on everything that they have, winning those very important rounds. The time moments are coming in the most important times. But we have to highlight Miniboo just having the best utility that you can as a duelist when it comes to this ecos. On the other side, EDG also got a lot of rounds that they were not supposed to. But my biggest point of concern is those retakes that we were seeing at the end of it. EDG was not really able to win them.
I mean, speaking of retakes, though, I saw also at the start of the game, Team Heretics wasn't doing their fair share of that as well. One of the first attempts at A through lamps was abysmal. Like, you don't even have to go in there, and I know that Sideshow pointing out on the cast about the placement of the mosh pit, but I have to agree with Mimi about how that last round was a big story about how the entire game went. It was sloppy, it was back and forth, you couldn't predict it until the very end, just because it's just individuals shining at specific moments.
Yeah, and speaking of individuals, Miniboo, though, what a time for him to come alive. We heard it from his coach, Neil. He is not just the frags. He brings so much to this team.
Yeah, and we also heard it in the PMI. He wants to feel like he can be the best duelist out there. There's so many conversations about other players up there, especially in his own team, right? But he wants to be part of the conversation. He wants to get this trophy to prove it to himself.
He absolutely does. And I mean, facing Kong Kong on the other side, I think he has to. We hadn't seen as many of those star moments from Miniboo this tournament. I think a lot of it has come down to being very much a system player, getting traded out in a lot of these rounds. Yep. But the games where he is still playing that hyper-aggressive style, setting his team up for success, but also winning a lot of those opening duels and having those individual impact rounds as well. When the game is getting sloppy, like you were talking about in this match, Steel, it is really important to have him playing like this.
I was going to say, when you get into these really sloppy fights, I noticed from the side of Team Heretics, they would be fumbling around with their abilities. Like, some people would be taking out ability, like Dizzy coming out or Molly's coming out from Boo, and the only person that's really on point with how they're able to handle that chaos, situations get really messy. Miniboo does shine on top because he's so quick, he has to be as raised.
I mean, as we head on to Abyss, though, I am worried for EDG. Yeah. That is not the way you want to lose on Bind, and you saw it on the faces of those players. They were annoyed, they were angry. Of course you would be in that situation.
It's heartbreaking because you can tell that the pressure is getting to both of the teams. So both of them losing the advantages, losing the ecos, not being able to think through. They already knew that they have a very strong post plan, that they have to deny those positions and they have to do it faster. And moving on to Abyss, it becomes even a bigger concern.
Well, to tack onto that point, it's all about that resilience. It's about, as we talked about, the ecos happening earlier. If you lose a bad round because a Molly gets blocked or because you get ecoed by sheriffs, being able to bounce back and get that next round right after and mentally reset is so important. And we're seeing that from both teams throughout, and we're going into map 5. That's good to have.
No player on that stage has made it to one of these stages before. None of them have made it to the top 4 of an international event in Valorant until they made it here. Sure, there were the earlier moments for Team Heretics when they were playing in Shanghai, when they were losing in that final. But now it's champions, it's another level, and they have to be thinking back to those second place finishes, using that as motivation to come back and really lock in for this final map here.
You can use it as motivation, but again, is the ghost on your back thinking, I already made it to that map number 5. I was here in this position, and the pressure took the best out of me. We're saying they do not want to come second again, but they're clinging to the situation right now. They should be very comfortable about Abyss. I think that the loss that they had against Leviathan yesterday has to do also with the composition and how we're trying to deal with it. But it is not something that we're going to see from EDG.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like deja vu almost. It was Heretics that was on the receiving end of it. They looked
tidur ya, Be. Aduh, boleh deh, tapi nggak tahu ini live-nya mau.
They were in as well this year, but EDG, they've never even played a best of 5 on the global stage. I just want to make sure that they're not going to be boomed going to this map.
Well, boomed is definitely not what you want. When I look at these teams, though, and I look at how the games have been progressing so far throughout, starting from that Haven, even especially in that Lotus, how these big team brawls happen. Pound for pound, these guys are toe-to-toe with each other, and it's difficult to predict how things go, and it does come down to these clutch moments. So what I look for in this next map is that endurance race is about how they're able to stay collected and which team is able to build momentum, a string of 4 or 5 rounds in a row instead of just back-to-back or 2 rounds at a time switching it off.
I mean, we've question the stamina of Team Heretics as we take a look.
Ini apa-apa nih, Abyss anjing.
We know what this comp does. EDG surely will have some answers as well.
Absolutely. I mean, both these comps play a very similar style. For me, a lot of this is going to come down to
Sentinel itu, LG.
teams when we saw them play, especially against Leviathan, struggled with how that Harbor comp was taking space in that area of the map. I think providing pressure there is so important to winning on your mid-round on Abyss.
Yeah, and when we talk about the pressure, we acknowledge Benji's playing on the Cypher, but EDG does not have that Sentinel. We need to see the value coming out, because I think that for EDG, this double controller suits them so well. They're trying to replicate a little bit of what they do on Lotus.
When they can slice up the map like this and force the fights, which they have been really good at, that's when things get worrying for Team Heretics, especially at that B defense getting split on from middle. That's what I look for Team Heretics.
Well, this is it. No more room for mistakes. It all comes down to one final map, and the winner will be our 2024 champions. Give it up one last time. Show some love. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Excited to get into this one. It's the crowning moment for one of these teams, but on the other side, it will be bitter disappointment.
And if you think about their stories, EDG getting crucified by their fans early this year, failing to live up to expectations, they rebuilt, kicked the door open here at Champs for Chinese teams at international events. They've shown, they've proved that China can compete for trophies, earned that respect on par with any other region. But Heretics, they are the China Slayers. We saw that at Shanghai, defeating all oncomers from that region. And they've learned so much from the grand finals at Shanghai. You can see it in the way they play, in their tenacity, rather than the manner in which they fell over in that prior grand final.
That's what I mean. There's a certain resilience now about this Heretics team. They know that they are capable of lifting a trophy. It's all about learning from those moments, and they appear to have done just that, bringing us here to Abyss, a defining map in our grand finals.
Look at how EDG takes space on this map. It's all about the smokes. They smoked over towards B and A main, normally where you would see defenders put the smokes, just so that they could take control. And that recon dart also gives them priority onto angles.
Priority almost paying off. Miniboo has to activate the dash. Drop down to 1 HP.
Benji gonna get challenged here.
He's holding the slightest of off angles here with a knife. Activating the cage. He's going to be hiding in this one. Here's that timing and strikes right where it hurts. Kang removed. Chewing up these players as well, but he's just going to try and survive with the flash in his face through the backside control. He can lay claim and lay waste, but Chichu is doing exactly that on the other side of things. A cracked wide open. Rotations are forced, and damage still yet to be done. Nobody. He's creeping, crawling forwards, finally reveals his hands. He's using the dart to try and get ahead of the timing, but he's dropped instead.
That's way too aggressive for nobody. He's just giving away the advantage.
Oh, but Smokey's there. Miniboo! The return of the fire. The return of the shot to 2v2. Anyone's game here for the pistol round.
Nobody's distraction, though, has given these players so much space to go and play with. Chichu's post-line position is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And somehow Miniboo and Benji are reading into it. They're slowly clearing this.
Slowly clearing, but damage needs to be done. Benji Fishy doesn't account for Simon. Once more, this rookies in a team closes out a round, a necessary one.
It's a bit messy for EDG, but you can see the game plan working fairly well. Oh, what a time into a chord inside.
30 seconds left.
Astral plane there.
Aku sambil make up ya.
Boo completely caught off guard. That's the same kind of timing that Boo himself likes to take on the lurks. Surprised he got caught by that one. Look at that, smoke's being thrown. Astra smoke on B main, Omen smoke on A main. Makes it very, very difficult for Team Heretics to contest these lines early on. And then when they hit the sites, they can still use the Astra stars as util, like stuns in certain areas. You can stun nade, stun shock. You'll still have enough smokes. The weakness of the composition, of course, is that they don't really have that flank watch, and it's something that they had to adapt to over the course of the last time they played it.
Satu orang sedang menonton siapa?
Well, Benji makes a good go of things. Chichu saved by the concrete.
Take flight.
Nobody going for that re-clear out through mid. See if they can take some space. Who
Boo himself looking to potentially take that timing, but no. Instead, the stack over towards A, which the gamble will be incorrect.
EDG looking like they're going to get a fairly easy opening here on Abyss the first couple rounds. Dodging those thrifties that were nightmarish on Lotus and Bind, actually.
Yeah, it's going
both
back and
teams
forth all the time, right? Weapons dropped off. Chichu doesn't want to risk going down here.
Spec mereka?
Simon goes for the plan as well. He's going to be close.
Oh ya, emang menang ya.
There. Cosmic Divide. One away now.
Mana? Oh, EDG. EDG kenapa menang? Enggak,
Cosmic Divide is massively impactful on this
iya kan,
side as well.
kalau nggak kill minimal mereka incer
throwing it down to be able to get cheap.
They realize it.
Anjing mereka ini.
Yeah.
Tetap itu sih.
Gak mau ngasih kill lah.
Ngasih kill.
I think it is the right play in that moment, actually.
Kalau mereka nggak bisa mati sama bom, mereka
deny any like shields or anything like that, but the likelihood of you actually being able to do a lot of damage when you've already given EDG full site control. Kind of callous though to send Dizzy in there as well. No need for that, in my opinion.
Dizzy doesn't do to deserve that. No retrieving that here, bottom of the pit.
Yeah, the real game begins now though.
Yeah, Mini-Boo rifle in hand, alongside Woot. It's a double up, I believe. Hilo set up, and they're going to try and catch this corner with a recall star. Shot that two alongside that flash. This is a little bit precarious as well. These players are going to be trying to match. Hold him beside there. Kang seeking to dash into play, but already dealt with. Dart into one of the players. Woot is tucked. It's at the tipping point here, but he's able to escape in kind.
Yeah, well escaped actually. He was under a huge amount of util pressure there. I like the idea from Heretics. They doubled up on the ult orb, thinking that Shishu was going to play around for it.
Right there.
Uncertainty though, but orb's going to be picked up. Knife is broken. Mini-Boo is low enough still, trying to at least remove one of the heads of these players. EDG do not like what they've seen. Still, they don't have control of the map anywhere else. They're grouped up here for very much an all-in over towards B.
I think Mini-Boo's got to be hitting those. If people are walking into his crosshair, you have to be good for it. This is the final map of the grand finals of champs. You cannot let free kills escape.
Boo. Great timing on the swing, a little bit labor with the follow-up. Unable to achieve second kill that he was hoping for. Stars rejuvenating. Mini-Boo, talk about heating up. And he will turn up.
Back with a vengeance.
I have the spike.
An impossible task for Smoggy here. We're seeing quite a bit of EDG trying to sneak through along this back pillar route. The more damage he does, the better it is. But he's not going to be able to get even the plant down. Well, I mean, he'll go for it for the money, of course, but not to extend the round.
Into the tail end. Not the worst scenario.
Yeah, it means though that he has to keep the Guardian. Oh no, he gets the upgrade at the end as well. Not bad. Yeah, this is what I was pointing out though. Kang looking to try to jump into B along that cliffside is a little unusual. Great shots from Mini-Boo. He needs to be playing well. He was fantastic on Bind. Really stepped up for them. One of the biggest reasons why Team Heretics were able to deny EDG the trophy, at least for one more
bilang aja,
match.
siapa yang menang di akhir.
Apa?
Ntar bilang aja siapa yang menang di akhir.
Gue aja mau cabut aja.
Team Heretics, though, had a huge defensive anti-strike to try to deny Chichu the ult orb. Well, now he has it.
Cabutnya stream.
Divide. What is Team Heretics game plan around it? We're seeing teams
keluar dulu.
put smokes down so that they can walk through the cosmic.
Malaman baru follow lagi.
What teams trying to run?
Kalau follow bilang aja. Paling gue ikut atau.
EDG trying to ensure that map control is still potential.
Tapi kan nanti mau main akun bronze deh.
Through. Somebody getting cheeky. Shot gets rid of the cam, so it's exactly the intent. Remove the question marks, or at least create them on the side of Heretics. Make them re-explore.
And this area of the mid is so important if the attackers are able to take it. It cuts off those defensive rotates.
Kalau e-sport nggak terlalu suka yang mobile.
Gak ngerti, bukan nggak suka, nggak ngerti mainnya. Paling nanti kalau udah ngerti mainnya gue juga bakal kecanduan kayak main Halo anjing. Tapi mending gitu sih, gue cukup di follow aja, jadi duit gue tuh abis di follow. Kalau misalkan gue nambah game lain, nanti top up game lain juga gitu, ngerti nggak? Main COC yang game gampang aja gue top up anjing, beli itu battle pass-nya. Lo tahu itu game Discord yang berkebun?
Iya tahu.
Gue aja juga top up anjing. Bentar, aku mau off cam lagi, aku mau berdiri soalnya.
Nobody offers up the kill anyway. 7 bullets remaining. Chichu knows the play is live.
And as he backs up, this is going to be a tough situation for Benji.
Definitely is. On top of it, tap to force out the first round of this. Position to be played. Cam catches it! And Chichu catches a bullet straight to the dome. Benji pulls off the almost impossible.
2 years ago, this guy was here as an influencer. He was invited to come and attend Champs to kind of introduce his Fortnite following to the game that he'd started to play. Did he rely?
So good. You're very good. You're a very good player. I'm proud to play with you.
Did he rely on his following and his clout to get him into a big team? Did he surround himself with stars in Valorant? No. He grinded tier 2. He got himself onto a rookie squad. He wanted to prove himself, same as anybody else. My God, he has been.
Yeah, hard work has followed this Heretic squad all throughout this year. Polishing their play, honing it.
Yeah.
It's a deadly edge to this Heretic squad. You can feel it now with all the experience that they have got themselves in. Shocks close to cleared away once more, but it's Trip. Lay it down at the feet. Cosmic Divide will ensure that they don't get spammed down. That's precarious. Kang drifting off to the edge there, but the plant should go down without any problem. Simon lays it down onto the floor. 5v5 still, and the flank is being watched ever so slightly. Still, there's that uncertainty you can see. Heads on a swivel. Minibu's scared of the punish.
Yeah, the start not being laid down here on the spike, actually. Whoa, they did not expect Kang.
Kang's laying claim towards the back of the side. Nowhere clearing. Minibu has to strike. Spraying down. Survival is necessary.
Chichu.
Enough for the fire from behind. Rian's now sticking. Pull is late. Half already. And up onto the flank. Chichu has bought him an opportunity. And no one can stand against that.
The two Smokes players pinching from either side. Shutting things down, showing you the power of this composition that EDG has brought out on Abyss. Chichu was so far away, properly baiting his team, but in a way to play for that post-plant clutch factor.
One enemy remaining.
I think EDG needed that one after what Benji had done to them previously. It's also knocked the economy, though, of Heretics. Even though Benji won the prior round, he was the only player that stayed alive. EDG's economy looking good. Null command available too.
Plenty of action up through mid. Minibu might be unaccounted. Bladestorm in his hands, flash in his face.
They've definitely seen him in this spot, though. The question is just how you deal with it. I'm not sure that you really can. You can obviously stun this position. If it was only Minibu on his own, you could easily deal with it, but you're worried about other people swinging off his contact.
Smoggy. All to get himself out to play this one, a full 5-player hit. Dart up and over. Peace of mind towards the back of the site, the plan. Nothing to deny it here from Heretics, but up onto the flank, Minibu has to be the playmaker. Smoke's fading, Kang hard committed. No one to play off of him. Looking to take these angles, but it is risky. Play like this, forcing them out into the open, updraft dash and away, but somehow missed the mark in the timing. EDG, they contain the flank, but the flood is now through. Heretics, out through the back now, Smokes and Stars, placed down, trying to divide and conquer in through the map, but Chichu again. It's a 3-piece into the round and Simon to end. 4 rounds now for EDG.
It's looking even better than the last time we saw them on Abyss, in my opinion. EDG had already demonstrated that with this new composition of theirs, They've got a lot of nice execute ideas. They've got good post-plant ideas too. But what they're adding in here is
Gila coy, jago.
concept of that little pressure towards mid that we've seen on other rounds. The
Halo.
the awareness.
Sanigo itu bacanya. Kamu kapalnya One Piece kah, Sanigo?
EDG is getting better on a map as the tournament goes on.
Oh yeah.
When it's the decider. And Heretics, they have struggled a little bit here, but I think a lot of that they put down to playing against the Harbor that Leviathan had brought out. The thing is, Lev were using the Harbor to go and take mid control, and that's kind of what EDG are looking to do in some of these situations as well. How would the Heretics respond?
Absolutely. EDG themselves as well had to adapt over the course of a series on this map. On Abyss, they came up with the right answers. Buddha has an ult in the back pocket. This is Team Heretics with the timeout. They have to stop the bleeding in its tracks. It's the last map of the Grand Finals, the last map of your year.
Incredible that you've even managed to stretch the year to this length, though. These are our last two teams remaining. And you might have been able to see it coming a little based on Team Heretics' upsurge at the start of the year and their Shanghai performances. EDG have come out of the blue. You know them from previous years, but this one would be a surprise.
I think even for the most die-harder fans, nobody was expecting this. EDG not missing a beat. It's just that here.
It's so tough to deny this space from them. They're just ready to execute in any round because you can't take away A main.
Yeah, no pushback, damage done. Stray bullets, Rians really needs to be careful here.
Playing in Benji.
Flashes out and through Benji, in through the back once more. Shock darts, laying down the damage, laying down the bullets, but it's just a bit delayed. Rians can't quite deny that one. And now the Thrash, trying to play them back in, it's still sprayed down, off to the side, collecting these kills. Dissecting the map, Heretics are trying to flood their way back in once more, but Stars are laying down, darts revealing all. Post-plan util for days on EDG's side. It comes down to the shots being hit. Wu with the defuse. Once more to pull in sight. No half obtained. And drop down to the wire. Hunter's Fury will close with no issues at all. Wu is left to scramble. And EDG holds strong.
Heretics have not come up with the answer here. They can't figure out what to do against EDG. It's so difficult to anchor onto the site. Everybody's coming in immediately after Kangkang. Kangkang's being supported by recon darts, flashes, stuns from the Astra as well. And if you can't anchor, well, can you try to retake against this? It's very difficult. The post-plant power is super good from EDG's composition.
Flood defending, good luck. Map is ginormous. The economy is booming for EDG. It's a 3-round lead. Looking to keep it going, looking to maintain it all the way through.
I think this is a nice adjustment from Boo, this smoke that he's put down over towards B. Because it tries to keep EDG back a little bit. They've been aiming to take that space themselves. But if they're worried about somebody pushing forwards and playing inside the smoke, it will stall them out a little. But I don't think that's going to be the key difference to Heretics winning the map. It's just a small piece of the puzzle.
Got to come up with answers outside of a round like this where the money is not.
And I think they need a fundamental change because otherwise EDG looks super comfortable.
Just going to give them B main, A main control the whole time, as you were already talking about.
And mid as well, though.
Yeah, you're letting them just explore every single option.
Yeah. Here they smoke off mid. Now, whether or not they're going there or whether that's just to pull people towards the center of the map for the defenders remains to be seen. But you see that Heretics, they are just sat back pretty passively. And okay, this one's an eco, but it's reminiscent of how...
Alan, kamu dicariin sama Wingman.
I need to see them get...
Wingman katanya kangen ngobrol sama kamu.
Nice pushback, Dash is active. In through, there's a slightest of timings, but Rian, the shot just missing. Defense in ordered here. Simon just pushing back the invaders onto the site. It is theirs. Rian's ult just popped off. It's a winnable scenario on the kill.
Iya dicariin. Tuh dia pundung di belakang. Kamu nggak pernah datang ke sini.
From
the brink. Heretics found their answer.
Lagi winning.
There's no way again! Reminiscent of Haven, the EDG are losing these rounds to the clock. Heretics throwing that utility in perfectly, but even seeing that as a win condition, as an opportunity,
that takes
to
a lot.
me is ludicrously good. I didn't think there was much they could do there to stop that from going down. But with such little time, Rien's found that denial. And
Anjing, mati.
what, 0.3 of a second?
So close.
What a MasterCard Thrifty.
Heretics
Ya soalnya yang aku harapkan bukan wingman tapi dia.
the adjustment that we were perhaps looking for.
Emang dia kemana?
Defensive setup, but mid is open as a result of it. Just the one trip to watch. It's still.
Sorry.
Point.
The trip is desperately important here. Do they see it? Yes, and before they run into it too.
Broken. Mid compromised, pings already.
Pergi sama yang lain, aduh.
Over towards A.
Udah kamu sama wingman aja.
Monitor these connectors now. And you probably have to go for a re-clear, but that's difficult with Mini Boo opping.
How do you clear through the fog of war? Smokes at their back, Benji Fishy. Here's the dash. Knows his time is now. That's a mosh pit that he just kicks right into their face, and they weren't perhaps expecting that. Still, Spike dropped down to the feet. The side opened up overwards, at least B main. 3 versus 3 though. This is rapid by Heretics. Looking to shore this one up. Potential for the flood, but an off retake, as you mentioned, is never ideal. Whips it around him, but he dropped. 2v2.
Here.
Not willing to give up that operator just yet, Kang. Down onto the bridge, almost takes the timing straight past the Dizzy. He's causing all sorts of problems, mischief right now, and he just needs to buy time for Simon.
Kata siapa wingman cowok, wingman cewek coy. Nih wingmannya bentar ya.
Still here to play, still here to win a trophy.
Anjing. Itu feeling
They're not creeping close, so they're galloping towards it at the moment. They've knocked Heretics down onto another eco round. This one, that mid-pressure once more, the macro, it's looking lovely. Nobody's calling is excellent here on the attack side. Even with Mini Boo hitting the quick scope, EDG still get themselves into a spot where they're able to convert. Perhaps if they in that round, if Boo had been able to win his fight,
Wingmannya kangen sama kamu.
1 and 8 right now. The IGL struggling to get a grasp on the game and a grasp on his gun.
Cewek.
Just not seeing it. Tiger up 2. Trip's gonna be broken. Boo under all that pressure.
Dia nggak punya titik tuh, dia nggak punya titik berarti dia cewek tuh, gak ada titiknya.
1 kill before the fire is returned.
And this time,
Ya, emang kalau man itu selalu cowok.
I wanted to see them get aggressive on defense. The problem is the map is so big.
Yeah.
It just takes so long for Mini Boo and Woot to pull off this flank.
By the time they get into this fight, time, as you said, already ticks off. Could be missing the mark on some of this one here. Smuggy's got a lot to watch for here, but same could be said for Heretics. Dizzy though, spots it out still. He's expecting it. And lay claims to their life. 7-3.
Edgy win kah coy?
Are not being stopped by anything at all.
Edgy nih mah.
Heretics need a game plan adjustment. They've got to figure out a solution here if they want any hope. If Bind is to mean anything, they need to figure an answer, because EDG's composition, which is pretty unique, we do not see other teams running this kind of comp. It's just been unstoppable on their attack side.
Maaf Alan, maaf ya tante, nggak sengaja tadi wingman-nya yang ngomong, bukan aku.
It's the second timeout burnt. Final map here. It's all on the line and more. It's your entire year culminating. As I said prior, I have a bitter disappointment where you can revel in the glory of a trophy lift that you've only dreamed of.
Kan wingman manusia, orang ada man-nya, man itu manusia coy. Dia bisa berubah jadi manusia kalau dicium. Edgy menang sih. Tim Edgy kah bang? Ih, bobanya kebalik.
I promise you that trophy, it's equidistant from both teams on the stage, but every time we look,
Nobar VCT bersama wingman.
Willing it in their direction, the fans, the players.
Lah bisa kocak.
I think this round is everything here. It's the difference between a 9-3 or possibly a 7-5 recovery for Heretics.
Enak aja, nggak boleh nanti wingman-nya nangis. Kamu mau tanggung jawab kalau dia nangis.
Trials and tribulations all across the map.
I was watching EDG the last time they played Abyss. Smoggy actually ulted onto B rafters as part of their exec. So don't put it beyond EDG to do something absolutely nuts here with it all on the line.
Bit of presence from EDG. I think they're worried about the reclear. Woot has the thrash. Leaving Simon, spike in hand.
They've seen this trip before up in mid. I'm surprised they're not sending a shock to try to clear it.
That's easy enough over the top. Don't have to open up your body to it.
Setting up for the A split, which we've not seen very much of. Nobody in mid, nobody to try to punish.
It's a fake, I think. Potentially trying to pull these players for Simon to capitalize, but no, the call is cancelled anyway. They want to take this one in the direction of A. Bodies are still lining up. Reinforcements arriving here in the footsteps. It's a rumble! And a scattered fight indeed. Skirmish to be taken. EDG! A striking right where it hurts. Nobody's detained. But honestly, again, the scaling that's required. Touch to the side and the weapon's right out. Ready to strike. Boo is dropped in place. And Mini Boo left with it all to do. It's just not possible. Woot the Wonder Boy. He'll make a good go, but that is just...
They're really the shit.
It's impossible to get past at this point.
Tadi aku mandi, udah selesai mandinya. Jadi dihapus.
Empowered.
Nah, dah hilang.
Taking all of that mid control. Setting themselves.
Makasih loh Alan sudah ngingetin.
No resistance from Heretics. When two players went to go and re-explore, I don't think they were expected to see 4 of EDG there. They thought that was setting up for an A split. They thought they caught the timing and were starting to rotate. Around the map. They're not playing aggressively enough on the defense side, and they're allowing EDG to run over them.
It scraps with the bye. Final round of the first half of our final map of Champs 2024.
And this drone is going to spot an open site. No defenders, no anchors. Nobody team.
BB ini cowok, aku cewek. Wingman-nya juga cewek.
Spike exchanges of the hands. You hear these footsteps and have a tap as well, seeing what the reaction is, and maybe counter spam. Push back posture, Boo can't stand against it. Cosmic Divide though is ready, lying in wait.
The protocols are so good from EDG.
Terbangnya dikira cowok.
By this.
Benji though, up onto the cross.
Alan, kamu udah makan belum Alan?
Be that delayed pressure, presence, potential. It's all going to be removed now, and you can try and flood these players right back in. G2, spammable angle, finally removed. Front of the site is theirs, and here is the old Cosmic Divide. Has to be you, Simon. What is that?
Kanan bener sih, itu mah klov ya.
Wingman onto the defuse, Mini Boo sticking already. Hold the line, cross.
Belum mau makan, tapi belum mau makan.
Granted that final.
Belum mau makan.
Nggak
mau makan gitu, tapi malas ngambil. Oh, belum mau makan, tapi malas ngambil. Itu harusnya abis kata belum tuh ada titiknya tuh.
It is desperately.
Oh, dasar kamu Alan.
EDG fully in control, within touching distance.
Males ngasih koma di kocak.
Dua sama. Ya.
Real Chay.
Setelah EDG.
Tapi gini, apa? Berapa? 84 ya? Agak riskan ya. EDG kalau mau agak lebih leluasa, mereka harus menangin 2 round pertama. Ya, gimana ya kan ya? Gue nggak bilang EDG kalah di map 4 bukan karena emang salah mereka sendiri sih. Itu Tihe emang agak lebih step forward aja deh, one step forward. Ke save molly itu.
BO berapa sih? 5 ya?
BO 5
BO 5 kan?
Follow tuh lebih lama daripada kalau misalnya ML kan bisa BO7. Wajar lah.
Potentially looking at one of the most important pistol rounds of these players' careers. 10 of them on the stage.
Wingman dah makan, udah dong, nih dia lagi megang minum, abis kekenyangan dia, jadi dia sekarang minum.
They've been in tough spots before, they've been in losing positions in grand finals before, but they need to find it within them to dig deep, because otherwise KAMU is literally going to be that close to the trophy. KAMU is also only 3 kills away from...
Nyoba makan wingman deh. Aduh, jangan. Kamu jahat banget. Hi, how are you? I'm good. How are you, sweetheart?
Players within touching distance, I think I'm right in saying.
Ini map berapa?
Even matched
last
it,
map.
actually.
Last map.
Abis.
Penentuan ya?
Ya.
Penentuannya abis.
But it seems like they might be breaking history
I'm
in
fine.
every single way.
Yeah, also me.
Wah, anjing Smogi, cok.
Smogi, Simon sama Ciko lagi step forward.
After this streaming, I wanna hang out with my friends. Watch party. Yeah.
No to that trophy striking at distance.
Buat di atas loh. Ini di atas ini.
One cuma buat Smogi.
In their sights, KAMU taking that contact.
Enggak buat si KAMU.
Backs himself down now.
Itu bukannya agak ini ya?
Need to be settled here.
Udah kelihatan. KAMU bisa melihat mereka nggak bisa lihat KAMU.
Oh.
Aja, tapi aku iblis dari Demon Slayer, suka makannya itu aku.
EDG looking for information in A.
Kamu jangan makan aku ya,
Throwing that recon dart out. Nobody.
Nanti kamu dimarahin sama
Wingman.
Aduh, mati dong.
Simon looking to explore mid.
Simon.
Kiboy!
Recognizing that this part of the map super
Simon!
important.
Simon!
A lot of.
Yeah, with the jiggle.
Satu mon aja mon. Satu aja mon. Aduh, mundur Simon.
Pings it out. Sees his space, puts the warning sign onto the minimap.
Oh.
Team Heretics, they're pushing back.
Mereka open gitu cuma buat mikir.
Sorry.
Aduh. Walawe.
Rotates all the way through spawn. The same can be said for KAMU and Smoggy.
Sorry.
Aduh, ini susah sih.
Nobody in tissue on an island.
Jadi guys, streamnya aku udahin dulu ya.
The play was being made.
Aduh.
Nanti streaming lagi. Oh, bye. Wingman say bye. EDG coy. Dia menang. Bang, gue cabut ya, ini streamnya gak gue matiin kok. Gue FK-in di Discord.
Broken clear.
Bye. Paling nanti balik jam 10, jam 11-an.
It's a perfection from EDG.
Udah ganteng, aku menonton di jalan.
Benji itu ke bawah. Nice.
EDG get up to double digits.
Nice.
3 rounds away.
Apa? Ken.
They were 3 rounds away on Vine from being able to win this tournament. But at that point, they were not in the driver's seat. It would have taken 3 cleanly to get to overtime and then to win. Here, Heretics are 6 away from even tying the game up.
The energy in the Inspire Arena.
Cina pernah menang champion ya? Belum ya? History bin match sih. History bin match.
It's up to Heretics to put a stop to it.
Ayo EDG, bisa yuk. The first China champion.
Rifles to play around with.
No.
Taking A main control, looking for information over towards B. On this map, those lurks often super important, but he's a player that hasn't particularly been able to get online on the map.
Buntu.
On the defense side, brutalized, currently 3 and 13.
Heretic buntu, sumpah.
Assists as he has kills.
Tapi buntu banget gak sih Heretic?
Buntu banget.
But Heretics are going to hope that they survive on attack. This Boo calls Rien's over.
Mau kalau dibilangnya
kerasnya kayak these players rooted to the spot.
Enggak.
Kelihatan Smoggy tapi Kangkang ready, Cuk.
He already thought it was a fake. Actually, he started rotating away when it was only the drone.
He was dodging out the sideline.
Bingung nih sekarang nih, gimana cara TH mikir
susah. Hanya masih ada star.
Hanya masih ada si Chico sama itu loh. Chico sama siapa? Chico sama Simon.
Utilis prime and ready.
Mereka entry pun udah langsung di scan.
Tembak dong.
Players on either side here.
Oke.
To meet that one with the dizzy. Pound for pound, bodies are gonna drop him.
Woi. Woi.
They combine their minds. They drop these Heretics players dead. Time against them once more. Needs to get this kill and will do just that.
Masih no time. Oke. Anjay. Ngeri banget, Cok. Buntu udah.
Sumpah, untung si kakak pakai stinger, Cok. Sumpah, itu menang ini banget.
Those kills also break the kill record in a global event.
Udah tadi bolak-balik nonton MPL bangsat.
Wah, wong Cina tampil.
Story.
MPL gue udah selesai nonton gue. RQ udah menang, Cok.
Udah RRQ, gue nunggu dari RRQ anjing minggu ini cuma sekali doang najis.
2 years later, Valorant, in case you missed the memo.
Yo, satu lagi yuk.
Ini last match MPL ini apa BTR.
Heretics are going to go for the Cosby divide play, looking for the plant, looking to try to play the post.
Fast and loose. But it's what they require in a moment like this. Up and over, Cheech needs to stay alive in this time, but already Dizzy up and around in his face. Kills are collected at least. With Cheech dropped, there's a chance. Plan already down for Heretics. Fields a good for here. Well, plenty more bodies left to meet them. Spamming away, Mini.
Allah.
He's done enough surely for them.
Sabar.
Rifle picked up, but the damage done with those two players dropped. He's got to be feeling good about it. Players retreat, EDG realizing.
Jangan di overextend, jangan di apa.
Give this one up.
Udah
play for it in a future round.
Mau kelihatan nge-save dibilangnya ini nggak apa-apa dari save weapon save ini.
Every round is going to
feel cuma butuh
like a
orang lagi buat
mountain to
championship.
climb for
Literally buat
Heretics.
menang champion.
They need so many of them. This one,
Keng kasih OP kasih Keng.
they're not going to have an ultimate like that to work with every day of the week.
Oh bisa deh, dia kan bisa beli.
It's another Mastercard. We've seen so many of them. So many of them in this grand finals.
Dia harus beli up satu.
But you can't rely on that. You cannot have that be the only kind of situation.
Udah bad mood semua itu, Cok.
Cast caution to the wind. Go for it when you have rifles online as well.
Round by round, basta okay, focus.
Udah bad mood semua itu.
This is called for by Minibu.
Udah EDG bisa ya.
Mental mamut sih.
Nggak tahu bad mood atau fokus, nggak tahu dah.
Hold up.
For Kankan to peak
masih
immediately
bagus
by the look of things.
ininya.
Now are they doing enough contact instead?
Nah kan mau nge-push nih si Keng nih.
A Dizzy, a recon.
That gives them
okay.
actually the right timing. So Paranoia probably talking about this. Yes, it is. Gives his way through.
Udah.
Response. Heretics push back. Defensive play of EDG.
Cuma ngeluarin flash buat nge-backup juga.
Rattling out either information or commands.
Oh enggak, Kangkang nggak pakai OP.
Heretics winning that
Dia tetap my shift dulu.
Pendulum does swing in terms
Susah
of
sih.
momentum. The
Percaya
economy as well on the side now.
12 bisa discard dikit.
Money to work with, but the issue is the rounds. It's not exactly there.
Tapi rugi nggak sih kalau misalkan ngebuang si ini dulu pas yang omen, soalnya kalau KO kan cuma 2.
Iya sih, sebenarnya kalau dibilang agak rugi sih kalau misalnya mau.
Ini kan KO aja tadi mah, jangan omen ikut.
Trying to get ahead of the curve and ahead of most of these players as well, but barrels out. Instant trade. Woot is good for it. Star up and over. Trying to stun, trying to stay alive, but against that, it's an onslaught. It's overwhelming. Simon back in the fray, and the fight but dropped at a moment's notice like that. This is Heretics again with an open answer to this B side.
That Mosh lineup is really good for being able to deal with the way that Chishu wants to angle.
Nyari bunuh kali, kalau dapat satu atau dua dapat bunuh kali.
Banyak duit. Cuman si Smoginya nggak ada.
We've seen nobody go for plays like that where he tucks inside a smoke, and to be honest, even on the pistol round most recently, it did actually pay off for him. He got out.
Ganteng banget Recon, Cok.
This time 1-for-1, and that trading from Heretics that they rely on comes through. They actually need those.
Nice.
Really important. Look at Smoggy's credits.
Kalau commit mati sih.
Got nothing to work with. He at the very least needed to save a gun. Kang backs off.
Nice.
Wandering, bit of waiting for the Santos Taylor. Collect that kill. Keep it as a consolation prize.
The benefit for Heretics here is they're generating these ults. Perpetual motion machine, you can definitely keep it rolling.
You can to some degree, yeah. They've got Hunter's Fury online for the next one. Nobody also has that to respond with. And the other big thing to keep in the back of your head here is that Jishu actually has a Cosmic Divide for retake.
This could be the day I die for you.
Who needs an opening ceremony? Get these guys out here next time.
And if that's volumes of the state of mind of these Heretics players. That's the difference for them. Heretics now, once more with a tempo. They might have been looking to strike that dart. Lands up towards heaven.
This is all a fake. You see the spike going in the opposite direction here.
Yeah, sails over. And
it's a really convincing fake, though.
Of course, it's got 3 players behind it.
Aduh, si Kangkang gambling mulu.
Avail. He's not going to be getting any action anytime soon.
One of the problems with this round. Hello, the spike's coming back over to this side of the map.
What is it called?
What is going on here? Boo's changing his mind.
Player, bro.
One of the weird things is that Heretics like to play offside post plants. They love them. You can't really do that this round. You're just going to end up locked away. That Cosmic Divide up in your face is going to be very difficult to play around. So
kalau main
aggressive post plants
benar-benar ngeserat doang
for Heretics. And it worries me that Boo is so far away.
Ketahuan kan.
What a mistake.
Ketahuan.
Stack of players now coming. Dart. It's going to be
Banyakan gambling sih bocah.
Untouched, and Chicha on the back as well. Good with the aim, but still damage not enough done. Hunter's Fury, if nobody is let loose, it's
mati.
Plays in the kill collected, but used in kind by Rians. It's not all that they're going to have here.
3v3 nih.
Ulti kemana?
And EDG, they can pounce on this. They can claim that 12.
3v3.
They can back off sight. Jishu fell in the midst of all of this. No Cosmic Divide available.
Simon masih ada ini.
Potentially overzealous. Past their own tricks into the backside controller. Paranoid sweeps his way through and cuts out those angles. Dart up and over. Swing from Benji. Who provides the finishing cover. And the firing line is there. Simon can only do so much. The position like this.
Banyakan gambling sih Kangkang. Dalam aja Kang.
7 rounds for Heretics. If you're going to make this happen, if you're going to try and deny history being made, it has to be on that basis, 1 round at a time.
Begitulah.
A jump scare there for nobody. I expected everybody on Heretics, I'm sure.
Biasa
Post plant.
ngambil high risk high reward, cok.
Benji Boo spring out of smoke. Boo living up to his name. EDG are taking attack time out here to talk about things.
Kalau Vandal Prelude tuh.
I was trying to complete a bomb for so long and I kept dropping my gun.
Nanya kayak gorila anjing orang.
Guess that'll happen when the nerves are coming out.
10,000 screaming fans surrounding you.
And these players can't afford to think about how big the match is, but we get the pleasure of doing it.
Gue kaget anjir, Leviathan kalah sama EDG, cok. Lagi rapi sih mainnya.
Talking about him as being the main character of this arc. When he first started playing Valorant, he was just a boy with a dream. He really was so young. And throughout his meteoric rise in China, to his explosive entry onto the global stage, and then these scarring defeats earlier this year, I feel like he's been adapting, persevering. He's also grown into the one man who could actually fulfill that young boy's dream. There's only one Kankan. You see it in the fact that he set the record here in this match, performing in every single map.
Oh, yeah. It's poetic, I think. This matchup here, Heretics. They got brothers in arm, quite literally brothers in arm. Miniboo and Boo aiming for that trophy, trying to take a stab at it. And Kangkang himself has been carrying the namesake of his brother this entire time.
Iya, dimajuin lagi.
All for that trophy lift that both of these teams are going to be hoping, praying for. A play made, dash forwards, Kangkang. It's lighter weaponry to work with. Benji Fishy has to hold back the line. Overwhelmed and swarmed. Too many bodies. The Blade Storm is unleashed. Kangkang trying to make the most of this. Right there behind them. They've lost control of the flank. Heretic. Have to keep a watchful eye on this one, but options available if they want to flip the map.
Concealment.
Low enough. One bullet will do him in. Kangkang aims to do the most, and an open sightline head is found. Out for the side once more. Boo. Swings, perfect timing, but leaps into the fray and wasn't expecting that. Smokey. Fully aware.
Rians di belakang.
Potentially accounted for, maybe heard the footsteps, maybe not.
Nice.
Not too sure still.
Oke. Mati tuh orang.
Time is ticking to do it all. Thrash in hand.
Aman ada TP, relax.
You can see the delay. Up and over the TP.
Boys. No time tapi Cok.
Dapat. So close.
Dapat.
He's got it. It's milliseconds.
0,12 Cok.
120 milliseconds away from taking EDG to tournament point. A sloppy post plant gets the job done and denies that round.
I'm speechless.
Hampir Cok. Dari tadi bagus sumpah.
It's no stranger to coming down to the wire.
Simon agak ini mau nggak sih?
Do you think he was confident?
Tadi yang di mid tuh ngebuang banyak ini sih.
Oh iya. Itu ya ini Benji ya.
Iya, bingung anjir tapi.
Final round of blind.
Ciko di beat mulu anjing.
4 rounds in a row now for Heretics and the Red Bull clutch. They can't even believe it.
Nice! Let's go! Control is shifting for EDG over this series.
Tambah lagi EDG.
Troubleshoot.
Is that an arena dipped in red, I see? Is that a tech pause once?
Kemarin second mouse-nya mati anjir yang di icebox Cok.
That's what I'm being told.
Lawan siapa sih? Ini ya?
Lawan EDG.
God, we were talking
EDG apa TH? TH kayaknya.
in the action at cup.
Yang mau ngebunuh Neon udah ke flash, tinggal di spray dong mati mouse-nya anjir. Sen banget Cok, jadi kalah ronnya.
Sunset. One team
sampai dibanting sama dia.
in control. That was EDG at the time.
Tapi mau nyalain panitia juga nggak bisa, mouse mereka kan.
Iya, bisa.
Cut the tension with a knife. The people in the arena don't know whether to start cheers or to chew the ends of their fingers off.
Oh yeah.
Because it's so real, the
Yuk
possibility.
bisa yuk, apak yuk.
EDG were fully in control, and now they're having to avoid letting it all go away from them. We're back in.
Yeah, straight back in. The timer is ticking. Kang hyping the back up, keeping them.
Ini harus nyalain rokok dah. Nih, gue nyalain rokok menang nih.
Like you said, the comeback is very much on. It's very much real.
Itu bisa nggak sih kayak timeout sambil ngerokok gitu? Cabut dulu keluar aja.
Slip away. Mini boot. It's a rapid play from Heretics. He's going to be leading the charge once more. Blade Storm dash to the side. Evacuation. Caught on either side. Up and over though. The high ground perch and potentially the danger zone. Dizzy up and over the top. Connections abound. Heretics are dropping them all in their place. It's Rians. Watchful eye onto all the angles. He dominates them onto the side. Simon to respond, but it's only the one. Ult is available in the back pocket. But do you choose to use it? Do you choose to commit? Heads available, ready to be popped. But it's all Rians and Woot. Side by side.
9-11 lagi.
Slap them down.
Ayo bro, jangan buang Ron, anjing.
Playing next to the Lithuanian brothers in blood, Heretics. They've just come out with another blinder. They've taken the final kill, denying a crucial gun away from EDG. Chishu has no money to play with. They could try to scrap together a buy, but it would be an ugly looking thing. 5 in a row.
5 in a row. And I was so ready to tell you the story of heartbreak for Heretics. A squad that has got so close in the past with rookies on this team. Honed and polished over the course of the year. And it was looking like they were going to be denied that chance at a trophy. But fate wrangled, twisted out of the hands of these EDG players. The pressure shifted onto them and can step up to the moment. Dash to avoid. Gang. These monsters what
Pelan-pelan kangkung, pelan-pelan. Anjing nggak napas gue coret Cok, sumpah.
Bang, anjing.
On Lotus, they ended it on a 3.
Anjing.
Here, one
ini working Cok.
pop off.
Gile.
In competitive Valorant in VCT. Global's regional.
Ganteng banget kau bang.
Guy's
Ganteng banget. Ini langsung OP nih. Langsung OP nih. Bisa.
The aura to back it up.
Bisa grup.
It's the impetus now.
Bener kan? Gue setel rokok menang.
Breaks with that 4-piece.
Kontol.
Harus
already
gitu dulu
tell
ya
the
gitu.
story of heartbreak for Heretics. I hope you didn't
Setel rokok menang anjing.
Oh no.
Filter efek kah?
Still there.
Iya. Ih kretek nih bos.
Anjing.
Kretek nih.
Unhack bos.
Touching distance.
Kengkeng kan kayaknya kretek.
Kang in hand, the signature weapon. This man right here. Been highlighting him, been gassing him. He's going to be under that.
Tembak aja, Keng.
Nangis.
One shot blown.
Pulang. Udah dapet dua.
Wah, anjing ini apa, Cok?
And a chisel. Slowly etching away the potential for EDG to make history for China. A trophy lift insight, re-into the plan, Cosmic Divide, providing that safety. But it fades away. And a reset called for. Players still here. Plenty of time. And shut. Simon with the sweep.
Oke. Oh.
Attempted to know. Quick scope in block.
Gila. Kasih tau, Keng.
To push them back and away. TP's up and over. No kill.
Wah, mampus lu, mampus. Mampus.
Squat.
Let's go.
History been made good.
EDG bro. Setelah digadang-gadangkan Genji PRX cok. Ternyata EDG break the curse man.
Tears that Kangkong's been holding back. He said he wouldn't cry until he'd won a championship. He didn't just win today.
Siapa sangka anjing.
Nangis, Keng, nangis, Cok.
Udah pasti nangis.
Tears on the other side as two back-to-back grand finals fall away from Heretics. Heartbreaking fashion. But the bitter taste of defeat in Shanghai swept away, cleansed from the palate.
Nangis.
One sweet sip.
Nangis aja, nangis. Yang nangisin.
For EDG.
Genji langsung ini cok dengerin bunga matahari anjing. Ceritakan padaku
finals.
Bagaimana tempat
came so close to that glory. Right, literally that touching distance. Today, fortunately for them, not to be their day. Instead, it's EDG, a trophy lying in wait.
It's theirs. China has the hunger. Viewership records are nothing compared to the appetite for trophies, I can tell you that. And it can never be sated, that appetite. The high that they're feeling now, I'm sure is...
Bye, Benji!
EDG, back to the climb, ever chasing. And this is a squad that knows what it is to chase.
Wih, Heretic jersinya bagus anjing.
But what a year they've had. This team is one of the rookies to make two grand finals. Other teams would kill to be in spots that they have found themselves in this year.
Bitter for them to swallow. They'll be thinking about this moment for quite some time. Respect shown between these two teams. EDG, though, are the stars of our show.
Gila sih.
세상이 알립니다. 2024년 발로란트 챔피언 에드워드 게임!
Anjay, guys.
Udah nggak ada lagi cok tontonan cok. MPL doang sekarang.
Yes, keren. Gue sebenarnya kalau dibilang pick M gue jelek, gue nggak masalah. Kenapa? Karena sumpah unexpected banget tuh.
Udah paling bener dah EDG opening video 2024 ini aja keng tuh.
Kang and the rest of his squad have finally lift the trophy. Not just for EDG, for the region as a whole.
Yeah. Nangis.
2 years late to the party of VCT.
They were playing catch-up. People thought it might never arrive.
Penantian.
But I'll tell you right now,
berapa tahun tuh anjir
EDG
penantian
have arrived and they are here to stay.
Championship.
Kankang was talking about holding back tears at previous events, but there's no sign of that on his face today. Smoggy overwhelmed in the moment, as you'd expect. But this squad, they look like, for the most part, they are relishing the moment.
Oh yeah, it's got to be cathartic.
Surrounded by fans, traveled from far and wide.
Smoggy lah, gila lu.
History made, it was history.
Cico, kalau Cico Smoggy
here to play in this arena. They've never made top 4 before.
Smoggy di
Kankang
never lifted a trophy, not on the global
pilarnya EDG anjing.
They never made top 4 before, and they weren't content with stopping at that point. They broke past their limits all throughout this tournament. But the trophy was the sole goal, and they knew that they were capable of lifting it.
An unbelievable game that we had, ending here on Abyss, with so many players from EDG stepping up. Simon too deserves talking about. This guy turning up to his first ever international event. He lifts the Champions Trophy.
It's an unbelievable story. One that most players dream of. But for him, it's a reality.
Anjay.
For EDG, it's a
reality. Wong Cina tampil.
No longer that distant dream of when they will be able to hold a candle for the rest of the regions.
China are here. For some esports, there's a before and an after. When certain regions, Korea, China, whichever it might be, get involved, it's very possible that we have been living in the before.
Oh yeah.
We may end up looking back on this years from now as a turning point. With the viewership, the player base, the size that it is in China, EDG could just be the first. But what a first they've been to not only open the door, which is what Kankang said all along. Their job was to open the door for the whole region. They booted it open, slammed it down, crushed Heretics underneath the other side.
They carved the path out wide in the open, as you've already said. They made plays, they adapted. They overcome as well difficulties that this squad has had after Shanghai. Any hurdle that faced them. A lot of teams would drift into despair. Not EDG. They rebuilt, they were reborn from the ashes after crashing out. And now, they'll send it down to the floor for the Verizon post-match interview. Let's hear from the winners themselves. EDG, your 2024 champions.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, joining us tonight will be Valorant Studio Head Anna Donlin and Global Head of Valorant Esports Leo Faria to help us congratulate our champions, EDG! 네, 우승팀 시상에는 애나 donlin 스튜디오 헤드 e스포츠 글로벌 총괄님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다.
Aku mau.
Congratulations, EDG. Guys, let's hear from the champions. Simon, I'm gonna go to you first. You joined the team just a month ago, and now here you are as the world champion. Not everybody gets to do that. Not everybody can do that. So how does it feel to be the champion of the world? 사이먼 선수 불과 한 달 전에 팀에 합류해서 한 달 뒤 이렇게 세계 챔피언이 됐습니다. 아무나 이렇게 챔피언이 될 수 있는 건 아니잖아요. 지금 기분이 어떤지 물어보고 싶네요.
赛梦选手之前其实才刚刚加入到 EDG， 你就站在这里获得了世界冠军的头衔，不是所有人都有机会能够做到这样，也不是所有人都能做到这样。那现在站在这里，你的心情怎么样呢？
很激动，也很开心。然后我能站到这里，也是因为他们。就每个人的努力，对。
I'm really happy and excited. I'm here because all of the effort from my teammates.
너무 행복하고요. 그리고 사실 이렇게 챔피언이 될 수 있었던 공은 옆에 있는 선수들에게 모두 돌리겠다고 얘기했습니다. 이어서 스모기 선수 만나볼게요. 눈물이 멈추지 않는 것 같은데요. 눈물 뒤에는 어떤 의미가 있는지 모르겠습니다. 스모기, I see tears. It's an emotional night for you. Tell us, what's behind the tears?
Smoky 选手，我们可以看到你非常激动的流下了泪水，这对你来说一定是一个思绪万千的夜晚。能不能告诉我们，在这眼泪的背后代表着什么呢？
我觉得我们太他妈不容易了。
Gak ngerti loh. Ya udah, ngomong dulu.
Iya, dia terharu banget sih,
Udah. Ya, cicilan Kredivo masih numpuk.
Udah menang goblok.
然后我觉得团队里的所有人为了这个梦想都特别努力。
Ganti apa ganti yang lain gitu ya. Orang lagi nangis.
Kasian tuh si Smoky anjir.
Lagi nangis udah dulu apa? Kasih yang lain gitu.
From Istanbul, to now to here, it's freaking hard for everyone, and it's because all of the effort from all of my teammates.
Dia terharu banget.
Every one of them.
Nangis terharu banget gitu.
진짜 이스탄불부터 여기까지 오기 쉽지 않았거든요. 스모기 선수 말로 존나 힘들었다고 합니다. 근데 팀원들이 한 명 한 명 너무나도 잘해줬고 너무너무 고마운 마음이고 이 팀원들 덕분에 여기까지 올라올 수 있었다고 얘기를 했습니다. 옆에 있는 칸탕 선수 만나보도록 할게요. 눈물은 흐르지 않네요. 사람들이 정말 챔피언은 그냥 태어나는 게 아니다, 만들어진다라고 얘기를 하잖아요. 칸탕 선수를 챔피언으로 만들어준 것, 그 빛나는 요소는 뭐였는지도 묻고 싶습니다. 칸탕, no tears from you? But they say the heroes are not born, they're made. So what was it that made you into a world champion besides the trophy itself?
康康今天没有眼泪哦，没有哭哦。他们都说，其实冠军不是凭空而生的，而是锻造出来的。那你觉得是什么成就你成为了冠军呢？
我觉得这个东西有很多吧，像我的兄弟们、我的家人、我身后的无数个人，我支持我的粉丝们，还有以及 VCTCN 所有的队伍，他们都在我们背后，我们为什么不能拿这个冠军？
My brothers, my families, my friends, and of course, all of the fans behind us, and finally, of course, all of the teams from VCTTN, all of the supporters behind our back. Why can't we get this championship?
Okay, one more sentence. 现在世界聚焦于 CNFPS.
And now, the whole world gonna focus VCTCN FPS.
정말 많은 것들이 있었다고 합니다. 형도 그렇고요, 가족들도 있었고요, 그리고 이 팀원들도 있었고, 그리고 무엇보다 중요한 거, 이렇게 중국 리그를 응원해주시는 분들, 중국에 있는 모든 팀들, 그 모두가 하나가 되었기 때문에 이런 사람들의 응원과 그리고 관심이 있었기 때문에 어떻게 EDG가 우승을 안 할 수 있지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 하고요. 거기다가 한마디 더 붙이겠다고 했습니다. 이제 전 세계가 중국의 FPS를 집중해서 볼 것이다 라고 얘기를 했습니다. 이어서 노바디 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 이젠 그냥 노바디가 아니에요. 세계 챔피언입니다. 지금 이 순간 어떤 생각이 떠오를까요? Nobody? You're not a nobody. You're a world champion. What's on your mind right now?
Nobody 选手，虽然你的 ID 是 Nobody， 但你绝不是一个无名小卒。现在你是世界冠军了，有什么感受呢？
我从未想过这一天来得如此之快。我现在只希望今天晚上我睡觉，明天醒来，这不是一场梦。
I never think this day will come that early for us. I just hope today I go to sleep and tomorrow I get up. I hope this is not a dream.
이렇게 빨리 우승이란 순간이 올 줄 몰랐다고 얘기를 하고 오늘 일단 너무 피곤하기 때문에 좀 잠을 푹 자고 내일 일어나면 이게 꿈이 아니기를 바란다고 그 정도로 믿기지 않는다고 얘기했습니다. 이어서 치추 선수 만나보도록 할게요. 오늘 굉장히 많은 것들이 일어났고 또 특히나 우승이라는 타이틀을 거머쥐면서 가족분들도 굉장히 자랑스러울 것 같습니다. 지금 이 순간 세계 정상에 서서 세상에게 어떤 이야기를 들려주고 싶을까요? 치추, a lot has happened tonight. You guys are the world champions. You made your family very proud. So while you're at the top of the world, what would you like to say to the world?
球球选手，今天你们获得了世界冠军，你让你的家人们都为你感到了骄傲。那今天站在这里，成为世界之巅的那个人，有没有什么话想要对全世界说的呢？
我觉得这个现在亚洲已经有不少队伍拿冠军了，我感觉就是整个亚洲不弱吧，而且不要小瞧我们。然后我觉得我的期待还有一个大师赛的冠军。
There are a lot of teams get to championship from Asia, so I think don't look down us. I mean, I still need one championship from Masters, I think.
From Masters, okay?
Yes.
이렇게 아시아 팀들이 챔피언스에서 좋은 모습, 저력을 보여주고 있으니까요. 다시는 이제 아시아 지역 무시하지 말고 치추 선수 같은 경우에는 마스터즈 트로피 한번 들어보고 싶다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이어서 먹을 감독님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 감독님, 중국 지역의 첫 번째 트로피입니다. 올해 초 이렇게 선수들과 함께 일을 하게 됐을 때 이렇게 우승을 할 거라고 예상은 하셨는지 그리고 도대체 어떻게 하신 건지 물어보고 싶습니다. 먹을 first trophy for CN region as a whole. At the beginning of this year, did you expect this to happen and how did you do it?
Margo 选手，这是我们 CN Margo 教练，这是我们 VCT CN 的第一座冠军的奖杯。那在今年年初的时候，你就有预想过我们会拿到这样的成就吗？以及你们到底是怎么做到的呢？
去年在洛杉矶看的那场决赛给了我很多力量，在那个现场，我当观众的瞬间，看到那个决赛的舞台，我当时就在想，我什么时候能站在这个上边？然后就是这个幻想这个瞬间的无数个日夜吧，给了我这种力量，能让我跟这个队伍一起拿世界冠军。
Last year, LA champions, I was sit there like as an audience, and that moment, the grand final, and that moment gave me power. And the day and night, we working hard every day, and kind of using this kind of power, and with every teammates with me, and we finally get here.
사실 지난 LA 챔피언스를 지켜보면서 관중석에서 봤는데 뭔가 굉장한 동기부여가 됐고 뭔가 알 수 없는 힘을 느꼈는데요. 그때 느꼈던 그 감정 그대로 정말 여기 있는 선수들 그리고 감독님 모두 열심히 해왔고 또 그때부터인지 EDG의 힘을 키워가면서 오늘 이렇게 결승까지 와서 우승을 이뤄냈다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 EDG 선수들 그리고 감독님 만나봤습니다. 다시 한번 박수 부탁드릴게요. Give it up one more time for our champions, EDG!
Ada coach EDG apa?
Thank you everyone, and that's not all. Stick around because in a couple of moments we will be announcing our first Valorant's most valuable players. See you soon.
We will be indeed, but first, EDG, they did it!
What an insane series, all the way to 5. Abyss, like I said, it's the new split, only bangers on that map. Kong shatters 2 land kill records, dropping 111, 26 first kills. This is insanity.
I think also the people, the crowd were living every single one of the rounds that we were seeing. Yes, there was madness left, right, and center, but they worked so hard for this for such a long time. It is so good. It's so rewarding to finally see them achieve it.
The dream realized for EDG. When we first had Kong come onto an international stage in Istanbul, everyone was wondering why he had his name. He said it was to live out the dream that his brother had and keep his IGN in there with his own. And now he's done
done that. He's lived that dream, and he can say that he's a world champion.
He can indeed. He can indeed. He might even get another award. Who knows? Because we do have the first ever MVP award coming up here at Champs. There's been a few voters from a variety even members in our community, including on-air talents, co-streamers, members of the press, and more as well. What do they win, you might ask? They will be winning a custom designed and handcrafted bracelet by Gold Art, a local Los Angeles jeweler. Like I said, this is going to be a custom Champs branded, highlighted in a 22K gold inlay mixed with some diamond paved jewels.
Oh,
there's a prize.
All I'm saying is, I know of a player that just won a trophy that would rock that bracelet, because I have seen it. I've got a sneak peek of it, and I think there's someone, you know, that could do it justice.
Does his name start with Kung, maybe? And end with Kung
Z,
as well?
yeah.
No, it actually starts with a Z.
That's crazy.
I mean, like I said, a variety of the community voted. I'm very, very, very excited to see who will be the recipient of this award. So without further ado, let's send it back down to the stage for the presentation of the Champions Seoul MVP Award.
Leo and Anna to give the most valuable player award to 2024 발로란트 챔피언스 MVP는 캉캉!
Wih, Kangkang cok MVP-nya cok.
Kangkang MVP dong. Kangkang MVP cok, bukan semua MVP kok.
Congratulations, 캉캉. That is the MVP award, the bracelet. You like it?
Yeah, of course. I think it's really cool.
Berapa tuh?
Gelang cok.
든다고 하는데요.
Woi, gelang coy.
Wow. That's my pleasure, I think. Yeah. Appreciate that.
네, 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 캉캉 선수. 챔피언 타이틀뿐만 아니라 오늘 MVP까지 가져가게 되는데 반짝반짝 빛나는 게 참 예쁘네요. 지금 기분이 어떠신가요? 캉캉, not only are you the champions of 2024 Valorant champions, you're also the first ever Valorant MVP. I see the tears coming through now. So, how do you feel right now?
我觉得我现在的心情，我想用一首歌来描述一下。我从山中来，带着兰花草，家中无富贵，口袋无财宝，寒风中自古情为好事。
Malah nyanyi bangsat.
我的明月处，用兰花换金肤。
I
want to use one song to describe my mood right now. I'm from the I'm from a mountain, but I came with my family. I came without wealth, without any value. Maybe there are wind, cold, freezing me, but I'm still gonna working hard and insist to the end.
지금 캉캉 선수가 자신의 기분을 노래를 통해서 표현을 했는데요. 노래의 가사는 산속에서 멀리 가족도 버리고 부도 버리고 모든 걸 버리면서 나의 길을 가는데 비바람이 몰아치고 나를 힘들게 해도 나는 계속해서 나의 길을 걸어갔다라는 내용이라고 합니다. 그러면 이제 하나 받았으니까 앞으로도 몇 개나 더 받고 싶은지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You have one now. How many more do you want? How many more are you gonna get?
就像我跟我的兄弟们说的，我就刚刚张超在哭嘛，问我为什么不哭，我说我们肯定不止这一个，对，就像我跟我哥说的一样，我跟我哥说的是，郑明佳，我肯定不止这一个，我还有更多。
Like I just said to my brothers, Smokey was crying. He asked me, why you're not crying? And I replied, because I know we are more than this. This is not only one for us. Like I said to my real brother, my older brother, I told you we're not only this. We are more than this.
It's just the beginning.
Yeah.
아까 선수들도 그렇고 스모기 선수가 울고 있을 때 살짝 팀원들이 물어봤대요. 왜 캉캉 안 우냐, 기쁘지 않냐라고 했는데 그리고 친형한테도 이렇게 전한다고 합니다. 지금 울지 않는 이유는 이 트로피 하나에서 그칠 EDG가 아니기 때문이라고 합니다. 이건 그냥 시작이고 앞으로 굉장히 많은 트로피들을 가져갈 거기 때문에 이건 그냥 시작이다라고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 캉캉 선수 만나봤습니다. Congratulations, 캉캉. Enjoy tonight.
Yeah, appreciate. Thank all of you guys. Love you guys.
And that's a wrap for us here for our VCT 2024. Thank you, all of you, for all of your support. We'll see you next year for VCT 2025.
Is he not just the coolest, greatest person in the
He
world?
has 1 million aura. It's unreal.
I
It's
said it in
unmatched.
Tokyo. I said it at the start of the day. This is the best player in the world in every single metric. He's unhateable. He's just nothing but lovable. He puts up insane highlight reel plays on the biggest stage in a best of 5, going the distance, breaking records, and he's still humble at the end of it all.
And he puts on a performance in the server.
Literally.
And then goes out here, sings the song, hypes the crowd up. I mean, what can't this guy do? Such a deserving win for him.
And he pulls off the bracelet.
I don't think that there was a thing he could say or do on that stage that we'd be surprised if the people would not go crazy about him for such a long time. You will go to an international event, you go up against China. This is the man you want to go up against because of his attitude, because of what he does on the server. But he is also that guy. He is him.
He's an icon.
And
He
he
is
has
an icon.
defined
He
his
is the
region.
moment.
I mean, since the very beginning. Champs 2022, when we first saw a Chinese team play on the global stage, it was all about Kung Kung. 2 years later, when he lifts the first trophy with this EDG team, it's again about this player.
This is the cutest thing ever. He ran over to his teammates and be like, look what I got,
yo. Best believe I'm still bejeweled.
Still young, but yeah, this guy, he's got to get a solo trophy lifted, or he wants to do it again with the team. Either way.
What's crazy is he's a team player too, despite
Yes.
being so good. He's the guy building up his teammates, keeping them in that long, drawn-out final.
And again, that's kind of been the pivot that we have seen from EDG, that change that allowed them to unlock this potential to go this far, to be able to become champions. It was just not just about enabling Kong Kong to be that superstar player. It was about him really working alongside the rest of the team to bring them all up.
And just think about the rest of the year as well. I think that FPX had a few fair shots, right? They should have made it out of groups in Shanghai. I'm going to see 3,000 times. Trace making it out flawlessly out of their groups here. A lot of questions, but in the end, EDG had to become the first Chinese team to lift a trophy, and they had to be the champion.
And they did it in the first year of the VCTCN League.
Yes.
Which is insane. They were competing before that, sure. But this is the first year where the competition level at home has been high enough to push them. And you've seen how much they've grown because of it.
And where it's been regular as well, because, you know, previous to that, it's just playing in, you know, different tournaments and whatnot, but now they have the actual league, and they've been able to utilize that to improve. I mean, as you mentioned, FPX and Trace, we've just been seeing VCTCN grow insanely across this year, but it feels like EDG, we're growing at an exponential rate comparatively.
And what I love about these boys is every single time you ask them, you know, what would it mean to you to win a trophy? What would you like to say to the fans, etc., etc. They have always unanimously gone with this narrative of, we want to be able to open a door for the region. We want to set an example because we believe in our region, we believe in the other players, the other teams, so they can also come here and win trophies as well. And I think that might just happen.
As Sideshow mentioned it, he said that exact thing on that cast, and he said they have just absolutely blown the door off its hinges, and they have. I think that this is the beginning of a flood here for the VCTCN region internationally. I think that this could very well be the start of that dynasty that
Trace
EDG is seeking.
No. FPX, I'm telling you, at some point, FPX is going to go back in top, and then someone is going to be like, oh, they already won a trophy.
A different FPX.
Yeah, different FPX.
And I mean, the moment is, of course, going to be a lot about Kung Kung, but you have to talk about the other players too. Nobody, his first event as an IGL. Simon, his first global event as a player in his first year as a Tier 1 player in the VCT, and he's here lifting a trophy.
It's insane. I mean, it's the shades of what we saw from Karen lifting the trophy over in Shanghai, just having that rookie run to be so dominant, to be able to get the accolades and lift this trophy at the end of it all. It's insane. And I think that the other thing to keep in mind is just how many changes the team went through overall to get to this point. They changed their IGL. It went to nobody. Halong stepped back to be an assistant coach. They changed the coach. There's been so many things for them to be able to persevere to not just have a decent performance, a better performance than what we saw from Shanghai, to lift the damn thing. It's just beautiful to watch.
And doing it against a team that has become so beloved by fans all across the world. The performance, the hair. I know that we're going to be remembering this. We'll talk about this. It happened again. It went to a map 5. And we saw them being devastated. And we know it's very difficult to just come and say, just think of the year that you have. Think of the things that you've accomplished. We are very excited to see EDG in 2025. But my God, are we not excited to see the second year on this team? Heretics as well.
Rookies going in as well. It's heartbreaking that the record that they break is the first ever team to lose back-to-back international finals, but they still had an incredible year. But for EDG, just what an incredible moment for these guys. I'm just even more excited to watch VCT for 2025, to watch CN. We went into this year with no Asian team ever lifting a global trophy, and now Pacific and China have won it to close this year out.
Can we just time travel into like next year? I mean, just get started
fast forward a little?
It's going to be like, you know,
I would love to, but we still have Ascension, we still have Game Changers. The year is not done. The year is not done. But thank you very much, Achilles. Thank you very much, Kakuka, and thank you very much, Mimi, for joining me for today. Before we go, a big thank you to everyone that came out to see us at the COEX Atrium, the Inspire Arena, the FanFest, and everything else this year. Thank you, everyone in the community as well, our viewers all around the world. We will be back next year. GGW, and we'll see you then.
All roads lead right here to Seoul. You got 16 teams from 4 international leagues that have survived a year-long gauntlet. It was all for this moment right here. A shot at winning the sport's biggest trophy and the right to say the words, I am a champion. This city is freaking awesome.
This is the home of esports,
Damn
and
right.
so this is going to be a great event.
We have honestly the most incredible matches we could get to kick things off.
Your boy's going to be dripping quite a bit today.
Still, Caron, drop towards the back, texture, phantom play! And that's a 4-piece, Ace stolen away!
Locked in already, and Benji Fishy left in an impossible situation. And iYoung looking for the ace, he's got it locked in!
That just goes to show you how intense it is in the building.
Start going. Chaos enacted. The rest of his team now following suit as well. They want to get themselves into the action, into the fray. It's Kesnin overdrive in his hands, and he's lighting them all up.
Happy birthday, Tom.
Has technology gone too far?
Oh, it definitely has.
Oh, no. It's like a horror movie.
Position known, finds the first, finds the second, looks for the third. The stick being held, he's spotted it, he's got it!
I'm coming for you, brother. I'm coming for you.
As of course, Bosa came prepared with some celebrations.
I don't get any of this. This is impossible.
Why aren't you going through?
My pet hamster wouldn't predict this either.
Ahead of that trap wire actually does get him through B main. Why is he, however, able to find one as Bosa's just going to be taken down? He actually counter punches, does manage to find Hero. Spots him again, finds a headshot on the Durga, slides back through. Overdrive going to be popped. You can tell how badly he wants it. And Wisey has gotten it.
Oh, but who the... Billy.
I'm a hater.
King steps up when needed. His 4th kill. The ace locked in.
I am the undisputed back-to-back champions qualifying GOAT that came last place last time, but this time it's not last place. Yalla boys. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Maracas!
Thanks, playing elusive, playing the time, playing it to perfection. Get to the kill. Classics all day long. Where were you when Trace Esports took down Team Vitality? I was right here.
The numbers are confusing me, people.
What is it? It's like a cookie, but not a cookie.
Yes.
And Buzz instantly finding 4 on for an ace, and he's got it.
Let's go!
I prepared a Korean song for you to sing just in case we go karaoke together.
Hey, Sentinels fans, chill out, dog. I don't know,
listen.
like, relax.
Yeah, John QT over his shoulder. Can John do it on his own? He's gotten it down to one. Connecting, and it will be the Red Bull clutch. Sens City stays alive as they take down FPX.
What a comeback. Avant-garde? What is an avant-garde?
Now does it swing though? Billy's starting to clear out, but Heat's made it here. The whole crew is on site. Crew making it through at the very end there. Billy are going to be devastated with this one.
I did forget to roll my arms at all times, but
You're scanning me. Which, by the way, I welcome it.
So the Nightfall scattered through! My goodness, Center delivers that death blow. Vitality survive.
Facing elimination, they've sent Talon home in their place.
Lev or PRX is gonna win champs.
Now, this I think...
Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer.
Cena takes away Jing, and now the crunch through the TP. They get the man back on cracks. Follow up.
by one.
Paper X sending foot all the way home.
Come on, man.
Trophy.
We're connecting.
개 못하네. 개 못하네. It means you guys so bad. 개 못하네 is all I need.
Gen.G doing their best to keep this thing up, to keep it competitive. They're gonna have to navigate the pit. Every single member crumbling. Tonight, Soul burns red. Sentinels survive.
And this one was really, really tough. What a fight from Gen.G.
Roy your R again. Okay, you roll your R? I'm so proud of both of you.
They now know the heroes on this side, as is Chronicle. They've got their work cut out now, but it works so well. Hero's been good at this. He's been a monster at holding these down, but under such scrutiny. Pressure! What pressure? Hero up to the death.
Hero, my goodness. I don't know what's happening.
Fnatic, hell-bent on revenge, and God, do they get it. Crew started out looking blisteringly hot, Josh, but then it fell to pieces.
He's alive! Oh, Wingman is back! Mimi and Sideshow were trying their best to kill him, but you can't keep a good man down.
Look at the dart, look at the paranoia. Calm catching one on the way out. Spam's coming through. Calm has to play this so carefully. It's only one found. Calm's gonna have to get an ace to win the round! And he delivers for Lev! A statement made from the #1 seed of America's unbelievable performance. They're playoffs bound.
But what a great showing from Vitality.
Good job. Well done, gentlemen. Well done. You accomplished a great feat today.
It's almost theirs for the taking. No force in sight from PaperX. Not opting into this one. They need the guns, but it is just shambolic. Smoggy. Pure mechanics on display.
Nice.
Destroys the hopes and dreams of PaperX. Knocks them out of groups. Revenge has been earned.
Are you oiling up?
Am I oiling up?
It's gonna get oily.
This is where the problems start to stack. Fire in line, sticking it forwards. Now the defense needs to come online, but again, bullet straight through the wall. And then Foxy9 even falls. DRX leaning up the lower bracket game, and it does mean that Trace, unfortunately, will be eliminated. A lot of the people did comment how cheap it was. And listen, what can I say? I'm a cheap guy.
Oiling yourself up.
You're on it.
And you
You're
and
on it.
Sideshow just going at one another.
Listen,
Put your hands on top of one another.
Okay.
And then
Still work to be done. Poster has gotten it to half. There's the flash. There's the swing. And Chronicle gets all three. Heartbreak for G2. The orange and black banner waves on.
I asked him what the diapers were for, and he said they contain my full power so I don't completely poo on these kids.
Come on, Len. Where are you? I'm in the market. I'm going shopping, bruv. And what's on the menu? Sentinels.
Can the man become a monster? It looks like he might be able to. The gap closes 15 HP. Paint shell to the left. He looks... Oh, it's outstanding! The roar of the crowd reserved for the special few. And Sentinels is that team. And Fnatic, they gave it their all.
We're so good, 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 we're so good.
Benji, fish it,
Against Flashback, but cannot find the kill. Wingman able to find the stun, mini move slides up into his face, and cleans up two.
Let's go, we need to play.
As Team Heretics take down DRX, they punch their ticket into the top 4.
You can see what it means to Mini Boo.
I love Red Bull. You keep paying the bills, just keep it up. I'll drink 20 of them.
This is for a shot at the grand finals and of course the opportunity to make history.
Kong will be able to put down King, but Ospas with his own knives is starting to take things down. Swap over Ospas a little bit faster on the draw.
You gonna be there?
Where?
Anyway, Potter is.
Hunter's very opened up, looking for the interrupt here on the plan. The re-swing, the re-snap. It is history continuing to be made as EDG takes China further than they have ever been before.
Like los niños, you know, we gotta take care of the boys. If he was allergic to hazelnut, I would know.
Yes, they might both think they are the lower bracket on Demons, but they could only be one.
Look at that deadly little duo. You don't want that. You don't want that. It's tens all day. Oh, don't go for the knife. Do it. Why not? Why not? It is you, Tens. He's him. He's absolutely him.
Com's got shocking energy and Zel's
Wow.
aura. I don't know.
Here Rienz is waiting. And we know what can happen. Rienz just racking on body after body. Conscious of death. How can we do this? Oh, he misses! In the final moment, Heretics burn Sens City to the ground!
The grand finals is on the line. Just one best of 5 stands in the way.
Takes strides and takes down Rienz. Oh, what a follow-up! Perfect shot. They are clearing house. Leviathan are here to play.
Here's China. What is that next to them? It's the goddamn Pacific Ocean. EDG. Boom. Pacific.
This falls. Now it falls towards Boo. Gets overwhelmed. Dex clearing house. Put it on the top of the box. The numbers stay with Heretics. Mini Boo draws blood. Rienz. Heretics line him up and knock him down. Heretics in name and in nature, defying belief and lock in the grand finals. And on the other side, Lev, a team who've been made for greatness, and they got this close, so damn close.
Pacific fans, rejoice!
Yes.
We have another trophy.
No. Here's the deal.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for, the deciding best of 5 for the biggest trophy in Valorant. EDG taking the stage against Team Heretics. It is time for the grand finals of Champions Seoul.
Commanding presence of Boo and Mini Boo, brothers in blood. They're looking to dish it out on this site. Players revealed and the swarm has arrived. Down from the side, Warlord, Hunter's Fury, there is no escape. A mad dash and scramble, but an electrifying finish here to Haven. Heretics taking map number 1. Tries to reset with the aim. Actually dropped down to his knees. Chichu! Mini Boo now revealed off, and heads popped off. Chichu's not stopping. Spots it out, now another reclear call. It's Gang, man! He's barely on any sort of life at all. Running him down, hunting him down. They wanted to get that ace. 13-4, and Lotus on the cards with an even up scoreline between both of our teams. To draw this core, oh, the play's being made all across the board. And could we have it any other way? He's overstaying his welcome, swings potentially, footsteps down! Simon, 13-9, Lotus is theirs. Heretics carving out chunks and pieces of the map, but are being met here, at least the firepower. Chichu cannot spray them down in time. Positions watched, but lucky to draw there. Util out into the hands. Spamming, praying away down to the 1v1. Simon has got to do it all. A tap and a shot landed. Thrash is there alongside the Seas. His players need to be defended. Woot steps up to the challenge, but dropped inside. Kang trying to will it forward. Fuse denied, but the shot's online. They don't have it. Time. It's not online, man. Heartbreak for EDG. The tiniest of differences. And Heretics, they will it forward. We are going to Abyss. Kang's laying claim towards the back of the side, nowhere clearing. Miniboo has to strike, and up onto the flank. Chichu has bought him an opportunity, and no one can stand against that. Play was being made here, and they've lost control of mid into the process. Oh my God! Nobody! Shifted onto them, and Kang forced to step up to the moment. Dash to avoid, and shots are fired. Kang! He's monstrous when he gets going!
After 4 years of hard work, of blood and
sweat today. I finally see that time for the tears that KangKang's been holding back. He said he wouldn't cry until he'd won a championship. He didn't just win today. He sealed, signed, and delivered the game for them at the end there on Abyss. But the bitter taste of defeat in Shanghai swept away, cleansed from the palate. One sweet sip of success from that Champs Trophy will make all the pain worthwhile for EDG.
Thank you, everyone.
I really want to thank you all, like everyone from everywhere, literally.
All the pros, appreciate all the VCT fans.
Thank you to everyone that has been watching the series, been watching VCT.
Thank you to all the fans who show up to the games and watching online. Appreciate the support.
Thank you for the all fans who is watching us and who is watching all Valorant games.
Thank you everyone for coming here to the arena, for watching at home and just like watching Valorant.
Yeah, thanks to all the Valorant fans for supporting.
You guys are kind of the reason we have a job.
Without you guys, we're basically nothing. We're always trying to put on a show for you guys and bring the whole shebang for you guys.
Hopefully you're cheering for Sentinels. If not, it's okay.
Sentinels.
Sorry.
Thank you all to all like Valorant fans. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for supporting this game, and thank you so much for supporting us as well.
I love you guys immensely. I also hate you guys because you're so mean. But I love you guys all at the same time.
And there wouldn't be champions, there wouldn't be masters, there wouldn't be all this beautiful, cool production that Riot does for us if there wasn't such an amazing supporting fan base.
We appreciate you guys so much.
We're gonna keep doing our best for you guys.
I wish you the best of good luck with all your grindings.
I think I can say from all the Valorant pros, thank you guys.
Thank you guys for all the supports.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Big heart. Can't make it. Let's do this.
All thanks to you boys. Thank you. And girls as well.
We are not making any money off this show. I can guarantee it already. But that's not an excuse to get silly before things have even begun, okay? Okay, everybody? Now, I'm joined by a rabble today, an absolute rowdy rabble. I got Achilles on the left-hand side of me. I got Matthew C. Elmore as well on the right-hand side. A pleasure to have you again. And Arden Issa. How is everybody doing? Are you all in that, like, post-glow from champs, or you're in the, like, post-land depression? What's the vibe?
Option 2.
Well, you weren't
there. Yeah, I'm aware. I remember.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to put it like that, but like, did you enjoy watching?
Yeah, we gotta go. I went to one of the matches at the Shrine, and then also went to the forum for the finals match. So it was really cool to, you know, get to experience everything as a loser like I am, and you know, just it was a good time. The guys got to go. Most of us went. People saw us around. Some polite gentleman driving down the street was like, "Go EG," as he saw like all of us driving down the street, and I was like, I feel like that's a little uncalled for, but
yeah,
but
just
know,
EG fans,
yeah, just out of nowhere,
people being happy to be an EG fan for the first time in their life.
In that car. Yeah, so
well, there is an unthinkable amount of just bonkers stuff to be talking about in this episode. If you see down at the bottom of your screen, if you're a VOD watcher, if you're a little VOD frog, and you see that this episode went for 5 hours, then there's a good reason for it too, because there's just so much wild stuff happening within the Valorant scene. And I don't think it's going to get any less wild, to be honest, throughout the off-season. But I want to start us off nice and soft, you know, something just to ooze in like a nice warm bath.
Yeah, we can talk about champs.
No, not champs. I'm thinking even lighter than that.
Okay,
I'm thinking
the you know, some of the roster changes, something like that.
Is that a nice warm bath for you?
Yeah,
I mean, compared to everything else going on, I think it might be.
No. I want to sink.
Like patch notes.
I want to sink into a skin review. Ooh, and just bathe in its delight. And we got the skin review screen, so I don't have to just hop down here.
And do the rest of the show.
Oh, you got me. Excellent. All right, what is this? Rise of the Dragon King. Someone else is going to have to fill me in here, because I haven't looked at the skins. I've been at Champions. What's going on?
I haven't seen this either.
We're gonna watch this for the first time.
Yeah, I pulled it up a second ago because I looked at the run of show and I was like, I should probably know what this looks like.
Is that a golden compass?
Oh, that's a
dragon, actually.
There's lightning and dragons and stuff.
I mean, this is cool. Whoa.
Okay.
Wait, isn't this in the game already?
I swear this is in the game. It just doesn't have the same finish.
Dude, you get the Dragon Balls at the end for the finisher. Get to make your wish.
I mean, I'm sure everybody's looking for a new judge skin after Champion, so here you go.
I'm not gonna. It's gonna be really difficult to give an input on this because for me watching this video right now on our feed, it's like 5 FPS.
So yeah, I'm gonna need you to make an informed judgment about this, Seth, and don't be wrong.
It looks neat.
Is
from
this
what I can tell?
Is it a tie-in with like? Wasn't there a skin released for the like Chinese teams or something? Or
I think it was Chinese New Year.
Oh, is it Chinese New Year? I see.
Or something to that effect. But yeah,
just
that's what I thought.
The ignorance coming off us in waves is overpowering.
Yeah. Well, I didn't say anything. You said.
Listen, I didn't come on this show to be correct. I came on this show to give opinions.
That's true. I mean, never has a truer word been spoken.
I think that would be very adequate
would you drop
for next year,
Seth?
though.
What?
I'm so happy with my Neo Frontier. It's the last skin set that I bought, and then obviously the Champs bundle. I think I've given enough money to John Ryan last
Which
month.
one's the Neo Frontier? Is that the
It's
weird
the Wild
World
West
War?
one? So, no. That's the infantry. It's the like kind of like retro Wild West one. So like the sheriff, if you don't upgrade the skin at all, it's just a revolver. It's just a
It looks terrible, man. It looks terrible. I hate it. People using that skin in all of my games, and it looks awful. It looks like something that they've just ported from Red Dead Redemption straight
but
into
when
Valorant.
you spin it, it has music.
And
counterpoint.
True.
Kind of like you're jerking off, but
that way you use it.
Yeah.
That doesn't break the swear boundary that we have, right? Like,
we spent like 5 minutes already on the skin review, so
yeah. You also don't get demonetized for talking about masturbation. Don't worry about it.
Perfect.
That's great.
Only rolling cheeses downhill.
Exactly. Deep cut reference.
I was gonna say that, like, that skin would, I think, tie in really well if they released it next year, because I think next year's the year of the dragon. Maybe they'll do something else, but maybe a V2 or something of it. But it feels like that would be the more adequate time or more appropriate time to release it.
Huh?
I'm dropping.
Yeah, you're right. What? You're buying this?
No, drop. 100% drop.
Oh,
it's in the game already.
I don't know why you would buy
the finisher
this
is the best looking thing.
when you had the option to buy the Champions bundle. It supports all the Champions teams and makes you play better. So
true. You get to hear the same song every round.
I can't wait until people stop using that weapon.
When we were in Premiere, every single finished round was just.
I personally love this song, so
it's a good song. But
we're in scrims, it goes off. I just start loudly screaming it in the Discord channel. So,
is it a copper or is it a drop, Matt?
If I can use them unupgraded, I will always buy them because people lose their minds when you use skins unupgraded.
Yeah, because you're throwing money into a pit.
Yeah, but like my unupgraded Prime Vandal, when I play the game, people get like seriously upset when they pick it up. They're like, "Oh my god, it's the Prime Vandal," and then they're like, "What psycho doesn't have this upgraded?" And that just fuels me as a person, honestly.
Amazing. That's amazing.
That says way more about you than it does about the skin, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think it's got a dope finisher, but I'm not gonna buy it. I swear it looks like one of the other weapons that's in the game. I'm right there with you, Barlow. I don't get it. It's identical to something, and I can't.
It kind of looks like the
Gaia,
the Forsaken.
It kind of looks a little bit like Gaia.
It's a mix of like.
Oh, I am not picking it up, by the way.
Okay.
Just put the giant X on me.
I like it though. I do like the skin line. I think it's a good skin line. I'm just not giving any money to the game. And I'm certainly not giving it when if the guard doesn't make it a VCT, I'm not buying anything in this game ever again. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. We'll talk about that later on. Let's talk about champions first, then, shall we? Let's ooze into things with discussion about champions. So, Evil Geniuses, they did quite well, didn't they? They did a little better than people were potentially anticipating.
All right, I was one tournament off, guys. I apologize.
I heard that you were scrimming against these guys before you played in LCQ.
We do scrim other franchise teams, yes.
What a confirmation.
Like, I don't know if that's mind-blowing information. Like, what the fuck?
No, I mean, that's all right. We're already past the 5-minute mark. No. So I wasn't looking for confirmation like I'd found like a secret that had been hidden away. What I meant was that I had heard that you had been scrimming against them and they were extremely good pre-LCQ. I was looking to see whether you had anything that you wanted to follow on from that, but apparently not.
Can I share my screen? Let me just bring up our scrim scores against them real quick and we can really dive into this, I guess. Let's see. Evil Geniuses. We've got one. Would you like the July 12th?
Would you like now?
Okay. I actually don't know if I should tell these because that would be, interesting. But so no, I'm not going to. That's a bad thing that's a bad thing to do.
Good or bad on average? How about that? For your guys' performance versus EG.
Mixed. They have beat us really bad. We have beat them a couple of times, but mostly around that time frame we were losing.
Did it surprise you that they ended up going on a run and repeating the same thing? I know there was a lot of conversation within the community about like whether or not they had what it took to be able to make another grand finals, even never mind win the whole thing.
I felt like they were going to fall off a little bit. Like they were obviously still a good team, but they were playing at a level that was just like unreal. That I figured that they would fall off a little bit. I thought they would still be a good team and be competitive for sure, because if you watch the way they play, I pointed this out when I was on Plat Chat the last time. Like their Pearl, they're really methodical on a lot of the things they do. And like I was impressed by like how they were genuinely playing the map. So it's like I figured that they would still be a good team, but I figured they would fall off some, and then that just isn't correct. So they they looked better and better. I think Loud did them a pretty big favor to get rid of Fnatic. But I would have loved to have seen that matchup too, because EG just looked crazy good. They probably shouldn't have lost the match against Paper X in uppers, honestly. And then they just were dominant, and they looked really good this tournament.
I want to pause for a moment here. Kurt, have you just ripped Bala?
His audio,
into the abyss?
for some reason, his audio was duplicating on the.
Oh, he's back. Oh, lovely. That's not cursed in the slightest.
Is your audio still duplicated?
Hello.
It's not.
Hello.
For some reason, on the previous link, it was duplicating. So
unlucky.
Okay.
I've just been holding that face for like 5 minutes. I want to do that.
I'm gonna join Ball actually with the standing desk though. Let's do this.
What?
Are we just?
Good idea.
We're just all doing.
My back is fucked up. Wait.
Seems like a good idea.
Sure. Yeah. Let me turn mine into a standing desk as well. All right, great guys. All right, so I have a hot take though about this Champions, which is that I feel like this is one of the only tournaments that I've watched where I could have genuinely seen like 4 or 5 of the teams winning it, depending on how they were playing on the day. I feel like usually we get to a tournament at the end of something like this, and I feel like the team that won it, with a double elim format and having to go through groups and all of that kind of stuff, normally there's a team that kind of like pushes ahead of everybody else and looks phenomenal. And while EG definitely was that, I'm not saying they didn't deserve to win or anything. I feel like your comment about like Loud doing them a favor of knocking out Fnatic and the way that Paper X was playing in the upper final versus the final, like I could genuinely see like certainly three teams, maybe even 4, having a good shot of winning this tournament, despite the fact there was only one spot, obviously.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And, EDG was right there with a lot of these teams in terms of how well they were playing throughout the entire champs as well. So it's like this is the first time I think in Valorant history that you have more than, 2 or 3 teams that are like seriously challenging. Like people could the past, but they like fell off at different times or whatnot. But you had, 5 teams, probably 5 or 6 teams that if they won would be a surprise, but like had the potential to do so.
The only sweep from the upper semis onwards was EG beating DRX. All the others were like 2-1s or 3-1s or 3-2s or whatever the hell else. Like the smallest margin. Yeah, I think it's got to be the most competitive tournament that we've had. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't run the numbers, but
I mean, definitely. There's also a bunch of teams that were just like underperforming too. So like if they play a little better, I mean, and all of a sudden you have NRG up in this. You have so many other teams as well that could have maybe made runs as well. This bracket was insane. It was insanely good.
I want to talk about Billy real quick because this match I scrimmed these guys and I went Wheezy's name in game was Oppenheimer, which I thought was just absolutely hilarious because he was dropping bombs. But like we played them, and every single time we scrimmed them, one time we scrimmed them, I was like, these guys are trolling. Like this can't, like they're just throwing this scrim. Next half, God reincarnate. So like I saw, and this happened every time we played them. It was like halves that were like 1 to 11 with them every single time. And it's like one half they're just complete gods. Next half they're just like, how do we play this game? It was like they literally got up, went and did something, and somebody else sat down and played. Like that big of a difference. But it was like I watched this match against DRX, and I saw that they were up the first map that big, and I was like, I can see them losing this. Like quite literally, I said to myself, I was like, I wonder if they're gonna do the 2-half thing, and oh my God, they threw pistol around, and then just everyone dropped spaghetti fucking everywhere. Like the entire rest of this game. And I think they just like completely mentally boomed themselves like after this. But like, man, they just, like they had this in the bag. They had like a 4v2 on pistol and they're like, yeah, Maka's not that good. Let's just see if he can win. And then unfortunately he did.
BLG were the most ridiculous team to watch.
They were super fun. I mean, I think I mean, it's really hard to pick, but I'd still give a good shout to that 10-2 or that 2-10 comeback for DRX as being one of like the best maps that I saw at the tournament as far as like entertainment value is concerned, because it was just so fucking ridiculous. My wave of emotions while sitting in the audience was just insane. And then as soon as the game ended, Swing Chip from Florida Mayhem texted me and she said, "Are you freaking out?" And I just responded and said, "I just nutted" as soon as the map ended, because I couldn't believe that they actually pulled it off. It was nuts. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm also trying to like think back on that one and be like, this was good because the rest of DRX's run was kind of not. So
you're trying to hold on to that one slim piece of hope. I understand that.
Good moments.
For EG, just to return back to the winners of the tournament for a second, who do you think the MVP of the run was?
Because of the run?
Screwface. That is actually the uniquest vote for MVP that I've heard.
I'd like a dissertation to back that up. I was the only EG believer to begin with. I was one of the 11 fans at that point in time. And I would like to attribute, I think a big unsung thing is the people behind the scenes on this, quite honestly. You know, like Potter gets a lot of credit, deservedly so. But like Zek, I think Jovi was helping them as well from their Game Changers team. Like, these guys had a lot of help behind the scenes that definitely helped them. And then the players themselves are just like playing out of their minds. Like Calm and Ethan's clutch rate, I swear, was like over 30% in playoffs, which is unreal. And it's not like they won like 2 clutches. I mean, Calm himself had like 18 when I checked last, and I think that was before grand finals. So it's like, I don't think you can point to one person and be like, oh yeah, this was an MVP. Like, I think it's a shill to, you know, do anything like that. But back to my Screwface point, I don't know if you saw, like, PRX was getting fired up with the butt slaps when they were winning. And so Kyle took it to a new level. And I mean, if you want to pull this up, Kurt, go to his Twitter. I can link it, I guess. And he has a gun buddy in game right now. That was made of a memorable moment between him and Boostio. Where is it?
The gun buddy of him slapping Boostio's ass? Wait, I'm confused.
He said he leveled it up. What's the step beyond this?
Yeah, where?
Oh, so
who do I send this to? Who do I send this to?
Like,
I don't know whether put it in the chat. I mean, what are you about to send, MCA? What is about to be unleashed?
What is the gun buddy?
Right
the gun buddy. I'm taking over the show. I don't care.
All right.
The anticipation here.
What is happening? All right.
It's very good.
This? The new gun buddy. On the right.
I like his title as well. EG's booty clap.
Click it. You can. Yeah, there.
That's amazing. I love that.
That would be great.
Why is it? He looks like he's about to fucking hit a home run. Bro.
That's because he did. Why do you think they won champions? He did.
What game was this in?
This was for the finals, I'm pretty sure.
When have you even seen this? I don't remember seeing this on the broadcast at all.
I'm sorry.
Why are you focused in on the ass slap?
Actually, I can't. I'm going to type something in chat of a joke I was about to make.
Josh, you call yourself an
Just
analyst?
leave the viewers out. Yeah, I mean, true. I'm not paying attention to the asses being slapped out here. That, I think, is the biggest issue overall. Okay.
Read it.
I did read it. I've read it. I've read it. Should have said it. You should have said it.
No.
I want to get MVP votes from Baller and Achilleos as well. The Spike, I think, and of VLR, I think they both went for Demon 1 because he just had a phenomenal tournament. What's your thoughts? Are you a little stats Andy? Are you going with that as well?
Yeah, I voted for Demon 1. I mean,
we're talking about just for the final.
No, for the tournament.
Oh, tournament.
I vote Jogamo for the finals, but
I agree with that.
Okay, because that's what I was gonna say. Was I told Jogamo, I was like at the after party, I was like, you were the MVP of that final. I think for the whole tournament, you'd probably have to go Demon 1 if we're going based on players alone.
You have to. There's no way around it.
I mean, performing on what, like 4 different agents, like
as much as I love our, our humble king, like he did perform really well. So
Our humble king is amazing. I haven't heard anyone call him that yet, but that's the perfect title for him. Yeah, I mean, isn't it wild though that your MVP player could then be supported by somebody else who like very clearly MVP'd the finals? You know, it wasn't Demon One, it was Jorg, and then on top of that, having two other players with 30% clutch rate and insane like supportive statistics throughout the playoffs. It's a ridiculous run to put them in this situation.
Tom boosted himself to one. I mean, he was already like, you know, in the top 5 list of top SOFA or Scan Initiator players, and he boosted himself way the fuck up with this performance. Like to be up there with Leo, like that's in my head. I'm arguing who's better than them because I mean, every time he ulted, he's getting not only a tag, but probably 2 kills most of the time. He's clutching like a beast. But yeah, I was struggling to like make the argument against Demon One with some of these other arguments that you can make because they're so strong. I mean, Ethan as well. He's just continued to play like the best supportive player out of anybody.
Yeah, and somehow he's playing support on a Yoru on Pearl. Like, I mean, the he's been unreal. Like
flex points for that.
Yeah.
It really is incredible what this team has been able to do. It's a ludicrous, because this wasn't also a soft tournament. I felt like Tokyo was quite soft. I don't know whether that's just, you know, like us afterwards looking back at it.
Obviously Cloud9 didn't make it, so.
Right. Well, that was one of the biggest reasons why Tokyo was really soft.
Yeah.
But the whole tournament felt like we were in the Great Depression era of Valorant. I know that me and Brent have been talking about that quite a bit while we were on the podcast, but
I know.
But this Champions was this was not. This was incredibly good gameplay from a wide variety of teams. Even DRX, Seth, played better than they did at Tokyo.
I mean, well, yeah. Fuck me if they didn't. Like, that would have been a fucking very challenging thing to do worse than they did at Tokyo. But they looked a lot more like themselves from the outset of this tournament. And one of the biggest things that I thought that they needed, one of the things that Paper Thin and I've been talking about, is that they just need some time to just not have to play the video game, because they've been doing nothing but playing the video game since the game came out, and finally getting a little bit of a break ended up doing wonders for him. Not enough to, you know, make a run back into like a top 3 position or anything like that, but
it also helped that Turley got off his fucking LSD vibes and decided to bench Foxy9 straight after Tokyo and actually committed to 5 players that made sense throughout the run. I mean, that was great. The fact that Turley just stopped trying to ruin the roster.
Yeah. We did have
much appreciated.
Did have an awkward series where it was just like one timeout called or whatever that entire, you know, game, and just some awkwardness, the comp swap ups and all that kind of shit. But you know, it is it'd be what it do.
Pretty good.
I've got a follow-up question though about EG before we move on to talking about some other teams, which is this: are they going to be able to hold on to this roster for next year? Aren't they quite a budget team? Wasn't that like part of the entire way in which they were made? In terms of like each individual player, I'm sure they still spent a decent amount because they had 10 players out there, but the limitations Potter talked about them at the beginning.
What they were, I don't know, but I think you'd be surprised. Everyone's like, oh, these guys are on league minimum, like what at all. Like, there's no way. I'm telling you, like, these guys were spending more than you thought they were. Not counting the 10 people. But like, they were definitely one of the lower ones, I would say. But I think everyone is feeling, you know, the economy and things like that, and I'm very curious to see what happens, because like obviously I'm privy to some more rumors than the average person, and you know, I scrimmed Boostio last night and he wasn't on EG, so I'm kidding, that is completely fake, and I wanted to get clipped. Why would they be scrimming like after champs? These guys are taking a break. Yeah. So
you would have believed it.
Oh no, 100%. Well, that's why I left it for the second for the clip.
Believe it.
Yes,
like,
they will.
Now they're just going to believe that you're backpedaling because you've realized that you've just outed the biggest off-season news.
No, that's, if you think that's the biggest off-season news,
I see you sweating a little bit.
There's already been plenty of other ones.
Yeah.
I could see.
What do you think?
I think I could see them sticking together, because it seems like they very much understand that the way that they play with each other and that the camaraderie they have in and out of the game, how important that is. I could see them opting to just want to stick together as a 5. The thing that I would, and if that happens, the thing that I do see being a big change for EG potentially is not I'm curious what would happen with the retainer roster that they have. You know, the other 5 men that they have for in-house scrims and stuff. Because I could see those guys being like, I'm not just gonna fucking sit here and want to do this again. I need to get out. I want to be on a starting team. Yes, I'm glad that I get to contribute to this win, but I want to be on stage. I want to be playing. And
ECJ's out there tweeting that they beat Billy Gaming after BLG lost to NRG. He's like, well, we beat him.
Yeah. But I could see that getting fractured a bit and potentially falling apart a little bit more. Obviously, there's still going to be, tier 2 players or, and whatnot that would be, I think, willing to fill those slots and whatnot. But yeah, I could definitely see this 5-man core staying together. It seems like they all get along incredibly well. There's like zero beef. Normally you have some kind of like weird micro interaction between 2 players, which is like, oh, like they widely get on, but like this thing irks this person about them, or that kind of stuff. It seems like they all just fucking love each other. And it feels like Potter has just really perfected the creation of a really strong team environment alongside the rest of the coaching staff and whatnot. Because as like MC was saying earlier, like Zix is another one who I think deserves quite a big shout out for just his career in general, for what he's been able to do. Because he was also the one who took CLG and turned them into fucking Summers Finals champions in the LCS years ago. The guy's got a wild track record.
I do think that when you talk about the team like all getting along, they're all really happy. Like winning does smooth over any of the small things.
I wasn't going to be the person to say it, but
when you win,
you say
like,
that, and then both of our champions up to this point have both broken up, both Ascend and fucking Loud.
But that was more to do with the monetary side of it, which again could happen to EG.
That's what you think.
Obviously the cash is going to be a thing. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know the players super
I could
well.
definitely
but
see Demon One like with this performance, like trying to go get the bag somewhere. 100%.
Potentially. I mean, for me, it's a question of, because obviously, and it also depends on what roster you're going to join. But it's like, do you want to go get the bag, or do you want to be able to get a second fucking championship trophy? Like
Demon One,
because oftentimes when you go
to
chase a fucking bag, you're not going to be getting trophy Sea Sentinels. Like. It just
Demon One is
going to
go and try and get the bag. He's going to end up getting dropped because there's a recession on the horizon. He's going to go and play for DSG, but he's actually going to win Ascension with DSG, and then the team's going to collapse, and then they're not going to get into a franchise in any way. Wow, we're stuck in a time warp.
It's the year 2027. VCT America still has 10 teams.
Still has 10 teams in it. Oh my God, you have to laugh or you would cry. Let's talk Paper X. Talking about laughing or you cry. Paper X, Jing, the saddest, bittersweet moments of them making it to the finals and then looking like they lost all of their mojo. What was going through your head, Seth? I want to start with you as our resident APAC Pacific fanatic, but yeah, that is a heartbreaker.
I mean, EJ played out of their fucking minds, and Paper X just didn't quite hit the stride that they did in the upper final. Like, that was the peak. That was, like, for me, the best. I mean, not even just because they won, but I think that was just, like, the best match of the tournament in my mind. It was just incredible back, between the two teams. But I don't know. They just looked out of sorts. Something really started struggling a bit. I mean, he didn't have that wild impact that we wanted to see out of him because, we're kind of expecting maybe not quite Demon One numbers out of him, but a bit closer in that regard. And it looked like it took a while for everybody to kind of get warmed up on the side of Paper X. So, I mean, overall, a disappointing finish. I think it's a really rough end to this arc of Jing's career, as I'll continue to say, because having spoken to him, he seems like he's fully intending on wanting to come back, at least in some capacity, in the future after his military service is done. So I'm looking forward to that. It would have been great to top this off with a trophy. I was really rooting for him. I was losing my mind. I was shit talking EG sitting in the even though I like EG and I like Potter and I love all those players. They're really kind people. But I found myself sitting in the audience being like, this motherfucker. Like every single time a round went their way, I was just so badly wanting Paper X to win. But it is what it is. Hopefully, they can fill the slots and have everything still work out and still be a powerhouse team. Because I think that would be the worst thing, is that Jing leaves and that somehow causes some just complete breakdown in the team structure and their flow, and then they just can't hit their stride and they become like a bottom team. That would be like the worst possible scenario.
Well, I think it's possible. I mean, I don't think they're going to fall that far, but you, like, having played against Jing with teams against him, like, his impact, like you guys see him doing this crazy stuff, like he is one of the most wild players, like just pure talent wise that we have in all of VCT, straight up. So it's like, this is not somebody that you could just, replace with a Raze duelist. This guy's playing Phoenix. This guy, like his Raze is unmatched against a lot of people in the world. So it's like, this is not an easy task to replace a player like this, and let alone like the mental and emotional difference of like having a guy like him on the team, where, I have serious question marks for these guys in terms of what's going to happen, but you see how much one player can make a difference in terms of EG going on their run, in terms of, a lot of these teams, they switch one player, something finally clicks, and then it just works. And, something was really great for these guys this year. But with the jet nerfs and everything like that, like, is he going to be able to adjust to potentially having to play other roles? Is Forsaken going to have to go back to the other duelist when he's been incredible on flex? I mean, Devi is an unsung hero for this entire year. The guy played out of his mind that somehow people still aren't talking about. So it's like, there's so many questions this team's going to have to figure out. I don't think it's possible for them to fall off all the way, but like, I'm very curious to see what ends up happening.
I think
at the beginning of the year, it looked like
would be tragic. So
at the beginning of the year, it kind of looked like they were going to be a middling or bottom level team when they were still trying to figure out what their team identity was, and they weren't exactly sure like what when they still had Benkai and they were messing around with all of their compositional stuff. They really looked quite poor at that point. Their ideas were good, but they weren't able to string them together into match performances. I think it's going to be very difficult to replace Jing, and I think there's always a chance that it's volatile like that. They've credited him a lot with bringing up the mood within the team.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on a lot of what he does internally, but you have evidence that this team play with a different roster at Tokyo. Their run was insane as well, RS, and so like It seems very odd that they'd be able to find somebody that fits perfectly within their system, but they have done that in the past, and it's already boggling people's minds in that regard. So I don't lose all hope just because Jing is not there, even though he's a fantastic player, like a fantastic.
Even like, when they slotted something, it didn't take long for him to kind of get assimilated in.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Well, so.
It's a little easier for something because he's playing full time Jet, and he's a god at Reyna, just best Reyna of all time, but. Yeah, I mean, that is more evidence of that, and that's with a slightly different situation too. To me, I think of Forsaken as the most important person on this team in terms of some of the stuff that he's coming up with. You can just tell when you watch this guy, he's one of the most creative players out of anybody, and he plays, at this point, you're seeing him play all the agents that you need to be creative on, but as well, like when he was playing Duelist, like he was still coming up with all these micro ideas. And I think that's the lifeblood of Paper X. I think they'll be fine.
This comp is wild.
Yeah, it is.
We scrimmed against them on this comp, and it was just like, you load in and you start playing them on this, and you're just like, what is happening? Like, but like these guys are just so fun to watch play. And like I'm gonna, miss that if they lose that identity because of losing Jing.
Speaking of the like actual performance from them, like I think the upper finals they were playing, you're right, so they were playing better overall, but I still think they came out of almost every single one of these games in the grand finals winning the half, and halves that they didn't necessarily shouldn't have won because of how the map is sided or whatever, but they would always lose like all that momentum. There was definitely something different about the way that they're playing in the grand finals, which might speak to the fact that they didn't have the best performance in Copenhagen grand final, or they didn't win. It still was a good performance, but I think there was a lot more pressure because of the jinx. Like everybody had it in their heads that this is his last time. We got to win for
the last dance and all that.
Yeah, it's like we have to win for him, and if we're losing an early pick, all of a sudden the mood gets just killed. And you can see the momentum was not with them. They kept swinging these halves.
Also, that could help them as well, like in terms of the whimsy buff that, it's like we're doing this, forging, like we have a common, united purpose outside of just, winning. So like I felt like these guys played really loose the entire tournament. I do agree that, potentially the pressure got to them. But if you go back, I mean, Mindfreak had a crazy game against EG to beat them. Yeah. And like, I mean, obviously Calm had one as well, but like I think Mindfreak won like 6 clutches on Pearl alone. That like watching this, like both these teams were good, but I felt like they did some crazy things to pull out rounds to be able to beat EG at upper. So like you guys are comparing, and like EG admitted themselves, they're like, yeah, we were kind of like shell shocked and like pushed back and, you know, whatever, that we weren't doing the things that made us good. And so like that was something we really talked about for the rematches. Like we have to be confident in these moves.
I also think Paper X is just a team that like he prepped the second time very well against. Paper X is a team that throws you out of all of your protocols, and if you're not comfortable playing in a space where you don't have a plan and you don't have ideas or you don't have ways to fall back into your plans, then you're gonna get screwed out of the world. But if you can do that, then all of a sudden Paper X is like explosiveness, the set strats that they do at the beginning, like the little micro combinations that they do. Once that runs out, then they start running out of ideas. They start making hero plays. You saw that a lot with something. You saw that a lot with, you know, all their players just trying to make big plays without the style that they have behind it, because EG was really prepped for it second time.
Speaking of the nerves, what did you guys think of Something's performance over the course of this? This was his first international tournament. I think it's evident when you watch him play in Pacific, he's clearly an extraordinary player. Like, he's really talented. The stuff he goes for, very few other people go for. He's very quick with it as well. But to give my opinion, I was underwhelmed by what I saw at Champions. I didn't think like he got himself in the rhythm. I think he looked inexperienced when he was on the stage, especially contrasted to Demon One, who admittedly isn't Demon One's first international tournament. It is his second. And, you know, Tokyo wasn't the best from Demon One either, so maybe there is a similar pattern there. But the composure difference was remarkable, I think, between the two of them. And even the way that Something was talking in the press conferences afterwards about like feeling nervous and the moments getting to him and that kind of stuff. I think it was visible within the game.
Yeah. I mean, you can't compare him to Demon One. That guy's a robot. Like I've said before, there's not a single thought in that guy's head. Like he literally just runs around and plays the game. Like I love Max. He's a cool kid, but like he's just like Valorant. That's all I'm doing. Like, how am I going to get this kill? What am I doing? Like, if you talk to him, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But like, there's just no pressure because this guy is like, I am the greatest player in the world. I am. Like, you cannot beat me. Press conference on my phone. I'm too cool to be paying attention to this. How do you become a player like me? You can't.
Yeah. I mean, Bren said it perfectly, I think, on the desk. He said it's the kind of confidence you only get from the ignorance of youth. And I think that is just so true because he's never lost. He's never been bad at Valorant. Like, since he got his shot, he's just only been incredible. Yeah. And his composure is just perfect in these kind of situations. And there's no doubt in his mind whatsoever. And as soon as he loses, I'm going to be really interested in terms of how he adapts to that situation, because he might just still be head empty. Like, whoopsie daisy, I had one bad run.
Yeah, I think it's going to be like he could lose like 27 games straight, and he's still going to be in press conferences, lean back on his phone, like, you know, I'm the greatest player in the world. I think he has the confidence and the skill to back it up. That like
our new double lift.
I don't know if he's capable of that, honestly, like of self-doubt or anything. This guy is like, he's just so humble that he knows he can, you know, just dominate where he's at. So,
but specifically with reference to Something, what was your guys' impression of?
Yeah, I think the first series he played and the last series, the grand finals, you could tell. I mean, he wasn't as composed as have hoped, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that his performance was bad at Tokyo or at Champs at all. I think he had some insane moments, like some insane moments where you watch him and you're like, okay, like of course this guy is going to be like insane in the future. But one of these moments, he had plenty of clutches. Like he didn't fall to the pressure, but you could definitely see some moments. Like I'll use the one that sticks in my head the most in the grand finals on Lotus, where he's like trying to play out mound and he fucks up his dash. Like he had multiple fucked up dashes in some instances. Yeah. Like in the grand finals where you're like, oh, come on. But then again, like the rest of the team was doing the same thing, right? Like people were fucking up all over the place.
I mean, it's Paper X's style and kryptonite at times, where it's like you have a lot of this loose, free-flowing things, and they have really good set micro plays, and sometimes they just need to relax. And, you know, I feel like this team's, like, sometimes feels like they need to go for something when they don't. And I think you saw that in the finals against EG, where I felt like Forsaken was forcing really hard at mounds on their defensive side and kept, you know, getting caught out and dying and stuff. And, like, I know that they switched comps from what they were practicing and doing things, where he was on the Cypher on that map and was playing it, you know, very, very well on Lotus, and then they load in without the Sentinel. And I mean, you're playing a team that's known for lurking on a, you know, 3 choke point map where you can't really play everything at the same time well without a Sentinel. And I think, you know, they had to try to make plays into fight, and it, you know, ended up costing them because EG played the map and forced them out. And I think something that doesn't get talked about is EG may have some of the best util in the game right now. So it's like, as a duelist for something, I do think he was underwhelming, but I also think, like, he's playing a new caliber of teams that he hasn't played. Like, you can't compare, you know, the Pacific normal season to, like, the top level champs teams.
Yeah, good point.
Well, I just speak of the comp changes as well. The comp changes that they had, I don't think they had only one in the grand finals. The bind one, just like
a bind comp.
I mean, it's fun to try to, like, catch them by surprise or whatever, but I mean,
that was the last ride if I've ever seen one.
Well, they used to play this comp, guys.
I know.
That's what I'm saying. Comp.
They used to play it, but that was a different roster. You know, and you're putting something on Breach.
I'm on Breach now.
Which is fine. Fracture, he plays Breach too. I'm not saying that he's not good at that, but, like, it's clear to me that this was not practice. Like, it was a day type of decision because they just beat him on bind.
It didn't look like the same amount of ideas as the last time we saw it with Benkai and the team.
They had this full idea to try to punish Ethan on long with the Breach and stuff like that, and that was the entire basis of picking up. You could tell they were trying to do that so often, then they switched to, like, trying to do some stuff because it wasn't working because Ethan is just too good at being able to identify that stuff. But yeah, it just didn't work. It fell flat on his face, and that's the sort of thing that they've done now twice in the grand finals that really makes me queasy about this team. Like, it wasn't a good choice, and some of the other stuff as well too.
Behind the scenes, the other grand finals, the Breeze thing, I'm telling you, in practice, they were annihilating, like, teams. Like, I'm gonna give him credit for that. I think there is some fishy things that happened.
The Yoru neon Breach composition on Breeze.
Yep. I think
looks wild, but I wanted to ask you about the legacy of this roster. Like, what do you think this roster is going to be remembered for? Because they have set now some terrible records. I mean, they are the only team that has been, or at least as far as I can remember, the only team that's been to grand finals without winning an event. They've been to 2 grand finals. They've lost both grand finals. They came from the upper bracket both times with map veto advantage. Still lost 3-2, 3-1. But I really don't think that people are going to remember them for being, like, chokers or missing their opportunity or something like that.
Not at all.
No, I think
it's the most fun team to watch of all time. Like,
they're gonna be remembered for the things that we love them for right now, which is just, like, W Key Gaming being one of the most batshit crazy, just entertaining squads. And I think that they're gonna continue to do that stuff. Like, I don't think that Jing's departure means that, like, the identity and playstyle of the team is gonna change too much. They'll just try to find the most fucking, like, biggest crackhead player they can find that can play Raze and just be like, run at them with the rest of us, and they're just going to go out the gate swinging. I think that, you know, it'll be remembered as, like, a somber moment where, like, it would have been the greatest fucking thing in the world for, like, Jing to get this trophy before he has to, like, you know, is forced to leave the scene and go do military service for 2 years. I think he'll be remembered for, like, that not coming to fruition. But I think Wiley, it's still just going to be positive memories.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What about Jing then? In terms of his, because there was a time, I can't exactly remember when this was, maybe a year and a half ago or something, where we were rating Jing as, like, top 3 player in the world. He just looked like he could do anything at any point, take it to anyone, and find the best timings, hit the best shots. And we haven't rated him that highly. He hasn't had a tournament where he's dominated in a while. But where do you think he's going to end up being remembered? What is Jing's legacy from, like, this early portion of Valorant going to be?
one of the greatest raises of all time, if not, in argument for the best raise of all time. I think that, I mean, even Jogamo was holding that sign that said like Jing greater than, but also less than Jogamo.
Mate, he never did math class. He doesn't have a clue what those signs mean.
He was just trying to say like they're equivalent. He was trying to say like I'm as good as Jing because he respects Jing's performance that much and he knows how strong of a race player Jing is.
Has he heard about the equals sign?
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm not his parents. I can't tell him what to do. So he just made that sign. That was that was what he was going for anyway. And I think that he's going to be remembered that way because it's like we still remember Bunny, talking about like how fucking ludicrous his movement is, how strong of a raise he is. Jing is going to be so much more well remembered. There it is.
Yeah, mate, what is this?
Jing better, Jogamo better.
This?
Separate statements. I don't know.
Oh, perhaps
You're just being
like Jing,
super critical.
Right.
Come on, you get the gist of it.
Look,
no, I literally
faces.
don't
Just
get the
be
gist.
Fucking happy, Josh. It's the smiley
you don't get
faces.
the gist of this?
No, it looks like French quotation marks more than anything.
Come on. I know he did it wrong, but it's Jing is greater than Jogamo. But yeah,
but that doesn't make sense. It's not Jing is greater than Jogamo. It's like they're
Jing
both
is greater than
both
nothing.
greater than everyone.
Yeah, it's like Jing clears everyone, Jogamo clears everyone, I guess.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. But the fact it's so ambiguous kind of fails its purpose as a mathematical statement. But anyway,
I remember him
that's not
talking
really
about it.
Just an array with two elements.
He explained it in an interview.
Yeah. I feel like Jing's going to be remembered for his play style as well. Like one of the biggest things that people are going to remember is like the style of play that he's brought, which is like this high APM, aggressive, in your face, crazy shit.
Yeah, one of the best frenzy players as well, like on pistols and stuff. I mean, he is good for, anywhere from 1 to 4, almost every pistol with it. It's unreal. So
the only guy who's going to single satchel out of a smoke at you, almost no skill. So
yeah, just honestly said no flash. It's just rushing out of smokes.
Yeah. Very true.
Crazy ass player.
He throws the satchel to distract you on the timing. You're like, oh, he's going to come through. He just doesn't even pop it. You hear it beeping. He just runs through the smoke dry.
So it's EG versus Paper X in the finals, right? And I want to move on to talking about Loud and Fnatic now. Specifically Loud first. But I want to ask a question to kind of tee this up before we even get to the topic title or whatever. Do you think if Loud had failed to beat Fnatic the second time, or even the first time out, whatever, do you think the other teams would have found it in them to also take down Fnatic? Do you think Fnatic were beatable at this tournament by many opponents and it just happened to be Loud? Or do you think it was specifically Loud that had to beat them twice and it just happened to go like that?
100%
they were beatable by multiple.
Yeah, 100% the first. I mean, Loud played great this event, much better than I expected them to after whatever we talked about in the offseason or in the tournaments, but Fnatic just didn't have it this event. I mean, they were so out of what you expect from them, which honestly is perfection from Tokyo and from Lock-In, that I think any of the top 3 teams could have challenged Fnatic. If not, honestly, stomped them. Maybe Paper X is
strong words.
Maybe Paper X
That's
is
strong words. I
stylistic
forgot how
matchup, but
good Fnatic
EG,
was.
I think 100% would have been able to had it in them to stomp them because Fnatic was playing poor.
EG, the team that got 3-0'd by them at Tokyo.
Yes. With the team that I thought before this tournament had no chance of being able to beat Fnatic.
Champs Fnatic looks so much different than Tokyo Fnatic. Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, I think they definitely could have done it. I'm in agreement with Baller for the most part.
I think they could have lost definitely to any of the 3 teams. I think a stomp is like a little strong though. I mean, at any point in time, if that team just like wakes up or decide they're like, oh shit, we're Fnatic, remember? Like, they can just like look at the players on their roster. I mean, that's all I have to say. Like, these guys are incredible. Like their set stuff, everything. I think people started to figure them out a little bit or made really good like plans against them. But like they could lose, but I don't think they'd get stomped, guys. Like
I mean, they did get stomped in multiple maps this event. Like the bind against DRX was horrible, and there's been plenty of maps where it was just like Leo, the guy who is supposed to be the most disciplined player of all time, is like W King dying first. Like it just makes no sense. Some of the stuff that they were falling to.
It was really weird. It was so weird. I went back and I rewatched the bind because I was like, what the hell is going on here? And I had this impression while watching the game live that they were just not using utility. I can't explain that in any simpler ways, but I was watching these rounds and I'm like, they just all died without using any of their util. I don't understand it. And I went back through, and I don't know whether they had like some kind of read on how to play against DRX. You like need to just be holding and absorb, waiting to use counter utility or something. I don't know what the game plan was, but I went back and I was so annoyed by this and had to like check whether my feeling was accurate. I went and watched every round and counted every piece of utility that they used in every round, and then went and compared it to when they played against EG, and they used about 2/3 of the utility in that game that they did against EG. And it's a slightly different composition, but in theory, like, it should be even easier to just pump up those numbers because they have fucking 8 bullets in the headhunter every round that I would count as like individual pieces of utility. But they literally were using like barely anything in these rounds, and it blew me away, the fact that DRX were just pushing them individually, like RB running down B long and just flashes through the smoke. And Fnatic they weren't using util early in the rounds to secure map control, so they constantly found themselves in bad positions. And I'm just at a loss as to what the game plan was, honestly, for them here.
Yeah, I think specifically one of their early fractures, I think in group stages, one of the trends I was noticing was when they had a bunch of ults, and them from Fracture having a really good Fracture because they combine their ults really well to either execute or whatever the plan is, and they were constantly just holding them. And I think what they're expecting is the teams to like have adjustments based off of the ults that are up, but they were like respecting the teams way too much, and I think that might be the same case that was happening with util, and that caused the players to like not else. Yeah, whatever game plan they had.
Which brings us back around to, Loud might have done enough to keep their roster.
I was wondering, I was like, do we go back to Loud?
No, I mean, let's just keep it on the Fnatic train, to be honest, because we've already been discussing them for a while. But I want to hammer home as well. I feel like the form differential was also incredibly different, and contributed to them not being able to play a slower style. Because if you're playing a slower style that is a little more contacty or is going to rely on you winning your gunfights more, they could not win gunfights against, I mean, Loud in particular was the team that punished them a lot. But when you're watching like Alpha, his stats and just his productivity, I suppose you would call it, his ability to just put up kills. At Tokyo, nobody could fight this guy, and he was still good against the teams that weren't great, but he was in no way just this monstrous player that was running around banging everybody out. You also just had Chronicle putting up some of the most horrendous stat lines I've seen from him in years. I don't know what happened, to be honest. It just felt like a really bad tournament from them individually too, on top of having some wonky ideas.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Chronicle had a little bit of wishy-washiness before, like, the eliminations, and even before like getting, bullied out by DRX on like that bind and everything. What the birthday debuff and all that kind of shit. The first time that they played against Loud, I think it was. Like, he looked, pretty poor compared to what we're used to seeing and expecting from him. But it just felt like at the end, everybody fell off a fucking cliff. Nobody was getting kills. I'm right there with you as far as like, they just weren't winning any gunfights. Alfier went from being like looking like the best rifler in the world to just completely absent in their gameplay. It was super weird. It just felt like
Alfier was good this tournament. Let's not say that. Alfier
no. I'm not
in
talking
fact,
about
Alfier
like,
is
the
the only reason that they made a run this deep. Alfier saved them so many times. Like even against Foot.
Hang on.
I'm spitting facts right now. Alfier was the only reason they got fourth in this event.
Because he played well in a game against Foot?
No. I'm saying he saved them so many times, and you could see it even in the game against Foot, for example.
They were winning the game against Foot if Alfier had chopped off his foot.
No, that's not that. No, they weren't. Alfier literally saved them in so many moments, and they needed Alfier to have a good performance against Foot. Like
No,
they did. They looked like ass, bro. They looked like cheeks. They were still losing all their pistols, their bonuses and shit like that, or putting themselves in really bad situations. They look like dog shit in this game. This game convinced me that they were not winning this tournament. This game alone. And that's not like to say that this game was super important or anything like that, but they just, you could tell already Chronicle, Leo, Durka, all these guys were not the same. And the calling was not the same as the Tokyo run. Just constantly people walking in weird situations where they don't know what they're, like, they don't know what the goal is, which is completely opposite of what Fnatic normally is.
Let me clarify my statement. I wasn't saying that Alfier was shit at all in the tournament. I was just saying that he had his, like, huge peaks. Like, he was fucking dominant there in that series. He came back and he still had a really strong performance versus DRX, the bind aside. But when they needed him the most, which was to take down Loud, to be able to just continue to punch onward to make it even higher, that's when, like, he just kind of, like, fell off. You know, compared to what we had been seeing is what I mean to say. Like, he was phenomenal the entire year. He was fantastic at the beginning of this event, all the way up until the moment that they were in their elimination match. And then I mean, it was the whole team, obviously, not having a strong performance. But compared to what we were seeing him being able to do, where he was just taking over the games, beating everybody in duels, that was completely lacking in their last series.
Yeah, I was really unimpressed actually with Alpha during this tournament. I feel like the especially on Haven, man, the Haven plays that he goes for, he's just straight baiting, like for like most of the attack side, and it was making me lose my mind when he's playing against Loud. They're having these. I think did they play Haven twice in both of those series?
Yes,
because in both iterations they did the. No, it wasn't. He played Haven earlier before the game against Loud, and he had an extraordinary amount of kills by doing awful decisions, and it made no sense. Like, he's just not helping his team whatsoever, just lurking and finding picks as the rest of his team just dies over on C as he just walks through garage window every round. I wasn't impressed. I think that it's just going to get buried, frankly, because everybody was having a terrible tournament. Durka's first death rates are just absolutely through the roof as well, including on Raze, where he was playing like god tier Raze during Tokyo.
Like nothing but Raze.
Yeah. But I also want to ask too, even despite Fnatic having their worst placement all year, it was 4th place at a tournament. Are they still the best team of 2023? Is it easy? Because EG made the finals of Tokyo and won champions.
Yeah, they won lock-in. I mean, I'm not just going off of like that, but like they won lock-in, they won Tokyo. The only team to do it twice in a row. And from the narrative alone, I'd say yes, but also just based off of how they played at both of those tournaments, you're talking about one of the most perfect teams at Tokyo specifically, like one of the most perfect teams. So just by that form alone, I would have probably called them the best this year.
I don't know if I necessarily agree. I don't know. I don't rate lock-in, but like,
why
it's
not?
It's such a one-off gimmicky single elimination fucking tournament. Like, yes, like the fact that they got 2 trophies was impressive, but it doesn't feel the same as if they had gotten like, you know, a Masters into a championship trophy. Like,
the top 4
in my mind,
was
it's
so
completely
insanely good. The top four, it was so good. You can't.
But the field wasn't good, and the field wasn't good for Tokyo either.
My bad.
Like, I think that you could, if anything, I think you tie them up. Like, I think that EG, I think you said that EG and Fnatic are basically tied in that regard, because they, in my mind, they both got like a trophy apiece with the rosters that they set out. Like,
here's a question.
That became successful.
Here's a question.
EG at lock-in was way different than fucking EG at Masters or at Champions.
What placement do you think EG would have had to get a lock-in for it to be equivalent in your mind? The achievements that both of those teams got throughout the year? Or is back-to-back just, like, is winning 2 out of 3 just always going to be the benchmark for the best team of the year? Because that's also a valid, like, criteria to have.
I think, number one, yes, but also to answer your question, I think EG, like, if they... the thing is, they got 2-1 in that upper final and looked pretty competitive against Fnatic, but the finals thing is the thing that, like, knocks them down for me.
The fact they got 3-0.
They got 3-0 in the finals.
Different.
Yeah, exactly. And we never really got to see that matchup again. other than Tokyo. So it's like hard to really say it again. I wish they had a chance to play again, but that's on Fnatic, not EG, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, ignoring the fact that we had to argue about this last time during Fnatic #1 going into Tokyo. So please pull up their match history for the entire year.
They lost 3
like
series.
do we forget like how dominant this team was? I think that's like
They're playing
I don't even want to talk about this. Like, you lost to a world champion last year that regained their form, stopped trolling on comps and champs. Like, you dominated most of the season everywhere you played, and then just like VLR and Reddit were like, oh, but they didn't win the last one, they're obviously not the best team in the world. Like, I think EG makes a really strong statement to be the best team in the world. Like, I truly do. But if you're looking overall for the year and everything like that, it has to be Fnatic. Like, these guys were unreal the entire time. And, you know, with people getting sick and different things like that, I'm not making excuses by any means, but like, these guys didn't look the same at champs as they had before. But look at Loud. I mean, Loud was on, you know, their form from last year at times, where like these guys were unreal. Especially the second match of this, Loud was unreal against Fnatic in that series.
Yeah,
I mean,
incredibly.
I think that was the one Les had the hallmark performance on Split, where it's like, you know, just absolutely, it might have been one of these maps Les like absolutely carried them. It might have been the first time, or I might be misremembering what team.
It was a different series, yeah.
A different series, yeah. But like, you know, Loud looked like their old selves. And like, that is one team that if you're going to try to gunfight individually and you're not absolutely on point, they are going to tear you apart. Like, they have so much skill in 5 positions on those players when they're feeling it that like they are equal to, you know, some of these Fnatic guys when they're on their stride, like Aspis and Les alone, let alone Cowancy. So it's like Loud came out and punched them in the mouth. Like, I think Fnatic looked bad the whole tournament, but like against that Loud team, oh my God, like Loud played incredible that day.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's like an Optic Loud situation. I think Fnatic are the best team of the year despite not winning champions. But I think that doesn't really take away from what EG were able to accomplish.
Exactly.
And we have such few tournaments
sick.
anyways, it's like going to be so hard for those discussions anyways to not be the team who dominated like Fnatic did this year. And then you also add in the conversations about their regional performances and all this, all that. Like, Fnatic's going to take that too. He got 3rd at America. Didn't have a great regular season. Obviously, it was a different team for most of the time, but they barely squeezed in. Like, they were a genuine Cinderella story this year, and they still managed to become the 2nd best team of the year. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, this roster for Fnatic has only lost 13 maps. I mean, by the way, Loud still have an absurd match page as well. Like, if you go and have a look at the Loud match page, it's ridiculous how much these guys win, genuinely. Especially because they just dominated in Americas too this year. You know, to a fairly similar degree as Fnatic.
They just have their 2nd ever like loss on a certain map at this tournament.
Probably Probably Ascent. Their Ascent has always been...
No, their Ascent they started losing on recently. It was... what was it? Was it Haven?
Could have been Haven.
Oh, damn it. What was it? Let me have a look. I'll find it for you.
Haven is still
Bind. It might have been Bind. Did they lose Bind?
I think
it was Bind that we were talking about. Yeah, because they were 12-3 on that map.
And like probably 2 of those were losses to Optic, who was the other best Bind team in the world. Like,
yeah, and then look at Haven. The Haven is still 18-2 all time. It's crazy. And like the Haven is still unbelievably good too. This is, yeah. And by the way, the first time that Loud really unveiled their Haven on the international stage, they got beaten into dust by Team Liquid, and then they immediately fixed it and were a lot better after that. Yeah.
I'm just really glad they went back to playing some of these Harbor Viper comps, because I've been so pissed. Oh my God. Like, you define the meta, you do all this, you're great at it, and the problem was all the Americas teams had like adjusted to it, and like it didn't feel as good, I'm assuming. But like, I feel like Loud tried to do too much for a while, And that's why, you know, they started to struggle, because when they swap back to some of these comps, it's like, if I'm the one that made Harbor Viper, like, I'm playing Harbor Viper against regions that don't play it that much. I mean, like, EMEA didn't play it hardly at all. And then
Dude, they were perma-banning Pearl.
Yes. And like, you have Harbor Viper on Pearl, which is like one of the most oppressive comps, or like hard to deal with comps on the fly. And like, you just don't play the comp that like made your team what it was at lock-in. Like, I'm confused. But I was very glad to see them back on this. So
yeah,
I mean, to speak on that though, even on Pearl, like the only time they brought it out was on Haven, which is in my mind is still the best comp on that map. Well, maybe matching up to the guard / DRX's comp now, and Cloud9 too. But the way that they handled Pearl was just ridiculous. They were running that breach comp, and then they were like, okay, well, this isn't that good, and we're playing against EG, so let's go back to Harbor Viper, by the way, the team that dismantled us. Or no, we dismantled them, and then eventually America's caught up. But it's like, this is a team that's been in that. They picked up this comp from you guys, and they're like, yeah, now it's the time to bring it out. And they get, not stomped, but not a good performance on Pro in the lower finals.
I actually liked the breach Astra comp on
Pearl.
On Pearl specifically. Yeah. I didn't like it. What other map were they running on?
Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent was troll. I did not like that. But especially when there's such a good fundamental Ascent team, I didn't really understand that pick. But yeah, their map pool's been a bit wonky. But yeah, let's just talk about Loud a little bit, right? So this is a team that, after winning champs, we had Sean on, and he was talking about some of the rumors that he and Slasher had been discussing. And he said, you know, winning solves everything. And then, you know, there's the reminder that last year, Loud won champions, and then they still moved their entire roster around, and people left, you know, to get the bag, or because Sassy and Les hated each other, or whatever the hell was going on within the team. So what do you think is going to occur with this squad? Like, would you want to keep this team together in an ideal world?
Yes. Sorry, in an ideal world where there's not
just evaporated
like
my hand.
Egos fighting about map vetoes and wanting to go elsewhere and not traveling with the team and stuff like that. Yeah. In that world, yeah. But I don't think we live in that world. So
okay, with Sassy and Pancada potentially being like free agents or floated around as well, like, would you still try to keep this roster with the same 5, or would you be exploring those players too?
The only person I really like would be looking to upgrade is Tui's probably, and that guy was insane at this event, but still not to the level that I like would get from maybe Marved or something like that. And because Kaunzin to me is a guy that's going to continue to get better.
Put Marved on Loud.
Yes, I was like, surely, I was like, how, like, where, how the...
Yeah, let's put Marved on the team. Fuck it,
Yeah. Fuck it.
Time to learn Portuguese, buddy.
They're on the same team. It's easy to switch them up. It makes no sense, but they're on the, yeah, I think Kaunzin is a guy who's going to just continue to get better. Like, better. He was insane this event. He's been insane in other events, and he's been one of the most important pieces to their success in a long time.
Yeah, I agree. Is it enough to keep us?
Yeah, I agree as well.
MC?
I don't know.
Right,
he's signing
let's
him.
move on.
He's signing him.
Let's go. We need more of this.
I want to move on to talking about NRG. So, what did you think of NRG's performance at this event, losing to Billy, MC?
I wish I could make armpit fart noises right now, just for the comedic value alone. I think that's like one of the perfect teams to counter Energy. I think, obviously, with rumors coming out, there might have been some internal struggles on that team, but man, like, they just got absolutely, you know, owned by Billy, surprisingly, which is like really unfortunate. But
they did get owned as well. Like, they didn't win a map against Billy in 2 matches against them, whilst talking the most
Be my
shit
fucking
possible.
judge.
Okay, first of all, the gun's good on certain maps.
That's a broken gun.
Yes.
But also, there is no second.
Disagree.
Sorry,
but...
second of all, hello.
No, nothing.
But second of all, yes, they did get walloped by Billy and should have been able to play better than that. Yes.
Yes.
But first of all, Judge is quite good.
Yeah.
Since then, we've had Som and Finesse talking on stream about being moved to NRG's bench and looking for other opportunities. They've also talked about, I saw Finesse saying that he wouldn't return back. They were like gonna stream unless they got to. Maybe I'm making this sound too like set in stone, but the impression I got was that Finesse wants to like have his hands on building the roster, otherwise he ain't interested. Which to me seems way too much to be demanding, frankly, in a hyper-competitive America's market. But maybe the IGL market is like that strong that he can demand something like that? That seems a lot, no?
I didn't see this specific.
He basically, they were streaming, and he says he's going to keep streaming until he gets to build the roster that he wants to play with. Was basically the gist of it. I think it's a really strong ask in terms of everything. I think if you're paired with a coach, potentially, it's a lot easier to do something like that. But it's like you're gonna have conflicting, visions between org, between coach, between potential IGL at that point. I think if anyone could potentially demand that in NA, like FNS might be one of them. And I think, they're just okay with streaming. Like they're going to do well streaming.
Yeah.
And I think that's the big difference. Like they didn't have an offer or something that they hoped they would, or there's stuff behind the scenes that is still playing out. But it's like, they really want to have a team, and maybe they were sick of something, or I don't know what happened. I'm not in the team, but that's a pretty serious split when you have the most experienced America's core like completely fracturing.
Yeah, I mean that was one of the biggest, like I guess expectation points or like hope points for people after like EA wasn't there, after Marv wasn't there. Was like, okay, well we still have the 3-man core from Optic. They're still going to be able to perform, and like Artist seems like a really good slot in, blah blah blah. Like, and to have it even further fractured, I don't know what the fuck that looks like.
Yeah, I mean
in the future.
Just based off of what you guys are saying, again, I haven't seen the clip. I'll go watch it after this, but like that, to me, that seems crazy. I agree that he's probably going to be fine and he should be happy streaming both of these guys, and they'll be okay. And maybe eventually they'll get another offer. But this is we're living in a different world now. You don't get to build a roster like without having a full like core coach structure that you're selling. You don't get to do that anymore. These teams are structured now. They have GMs, they have people who are in place, they have coaches that are that they're committed to. Like those sorts of things, it's going to be a tough for anybody, but even Finesse and Som in this case.
Yeah,
my guess is he wasn't happy with how the roster was built this year, which I can't imagine that he didn't have significant input in the first place, but that sounds crazy to me.
Yeah, I think also
no, never mind. I can't say what I was about to say.
Yeah, there's just, I mean, especially with the current, we're going to talk about it in a bit, but with the current, like, fuck up with America's ascension being that there is one less spot in the league as well. That's 5 less, paying places for starting players where you might be able to go and try and make something like this happen. So I feel like also players sometimes forget that being involved in the top level of the pro scene is beneficial for their streaming career. Like that's one of the reasons why you have so many viewers. I'm sure that these guys, like Som and Finesse in particular, would be able to go off and just do it themselves because they're funny as fuck on top of being good. Like they'd be able to go and, do analyst desk stuff if they wanted to as well, to be able to make a paycheck on the side for a big event, except that they'd probably make more money co-streaming it and just hyping it up as the battle of the century every time.
Yeah.
What, specifically about NRG in this tournament though, what do you think went wrong? Why is it NRG that trip up or have tripped up in the past when they were Optic with these teams from other regions? Do you buy into the idea that they're just overconfident and not preparing properly, or is there some other reason to do with how they like to approach the game?
Okay, so EG is like, they're sucking the skill and experience from all the other America's teams like a vampire, And all of America's banded together to let this happen so that we could have a champion from our region. So like Energy took one for the team in order for EG to be able to win. That's why we had to cut Ye, because they like drained him completely of everything. You know, and then like it all adds up to where they just didn't have enough in the tank in terms of what they had left to be able to win. But that was a sacrifice we were all willing to make.
But why was Ardis playing so poorly then? Because he surely didn't get suckled. He's from
He
the
doesn't
NBA.
speak English.
Oh
my god!
I forgot about that. You're right, though. You're absolutely correct.
Wow. Wow. I mean, you can't follow that up with real analysis, can you? Holy shit. Like,
yeah. We're just going to the next topic.
Honestly, this was so long ago. Like, it's hard for me to even recall. Billy Billy's is better, man. What do you want?
That's just, I mean, I just don't believe that. That's just,
no,
that's
these guys,
just the wrong
I'm
analysis.
telling you, they're wild. These guys are unleashed.
Yeah, they're
in
wild.
script.
They're gamblers. They're
oh my
gamblers.
god! And that's the perfect thing to beat Energy. Stuff that doesn't make sense. Stuff you can't like accommodate for in terms of like, you're like, oh yeah, these guys when they come B, they're gonna be like, they're gonna use this piece of util and then this. And it's like, okay, we're gonna over rotate and shift to this. Billy's just like, yep, fuck it, send it. Like, just go. They watch Paper Rex, and it's like one of those things where you try to like do the drawing of the thing, but it's not like good. It's like just kind of there, but like, I mean, they're util and everything. Like they have good ideas and everything, but they're wild guys. Like they're fucking wild.
I think the first series they were wild. They were fucking insane, and that threw energy off. And the second series they weren't that wild.
Yeah,
they were like slow playing.
It was
like,
calculated.
Crazy
It looked
on Bond.
calculated.
It was so good. Like it was actually outplaying finesse, and he like actually had. It looked like he was running out of ideas towards the end of that series. Like it was very well played by Billy in that one.
Yep. And I just think everyone right now in the game is just so good too, that it's like, it really is hard for teams like day in and day out to like beat everyone else. I'm telling you. Like,
oh yeah, by the way, can we just take a moment to appreciate that despite being a world champion, Boostio's take is the most horrendously wrong take and wrongly timed take you could possibly have. Like, I feel like he's going to be able to get away with it because he's just won champions, but he's so wrong. I mean, the Chinese teams were playing the best they ever have at this tournament. BLG came out of nowhere, genuinely nowhere, and ended up, you know, taking down one of America's previously best teams, like most storied rosters. EDG looked like they were tight with a lot of the other top 6 teams and could have even gone further than they did, but they replicated their same level of success from Tokyo. Like, this take is wrong, man. And we haven't even seen the full force of China. Come on.
It's
thing
not
I've
like
been
they're
saying-
good at league or anything, so like, we don't have to worry at all about like this region of people that are.
They don't like Riot Games.
Yeah. Like, no, they're gonna be good. That is just the most outrageous thing.
The thing I've been saying in regards to this is just like by sheer population density, it's like where they say like there's just X amount of like people with genius IQs in China. We found one Kong. By population density alone, there are fucking hundreds, if not thousands, of Kongs in the world. And when they find them, Jesus Christ, everything's over for every other team, for every other region. They're just gonna get rolled.
I mean,
you guys
should know this.
I want to tell you my
they're gonna have
favorite
synchronized fucking pop-ups. They're all gonna stand up simultaneously and op you across the arena.
I just in synchronicity, like one of them hits a shot, they all get up and just do it at the same time, like without thinking, just same way.
We could get Sadak to join the team.
Yeah, but I think one of the craziest things I've heard, and like obviously this is probably bullshit. I'm going to preface what I am about to say with this is probably a lie, but I think it's funny. I heard that like when they were building the EDG roster, the players had to drop like at least 130 kill scrim a week or they got removed off the roster. And so that's how they like found these guys that are just absolutely cracked out of their minds. That like once a week, if you don't drop 30, get the fuck out the door.
That's such a funny trial system, man. Because also, the better your teammates get, the less chance you drop in 30.
Everyone's just like they're like, okay, we like this guy. Okay, we're just gonna do Juggernaut and Spawn. You go out, kill as many as you can, then we'll play the round afterwards.
It's like having a band of gladiators together in the Coliseum.
Yeah.
Fight the other fucking gladiators that you were partnered with before. Like,
let's take a look at our awful tier lists then, and do expectation versus reality. So, is this?
Right, I'm gonna be mad about this. My energy's bad, so I'm gonna go start chugging Red Bull. I'll be right back.
Go crazy, go crazy. So, our tier lists always end up failing, but this one, honestly, I don't think this one was that. No, it was fairly appalling.
I don't know.
There were a couple of
I don't
appalling
think you're on the
things
same page as us, Josh.
No, I know. I'm setting it up. We're doing a tier list of. Yeah. So what we're gonna do with this is we're ranking the teams based from what we expected to what actually happened, right? So this is from Tannis as well. So we've got significantly better than we expected, as expected, significantly worse, right? So this is, but the problem is our expectations, I'm not sure we're a great measuring stick to even begin with, because our tier lists are always poo.
What were our champs power rankings? Can we pull that up?
I trolled with Foot. I thought there was a good chance that Foot wasn't going to be very good, just because we hadn't seen him very recently.
your guys' asses, right? He put DRX at 7.
He did.
Yeah, he boosted DRX up, which wasn't bad. But I do remember you, Arden, specifically saying that Billy should be going down at the bottom. Like,
yeah.
Oh, no, actually, you had Foot below Billy, which again ended up working out, which is madness too. Absolute madness. So I think we just send this with the tier list. Oh, here it is. No, Kurt's pulled it up.
Oh, what a goat.
All right, so this is what we had. So first of all, Fnatic number 1, reasonable expectation, isn't it? Paper X number 2, reasonable. EG number 3, reasonable.
EDG overrated, NRG overrated.
EDG a little overrated, but frankly, I think there was a chance that they could have made a run to 4.
So you're saying it's perfect?
No, I'm not saying it's perfect.
Okay.
Did we underrate Loud? I don't think we. No. Oh, I don't know.
What, based on the form that we had seen?
Based on like the fact that they just did this exactly last year as well. They bombed out of Copenhagen and then they won champions. Like, were we overreacting to drag them all the way down to 6th? Where did they end up? They ended up in like 5th anyway, didn't they?
3rd. Oh, wait, at Copenhagen? Wait, what are you talking about?
Oh, no, they ended up in 3rd. What am I smoking, man? Yeah, they were in 3rd place for this tournament, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe a tad underrated there. What else have we got? Can you pull it up again, Kurt?
Crew, Giants, T1, everything is fucked from groups. Basically.
I'm going to try pulling up the actual
Liquid's
document
up way too high. Billy's quite far down low.
Oh, Liquid have got to be at the bottom of this new tier list we do of expectation versus reality.
For sure.
Who else? We overrated the LCQ teams, I think, combined. There was a tragic
T1.
stat.
I'm not.
The LCQ teams combined won, 3 maps or something?
I don't know.
5 maps?
Crew did not look like the same team from LCQ to this. And like, obviously they're playing better teams, but even confidence-wise, performance-wise, out of some of their players, like it was just a completely different in terms of what they had been playing at, which is really unfortunate for those guys.
Let's pull up the tier list, the like new one that we're gonna do, Kurt, if you could, and we'll start just slogging some teams in. So, let's just start in order of what we've got. Let's start with Crew. All right, Crew. Were they slightly worse or significantly worse than expected? They've got to be worse than expected, surely. With
maybe
what
slightly worse. I wouldn't put them significantly worse.
If you ignore one tournament, you got to put significantly worse.
Like, what do you mean if you ignore one tournament?
If you ignore LCQ, like, are we rating all the teams or just the champs teams? Because I saw it at the bottom.
No, it's just the champs teams.
Okay, so not counting LCQ, then
That's
they'd
my
be as expected, right? They bombed out of groups. They'd be.
So the idea of this is
no. I thought this was for
your
the whole
expectations
season.
coming into champions. How did they perform at champions based on your expectations?
Slightly worse.
Yeah. Okay. Billy. I mean, significantly better. It's got to be
significantly
right?
better.
Yeah, and we've talked about them, but yeah, way better.
Yeah.
Slightly
DRX,
better.
Honestly,
Slightly
I'd
better.
put DRX in significantly better.
Slightly.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I was ready to give the fuck up on DRX. I thought they trolled their entire season away.
I did, and still have given up on DRX, but all good.
Oh.
Not to say that the champs' performance wasn't good, but I just lost faith this year. I've lost faith before with them, and it's just come right back up.
They didn't do that badly
my
at this
mind. Slightly better for DRX. Slightly better.
I think slightly better. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
EG,
after
I had to overhype
EG
for a
honestly significantly worse. Like I thought they wouldn't drop a map.
I think though it is only slightly better, right?
Yeah,
like it can't be
slightly.
significantly better. Because we still
I mean, you couldn't have expected them to do that much more.
You could say significantly better if you didn't expect them to win the trophy.
Well, I mean, if we are expecting them to end in top 3, and they end top 1, is that significant? I mean,
I'm saying if you say a top 3 placement is what you're expecting, but then they get the number 1, that seems significantly better than.
Well, then put everyone else in significantly worse because they didn't get the trophy.
That's not what I'm saying.
But don't just look at the results though. I mean, look overall, like out of groups, they were expected to stomp that group. I feel like they did. They did very well there. So it's hard to say that they did significantly better because they did kind of like not have the best, like not the best. Obviously, they 2-0'd still foot, but like it wasn't as easy as you might have made it out to be after watching Tokyo.
To be honest, the only game in which I thought they performed significantly better than I was expecting was the grand final.
Yes.
The other games, they were just slightly better, and they didn't have to face like teams that went crazy. You know, they run through playoffs. They had the easiest group. They beat EDG in a close game that I thought was, you know, like a really like solid performance from them, but they were the favorites in that match. They beat DRX, and I wasn't very high on DRX, but you know, they had some ups and some downs. They lost to Paper X in the upper finals. They beat Loud in a super close game, which I thought was about what you would expect from them. And then they just smoked the grand finals. I think that's the big one that really made all the difference, is the grand finals.
Honestly, the argument for me to put significantly was the fact that they actually were able to close out against Loud. They almost got reverse sweeped. Like I thought they were going to choke so hard when I saw that. I thought they were going to choke, and I was like, no. But
we don't say that word.
That's just your butthole clenching. All right, what's the next team? Let's throw the next team up there. EDG.
I think slightly worse. I know that they performed at the same level in terms of like placement, but I think that they were trolling in a lot of situations that I expected them to clean up a lot after Tokyo. Specifically, this fucking guy, Nobody.
I knew it.
Oh, I was trying to hold it in all episode, man. I was trying to hold it in all episode. Dude, I can't believe he took the rope. He is such a fucking feeder. It's outrageous, man. He's fucking melons. Dude, I can't get it. I can't get it.
Yeah.
He's regressed. He's actively regressing. Anyway.
He had to get his 30.
Oh, that hurt me.
He had to get his 30. He wanted to be at the next event. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think slightly worse, even though they managed to get the same result.
Yeah, I think the reason why they got the same result was magic out of their players in some like clutch instances, and just constantly fucking playing close games and pulling it out.
People were more prepared for King too. Like they were holding for him to reswing 6 times. Like, and he definitely got punished because of that.
Yeah. And he disappeared in the final series too. Like,
well, he disappeared in the final 2 series, I think.
True,
from
I think
memory, wasn't it?
It wasn't having nearly as much of an impact, and teams were not letting him run away with the lobby like he was able to do in Japan. So I think we're kind of all in agreement and like slightly worse.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the next team then. Who's up on the docket? Fnatic. Is it mad to say significantly worse because of the manner in which that they lost.
Yeah, I think it has to be the bottom two, one of them, like 100%. I think judging from like what they look like in Tokyo to like their form in this tournament, I think it's pretty brutal difference. And it could have been the other teams are stronger as well, which I truly believe. But like they just didn't look the same is the only way to say it. So it's like, you know, you look at this team that was dominant through most of the year, and then for them to place fourth, and you know, like that's their performance to place fourth. I think it's at least like slightly worse and probably teetering to worse, significant.
I'm so mad that Fnatic played Loud twice, though. I really am, because I would have loved to see them play against different teams. The only two teams they lost maps to in this tournament were DRX and Fnatic. DRX with that horrendous bind, and then DRX and Loud. Sorry, and then you know Loud with the two matches that they played against them. But the best team they beat was DRX. You know, apart from that, they beat Foot, Zeta, and Billy. Like these are worse than their regular season matches for a lot of the case. So it's like it's such a bizarre tournament run for Fnatic to end on. They didn't beat anybody great, and they only lost to one team who was having a good performance and ended third. It's a bizarre situation for them to be in. But yeah, I think it's significantly worse based on how they actually performed.
Yep. Yeah, I can't see any argument for it.
Could the inverse be used for EG being significantly better given on how they perform? Going back to that.
I don't think they actually did, though. That's what I'm saying,
All their
Seth.
players
I think it
going
was
fucking
only the
cracked
final.
out of their mind. I think that they
Here, I'll help you, Seth. We can just put EG over DRX in a slightly better term, and that should help, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Next, footballist. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, and I want to get to the exciting things.
As expected. No, slightly better actually, probably for me personally.
I mean,
I didn't
better
expect
than
them
I
to be top
expected,
8.
but yeah, better than I expected, because I thought that they were going to play poorly, but I don't think they really did much in this tournament.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, FPX.
As expected.
As expected. They didn't do diddly dick. Loud, significantly better.
Yes,
Way better than I was expecting from them.
Yep.
They just instantly bounced back to being a very, very good team.
Obviously,
Na'Vi was slightly better than I expected too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. After LCQ, they looked like ass, and I thought that they were going to bomb out of that group. And they made all to the decider map and had that close ass series against Loud, right? Shit was good.
NRG.
Boo.
Yeah, I'd say significantly worse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Paper X.
As expected.
As expected.
I think as expected.
Yeah.
Especially with having something, like I think everyone expected them to make grand finals.
I don't want to be a stickler, but how is Foot as expected?
Well,
didn't you guys rate them in like the last two teams?
We were wrong. We were wrong.
But that's
they beat T1. Am I the one that's gonna have to say it? Like
T1 are not a good team.
Well,
T1 played significantly worse.
They did.
If we want to rate, like,
that's what I was about to say.
I don't understand why people rate T1.
They are a good overall team. But, like, to put them on the level of most of the other teams in this tournament had to beat to make it out of groups, that was definitely the easiest opponent.
Yes, absolutely. They had the easiest group, hands down, no question about it.
I'm just being a pedant about the definition of, like, as expected.
Look,
I think it's reasonable.
Here's the thing.
Next.
After Tokyo, I thought for sure this team like just didn't have what it took to play on an international stage. Like they looked so flat at Tokyo that I expected that to come back out. But they were really like much better in EMEA, and that was kind of the one that I think people were especially mad about. Me and Josh's rating them so low because they were a top 3 team in the EMEA throughout the entire year. And so when they come back into here, I think they were able to match that, but they played much better than they did at Tokyo, and they broke that standard. So maybe, yeah, Seth, we can go.
Yeah, but they were still kind of shite. I mean, they played worse than Giants who didn't make it through. And they played, I mean, honestly, they played worse than Na'Vi, who still made it through as well. So out of the teams from their own region, I think they still played worse than 2 of the other teams that got grouped. Am I just a hater? Possibly. Giants.
Slightly worse.
Slightly worse for Giants than expected. Oh, yes. T1. Sorry.
I was saying slightly worse for T1.
Both.
T1 as expected. There we go. Yes, there we go.
Fuck Rhyme.
Wait, you think the Giants played worse than expected? I don't think so.
They won they won EMEA LCQ, which was the top region in the world. And then they just bombed out.
Yeah, they didn't
no one would have ever
really close
expected.
game to EDG. I think they played as I expected them to. They were like a team that gave it to upper teams, but still ended up going out in groups.
No, they have some incredible players. Like Cloud, holy shit, that guy's lights out good. And then like Nukia, like Hoodie, I mean that whole team, except Rhyme, is so good. Fuck Rhyme.
Why do you hate Ryan?
This motherfucker. Like, I make a joke 6 months ago about how Giants is gonna win LCQ, and this guy like embodies it in hatred. When in the clip it says me saying we're not making it. Like, but everyone just ignores that. But this guy couldn't. I'm just glad he used his time in NA losing to, Renegades and BBG Academy to become a better IGL to. Take that back and embody the, NA ways to win the EMEA LCQ.
Nice. Classy as always. I think they belong in as expected.
Same.
Yeah. All right. Zeta. They were fairly shit.
Yeah. Slightly worse or significantly worse?
Slightly worse.
I'd say slightly worse.
A Liquid, get them in the unbelievable dog shit tier. Like, not even significantly worse. Like, add another tier. Add 3 more tiers. Yes, perfect. Unbelievable dog shit. This is wonderful. There we go. I think you just click add a row below or something, don't you?
Just picking the color. It's got to be important.
Perfect.
The right color.
There. That is wonderful.
Just put Keck W.
Yeah, they were
perfect.
They were terrible.
Yeah, they had no ideas in any of their rounds. Just like, especially that lowers game against Loud was just so bad. They had 13-2'd on Haven. When they have experience against that comp, they literally just waited behind Harbor Viper Util the entire game. And they're like, let me try to break the turret and alarm bot. And then they would have 20 seconds left and they'd lose. Like, every time. I don't know. Redgar has turned into a poo IGL, unfortunately.
Very, very sad. Okay, so there's our expectations versus reality tier list. And you can see how poor our tier list was as well.
Good shit.
Shall we talk about the shit that's broken the Valorant internet?
Xset doesn't pay out skin money. I can't believe
we'll talk about that in a second as well, but it's a little worse than that.
Do you mean FNS and SOM separating from Energy?
All right.
I mean Riot Games pressing the old backspace button on the guard. Where do we even begin with this? Let's...
Like this.
Yeah. Okay, so... Let me try and go through the timeline then, while Achilles tops up his drink. So, when the teams win Ascension, they're given a date to sort things out, and specifically to finalize their signatures on the team partnerships agreement. And that defines whether or not you're held to the rules of the league and can participate in the league. And we all know that this is a process that has to happen. There has to be a legal framework around it. And the orgs, of course, have to sign this agreement. The Guard have just not done it. They've just, we're just not going to sign. And that's left the players and the org in a horrendous spot where they have to figure out what the best circumstance would be. And Riot have decided not to pick the best answer to the scenario. And in my opinion, pick the worst. And they've gone with, we just won't have anyone win America's Ascension. And we'll just stick with 10 teams for 2024 in Americas, while there's 11 teams in both of the other regions. And it's going to fuck our ideas for the format up and going to have cascading consequences into the future. But this is definitely the right play, guys, of the 3 ideas that we had. And then Leo put out a tweet where he outlined the reasoning for it, because first of all, there was just a bombshell. It was just that tweet was just dropped like an absolute nuke, like Oppenheimer just decided to unveil his newest hydrogen bomb.
This deserves a fucking like video announcement, not a
it deserves some explanation. And even Leo's explanation didn't explain anything. He posted paragraphs and paragraphs, but I think as soon as we start reading this tweet, we kind of have to dig into the explanation behind it. So I just want to get, before we even start there, immediate impressions. I mean, when you see this announcement that the Guard are not going to be participating, but then it also follows up with, so we've just decided not to have anyone participate in Ascension for Americas. What's going through your heads there, guys?
This greatly improves the chances of Cloud9 Trent.
Yeah, that's very true.
It's a lot higher than it was before. I think the biggest thing is it sucks for like the guys. I mean, I was a part of this team before, and it's like, this is not the first, but the second time they haven't made, the partnership league. So it's like, we went through this. I looked because it came up in like a memory thing the other day. I think it was like September 20th or 22nd last year when we found out we didn't make it. And then they're like, oh yeah, let's stick together, let's do this, yeah, rah, 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 like, and then they finally do it, and it's like, fucking surprise. Like, but I don't know what to think of this. There's got to be more, like, we're never gonna get the answers that we want from, like, either party. Like, none of this makes sense. There has to be something that just, it's just bizarre.
So crazy. I mean, that's the same reaction. It's like, holy shit. Like, for me, it was like, can they do this? It's like,
they can do it. Yeah, they can do it.
Obviously, they can do whatever the fuck they want. But I was like, this has to be like fake. Like, there has to be more. Like,
I thought it was like a troll tweet. I thought it was like a joke that it was from somebody impersonating.
Can I ask you a question?
Ryan.
That's September 22nd when you found out you didn't make partnerships. Did you also find out through Twitter? Because all the players found out through Twitter on this topic.
I don't even remember. I like to black out that part of my life.
But also, but them finding out through Twitter is because the org is not doing any of their like responsible stuff. They're not. They have no responsibility over what's going on, and I don't mean that in the sense of they aren't responsible for it. More so, they are not following through on the responsibilities that they should have.
Yeah.
Like, it's on the Guard to be communicating with their players, and it seems like they've just pulled the plug and gone. What I'm boggled by is that they applied for partnership a year ago and they committed to signing these players up until the end of Ascension. They won Ascension. Did the org not have a clue what they were going to do if they won?
I think they were planning to sell the slot. I think they were literally trying to do it right.
We always knew that they couldn't do that.
I think the signing thing. The signing thing, I think, when I look back to it, that might have been the original sign date for some of those guys. Because you guys have got to keep in mind that it's been 2 years. So it's like, I know I signed, I think back in like October. Actually, I'm getting them mixed up, but I want to say like October. And a couple of those guys were signed before I was. So like, there's a chance that this was their like Nets original contract that just came up. I obviously I'm speaking of, I don't know, but like they could have signed them for a 1+1 or like a 1 year at the, when they didn't make partnership, but it might be original contracts coming up. It has been, 2 years since these guys were signed.
That doesn't even explain anything to me, because if they were going to pull out,
I'm just saying, like, it may not have been their intention to, just like sell. That's what I'm getting. Where
Arton, I want to follow up on what you said though. In what way do you think it's reasonable for an org to not understand that you couldn't sell the spot? Because to me, that's been clear from the beginning.
Well, I've heard rumors that teams were literally dropping players specifically to try to buy the Guard after they ascended. That's what I heard.
The roster.
Yes.
Yes, and I also was aware that the Guard players were, looking
Trent,
for
get out of here.
but that, as far as from what I understood, that was because the Guard was such a low investment organization at this point that that was because they were only going to be offering like minimum salary or something, so it was just an economical thing, not in the sense of the entire spot.
Sure, I mean, granted, Riot, I mean, to me, it's been clear, for you, it's been clear too. Like, it's genuinely not possible to hold the spot for a team after they ascend. Like, you can't just sell the roster and they'd still have the slot. Like, that's not a thing that could happen in the first place. So the point I'm making, though, is that I don't think that it's been very clear from the beginning to anybody involved in this situation in Tier 2 what the fuck Ascension actually meant. I mean, there's never been a clear place, not that it has to be public, but to me, the actions of many, many, many participants in the scene indicate to me that they really don't have a clear idea of what it means to ascend, what it takes once you get there, like who owns the spot. I think that's been all very not clear, even though behind the scenes for most people it would make sense that, you know, you can't sell the spot, that it belongs to the org, that all this stuff. But like, you just have to look at the community interactions and like sentiments after the guard ascended and stuff like that, and everybody's like, oh, it's 3/5 of the player, like it's the 3/5 compromise, like they own the slot.
People don't read rules.
Yeah, but
people don't read things.
Yeah, but it's also, I don't think that it's been anywhere, Josh. I don't think there's been Ascension rules. Has there been?
Well,
because I haven't found
they
them.
got.
I think
they got announced like a year ago or something.
I saw roster construction
at the beginning.
That's all I saw from Ascension.
It was like anti-poaching in terms of they were trying to protect, teams that were moving up is something I read as well. I remember reading through, some of the rules or things that people were concerned about.
So people have been talking recently about the fact that within the Oceanic region, but within the Ascension tournament for the Pacific region, that Bonkers was told about what would happen if they ascended. But I mean, that was fairly recent.
That does feed into my point, though, Josh. The fact that Bonkers did not know until playoffs that situation was going to occur is why, to me, it seems super unclear to everybody.
Yeah. That's reasonable. That is reasonable.
And when Ascension and the entire Tier 2 system got announced, it felt very patchwork. And that's why I feel like this entire thing is them trying to catch up without actually having put the system in place, without actually having thought about what happens in this case. They know that they don't want teams to be sold.
That's very true.
But they don't know how to deal with the situation when a team tries to push for that. And that's what the Guard has put themselves into.
And yeah, I think the clearest statement you can make about this entire situation is that Riot did not have a good enough plan in place for this situation to occur. Leo's tweet talks about the fact that we have a plan in place if it's a free agent organization.
Yeah.
If it's a team made up of free agents. Now, I want to talk about that whole aspect a little later because I think there's actually way more to dig into there. But if you take his word at face value, they had a plan for free agent stuff, but I don't believe that they had a solid plan in mind for what would happen if a team just didn't sign the team partnership agreement. Because frankly, from Riot's point of view, why would this situation even occur? Why would you even be participating in Ascension if once you make it and you receive the money from the, you're now qualifying for the stipend and you're qualifying for other digital goods and you're qualifying for the other, this is why you were participating, no? So if you're not in it for that, I could see why they wouldn't have built this extra, what's it called, safety net or
Sure.
I can see why they haven't been in a meeting fleshing this situation out. But at the same time, with the Guard looking as dodgy as they are and looking like they want to pull the plug, it would have been useful to do this at least a couple months ago, even if it was a bit of a scramble, so that you weren't just catching up as it happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is there's I'd like to see the partnership agreement, compare them, because there's been so many rumors about different things that I don't know, surely there was something, unless their plan was just to completely sell, and that's what Riot's trying to prevent from happening. But it's it just feels so weird. Something doesn't add up, whether it's,
Well, can I talk about one of the first things that doesn't add up that we've heard about for the first ever time in Leo's tweet, which was previously when we've received communications from Riot about the Ascension teams, and when we've clarified through press conferences and through interviews and stuff, they've said that their wording about receiving similar treatments. They always said this phrase of they will have similar benefits from being in the league. And when pressed about that, they said, yeah, it's just we say similar, not the same, because they're not permanent partners, right? But actually, what Leo said in this tweet is massively different. And it's just the tiniest little thing in a parenthesis in the third paragraph, but it's massively different. And he says here, third paragraph, it's parenthesis here, the only exception from these exact same benefits being a team-branded gun skin, which is only available for partner teams. Now, in terms of digital goods sales, not having a team-branded gun skin, if that's the only thing that comprises digital goods outside of champion skins, which we don't know about from the outside because we haven't read the team partnership agreements for 2024, but if that is an assumption that you can make, that they have the champion skins and then they have the team-branded skins, and the Ascension teams don't get the team branded skins, then that is a huge amount of your revenue that you're losing out on, and it might genuinely make you lose money rather than make money on being a team that goes through Ascension.
To be clear, that doesn't, it's not, that's, there's still digital goods for them. Number one champions and team specific bundles, they say. It's just the gun skin that's particular there. And I agree with you, it's still a massive
chunk. If the team specific bundle is just a gun
banner, a title, something like that,
or something like that, yeah. And
Versus
also, again, I want to say again here, this is still fairly reasonable from Riot, because the huge amount of effort that goes into producing these skins, I'm sure, is extraordinarily difficult when you don't know who's going to win Ascension. Like, the turnaround on those skins would be insane to try and get them into next year. But that's kind of
based on articles. Like, most of their skins that they do take over a year to make, so it's absolutely.
So the idea of being able to action them is, maybe unreasonable, but to not make it up in some kind of other way would be a major problem. And if that is one of the reasons why, you know, the Guard decided to back out, then I think that's.
Wouldn't you imagine that the other requirements for the team are lessened? For example, content requirements and physical logistic requirements, stuff like that, have to be less for the Ascension teams. Like, those are all the things that go into the TPA, is what I'm assuming.
Of course, and but there's so much of this that is not available to the public, is my point here as well.
Yes.
Is that the like return versus investment might be very different for these Ascended teams, depending on what the specifics of the TPA are.
Yes. And to answer your question, though, well, the rhetorical question about Riot, like wondering why the Guard would do this in the first place, or why any team would do this, though. I mean, you can, just by this negotiation alone about the team skins, about that sort of stuff, like, all of a sudden, the team that ascends has ridiculously high leverage to try to pull something like this to get extra benefits. Which Riot can obviously just deny, but that could be something that's going on behind the scenes. That's like a possible plausible explanation that makes it so the Guard could be like, I don't want to sign this. This is bullshit. Like, I don't like this agreement. Like, I need more. That sort of thing is 100% negotiable for all the teams within the partnership system.
Yeah, I think that's also fair. It doesn't then follow, though, that they would have to not promote anybody through the system, right? It just gets you to the point where your organization that got the spot is declining to participate, and then it comes down to Riot as to what you then do. So I'd like to walk through the three options that Leo lays down in a bit more detail and kind of talk through each one. Because I think the community is bang on here in terms of this really not being good enough reasoning, I think, for the result that they've come to. Yeah. So here's the three different options. First of all, you allow the 5 players to be picked up by a new organization, as you would for a free agent team. Secondly, you promote the Ascension's runner-up. Thirdly, you don't promote any team. And bizarrely, they chose let's not promote any team. So let's talk through the first proposal, because I think the first one is what most people would assume would happen, right? If the players were all free agents at the beginning of this process, when they won Ascension, this is what would have happened. There would have been a 2-month period for them to find another organization to represent them. And here's where I want to start. How the fuck does that process work, guys? Because also, if they're forced to pick up the players, can't the players just demand they get paid like $1 million each? So how is that system ever going to function?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, you would have to have so many specific bullet points laid out for him. I mean, exactly how this is going to, how this process would have to take place in order to make it, I don't even know if that's a word, facilitatable, like to be able to just make it functional, I suppose is what I'm trying to say.
You genuinely need, as a free agent team, literal fucking contracts within your team already, because of whatever reasoning they might have, or whatever restrictions they might have on a free agent team in the first place, like the 3-5 rule or whatever. I don't know how it works because it's not there, but like all of a sudden you have situations where, yeah, the team would just sell their spot to the team that pays them the most signing bonus or whatever. But then there's like all the players interaction, like maybe they don't need all the players, so the organization just like fuck some people and then the other people get paid. Like it opens up so many can of worms that it can't just be that, right?
I mean, taken at its simplest form, I suppose there would be 2 months, a bidding war, and whoever pays the players the most ends up getting in. Right? You just hold like a 2 month long auction.
As long as they're all, approved.
Yeah, as long as they sign the TPA.
They have to hit the approvals and they have to sign the fucking paperwork.
The only way to do this, we were talking about this yesterday, is you have to have a pre-approved line of orgs that are willing. You need to standardize like potential salaries across the entire league so that every org knows what they're getting into. And then like you literally do a lottery system if something like this comes up. But even then, people are going to be pissed because it's like, oh, they're just not spending money. They're waiting for a free agent team to make it through Ascension, and then they're gonna, draw out of a hat to see if, TSM or anyone gets this slot. Like, there isn't a really good answer in any of this, unfortunately.
Yeah, but also, I think the issues come from the fact that this is just exposing one of the problems, because there is already a problem, as we're noting right now, with a free agent team winning. Like Leo says they have a plan for it, but the plan just doesn't hold up to scrutiny, in my opinion, because it would unleash another wave of problems, as we're just discussing here. There would just be wild bidding processes. MCE's idea of trying to standardize salaries would have its own range of problems. In fact, I don't think that would actually even be legal, right? Yeah. Without them having a collective bargaining agreement. Yeah. So, all right. So let's move on from the free agent team system. So their conversation about why they didn't go for this system is also bizarre. It's not because we don't know how to handle free agent teams. Leo claims that they do have a plan for free agent teams, which I would love to know what exactly that is. But if you could bring up the tweet again, Kurt, it says this particular situation is different since this team played through challenges and ascension under the guard banner and became free agents after the fact. Allowing an acquisition by a different organization now opens the door for slots in the VCT to be sold, which we do not allow. Now, can anyone explain to me how this sets a precedent for slots being sold? Because in what way would the guard be compensated for this, or any team, if it decided not to sign a TPA, be compensated? I
read that I think Scott Robertson, one of the reporters, published a tweet with a couple of things on it, but what I gathered is they're worried that the guard could have already gotten paid by one of these teams, not publicly, and then because that's always a potential, and then you have orgs just buying slots, which is what they're trying to prevent. So it's but
as a counterpoint here, how would you ensure that the team that paid the guard even got the spot? Because if it is a free agent bidding process, or Riot have to approve it, then how who would possibly pay the guard just on the guard's word? They're yeah, don't worry boys, I'm sure Riot will pick you.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
maybe that did happen.
Bizarre.
Maybe that's why the M80 owner was so desperately tweeting to say I'm ready to fly to Los Angeles.
I wouldn't have said that's desperate. And if you
desperate was the wrong word. Sorry.
Yeah, I will take.
I've been having one.
Marcos
My apologies.
I will take no Marco slander from someone not the Americas region.
Could you bring that tweet back up, though, the one that MCU was referring? Because this was directly from a Riot employee. Off the record or whatever you want to call it, where it's an anonymous source. But if we don't pick the org, it's very hard to be sure that no money exchanged hands in the migration. But they would still be picking the org. This is what I don't get. Maybe they're free agent, but it makes no sense. They're talking themselves into knots, because the way that that's presented implies that their free agent team situation is hands off from them. It's the players that pick the org, not us. But that's bollocks. The Riot would always be vetting the team anyway, because if it was a team that was heavily involved with casinos or heavily involved with pornography or something, they wouldn't have, they wouldn't allow the players to sign with fucking YouPorn back when they had an esports team. So it makes no sense. There's just holes everywhere in what the Riot people are saying about how the system works.
Yep. And I mean, it's shitting on the integrity of the entire, like, even the partnership system itself, and that's kind of what they're trying to do, make that not fall apart with not selling teams and whatever. That's what they're trying to protect all the other team owners, but at the same time they're ruining competitive integrity, they're ruining trust, they're ruining so many things that I mean, at this point, like, we're going to have America's going to have 10 teams, EMEA is going to have 11, Pacific's going to have 11. Like, that already just not only like ruins the balance in terms of how many teams are going to these places, and then it also ruins the free agent market because there's not as many teams picking up players in the partnership system. It just
I think the biggest issue is, do they add 3 teams for Ascension this year in Americas? Because wasn't their original plan, the first year was 1, the next year is 2 everywhere? So it's like, are we just going to have 1 less team the entire time in the Americas circuit? Like, how is that going to work?
Yeah.
It'd have to be a catch up, I would
And then
think.
those 3 teams, does third place only get 1 year to make it match up with what the original would have been?
They're causing far more problems for themselves down the road by having to fix these kind of situations or just live with them. I mean, we might be in a situation where 5 years down the road, there's just permanently always 1 less team in Americas because of this situation that occurred here, and their disinclination to try and fix it rather than just avoid it. But I do want to. So are we all in agreement that we can't make sense of why option 1 wasn't chosen? Can we think of a serious reason why option 1 was not chosen? Because the only thing that I came to in the end was that maybe by Leo saying it opens the door for slots in VCT to be sold, he meant the players would sell it. Like, in some way, like, the guard players would pay the org to drop them, and then they would demand higher salaries because they could choose, like, the highest bidder. Do you know what I mean there? Like, that's the only way I can possibly think of how that would work.
Yeah, it's
but
like a
then that
signing
would work
bonus.
anyway. But then that would literally work anyway. Like, if you thought you were going to win Ascension, you just tell your team to drop you at the beginning of Ascension, and you're like, I will pay you 7 million. I don't know. Like, how would this ever... these are unrealistic situations.
Yep. Yeah. And I think the scariest part is the free agent thing with Bonkar, or whatever the team.
Yeah, you're right.
Bonkers. Riot still has to approve them. Like, what if the org that they're like, yeah, we want to be a part of this or whatever, Riot deems unnecessary, or like that they're not valid, or whatever. And that's like, I don't know. This is very worrying for me, like, because I went through a similar thing back in CS where it's like, there was one rule that people were like, oh my God, I can't believe they just did this. And then it like started to cascade. And like for tier 2 in the Americas, or at least in NA, it's still like, it's pretty brutal right now. Like, our system has been brutalized. Our franchise system or partnership is really good. But like, even practice in Brazil, you see them talking about it, where it's like, you took the best practice teams out of the Brazil region to move them here. And then like both of our tier 2 teams or tier 2 systems are suffering a little bit because of the move and like the weird off season that they're trying to fix, like relegation not being a thing, everything. So like, I think it's like new, and I'm confident that Riot will like try to put things in place to help fix it. But it's really concerning as somebody that used to be a part of a tier 2 ecosystem that fell apart.
The second point that Leo brings up is the second solution we considered was promoting the runner-up M80. However, that would also create questionable precedents. The point of Ascension is to reward performance, and as great and talented as M80 is, qualifying a team that didn't win the tournament defeats that purpose. Promotion is earned in-game, not out of it.
Okay,
now,
first of all, fuck this statement. I'm not going to speak my true opinions on things, but like, what a backhanded fucking sentence. Like, why? Why is that even necessary? It's just like the most, I read that and I'm like, dude, this is, why? Like, none of these teams earn it. Like, none of these guys, like, whatever. And it's like, you have a team that's been consistent the entire year, won everything else. Yes, they did not win the Ascension tournament, which is fine, but like, every single one of these guys that are at this level have fucking earned their spot. Like, it needs to stop being looked down on, in my opinion.
Which, by the way, promotion is not earned in game. Like, in no part of the partnership system were people promoted into, like, this is the first time ever that promotion has worked like this into partnerships. All of the partnership teams were previously selected by their qualities out of game, specifically selected for their qualities out of the game, their financial stability, their ways of being able to promote things, their pitches in general. So that's utterly backwards in terms of how things work. And on top of all of that, what I again don't understand is that they're talking about things from a player perspective here, when actually this entire partnership system is about the org's perspective. Like, the point of Ascension is to reward performance, yes, but there is no guarantee that even if the guard had made it into VCT, I think there's a very real world where the guard would have made it into VCT and none of the players, or like 2 of the players, would have been on the guard because they would have been offering lower contracts than other teams elsewhere, and they would have gone elsewhere basically, and you would have just had the guard, you know, split apart. So I really don't understand this. Basically, it seems like Riot just decided on a solution and then tried to backfill all of the rationale and use different arguments wherever they liked to try and fill the gaps and make it come to whatever they had decided.
Yep. And also, I mean, you're right in the sense that every system within the partnership league is about the org. Right, not about the players. There's very little protections for players in these CPAs or in the roster construction rules. Very, very little protection. And then you also have them stating like, oh, tier 2 is for fostering and growing talent so that the partnership system can find new talent, scout, whatever. But there's no protections for players. And in this instance, they're again siding against the players because they're not allowing them to play through Ascension. And to be clear, like, I agree, I don't like the way that he's like disrespecting M80 and whatnot, but I don't want M80 to get promoted. I think the only solution in my mind, the only possible outcome that is acceptable to me is if the guard players are ending up getting into Ascension somehow.
I agree.
Because it's all about that. I mean, it's all about them. It's them making the team qualify for this league. It has nothing to do with the org at all.
That's not how the system actually works, right? I mean, that's not how the system is even designed to work. For example, if the guard qualified and then they just decided to change their entire roster and pick up M80's players, that would be perfectly allowed within the system. It would not be, you know, there would be no stoppages to that whatsoever. And so, and also you run into so many issues, as we've already discussed, with trying to find like another org to pick up the guards players. They would have to be Riot approved, and they'd have to, you know, go through some kind of like auctioning process, one would assume, with the guards people, with the roster itself. And we don't know exactly how many they would have to keep or whatever. Like that just doesn't seem to be in the rule book at all at the moment. The cleanest solution from Riot's point of view, the one that would allow them to just wipe their hands of it, is just promoting M80. I don't think it would be the best solution from a results basis, but from Riot's solution, it's the easiest one. They already know M80, just zoom, you get in, fuck the players, but also, you know, the players are likely to just get fucked at some point in the future anyway on Ascension. They haven't put any player protections in place, like basically at all, for the ascending teams, so it would fit the system.
I don't know. It feels like without the guard players getting it, there's just like literally no good solution. I'm right with Bala. I don't think that promoting M80 and having the you know, that's the second place roster is going to be satisfying, you know, and that still just completely fucks all, you know, all of the people at the guard.
Yep.
And it just completely leaves them with zero satisfaction, zero resolution whatsoever. It's just like, oh, you got fucked because of this thing. These guys who you beat, they get to go in now. They get to go to the fucking party. You don't. Like, it just, I don't know.
Right.
It's such a fucked scenario.
Update to the lottery system. Whoever places last in the league is required to pick up the roster of the team that ascends. So you have the same 10 organizations or 12 organizations, and like whoever places last, you're just gone. So like, you know, welcome to you know, who would have been
shit.
MIBR, 100 Thieves, whoever it was, like Trent, Valen, Josh RT, you know, whatever. How crazy would that be?
I mean, there'd be a requirement though to like tank your season after some point because the
That's
Ascension
how
team
Red
would be
Bull
better than
brain
you were.
kicking.
Yeah, you actually just want to throw the season at some point. Like, you go 0-7, your crew. You're like, fuck it, boys. We're actually going 0-9, and we're not trying in LCQ either. Like, I know you guys really want to get to champions, but I really want the Ascension team. So,
yeah, it's like, I know. And then you just have teams frantically like, we got to win now. Like, we got to win. Like, can you imagine the last matches of the season if it's between like two of the teams? Like, holy shit, the amount of pressure. Like, you know, talking about region built by fire, like we're gonna have some battle ready teams going to champs at that point. I mean, would anyone really be mad if like Apex got picked up? You know, I know they got second, but like, let's say top 2 next year, so Apex would have made it. Like, you're replacing one of the bottom teams in EMEA with Apex, who's pretty solid. Like, anyone really mad?
Instead of replacing the roster, replace the fucking org. Let's just have relegation. Why not? Let's go back to old LCS.
That's boring. I would like to place last and not get kicked out personally.
What we should do is, dude, I think it'd be so unbelievably cool if the whole of the Guard just decided to compete again with a different organization in tier 2 and just win it again, and just essentially provide a boosting service for organizations. Just say, hey, if you're already Riot approved, you know, find an org that's worth a huge amount of money that isn't in the league at the moment, and you just say, listen, pay us the bag and we'll just win Ascension for you, guaranteed.
They just keep
paying to boost you into tier 1.
yeah, cut us afterwards, give us a mill apiece. You're in franchising.
It's basically just the scary story, but times 5.
Pog.
I think that'd be unfathomably based.
Yeah, dude. Does Ascension even work, guys?
I mean, a team did qualify to get moved up, so technically, it wasn't Ascension's problem that this happened.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean by that? You mean the tournament itself?
The tournament itself.
Yeah, the tournament. No,
Ascension worked perfectly. It's the in between that failed.
Do you think people would? I think people would have also been extremely angry if the Guard as an org had made it into Ascension. Had made it into partnerships, but had only picked up like 2 of the Guard players. Right?
Well,
like I think that would have pissed people off almost just as badly.
Yeah, it would have just been seen as like a abuse of their slot, you know, and like not respecting the players that got them there.
That's 100% going to happen at some point as well, right? Like, we all understand that that's going to happen.
Players getting poached, I think, is the big thing as well. Is as a player standpoint, you're looking at the org that, like, if you qualified and your stock is high, some of these teams may throw a huge amount of money at you, and it's like, well, if I go here, like, I can make as much here as I would, you know, in a third the time. Or like, you know, 1/3 the time I make the same amount here.
But also you get a little bit more stability because you're on a partner team.
Yes, because you're on a partner team. Yes.
Yeah.
I personally want the Ascended teams to win champs 2 years in a row and then get kicked the fuck out.
Yep.
One idea I've seen thrown out there is that, I mean, these orgs that ascend would be getting the stipend, right? Maybe a lessened amount, something like that. But we've heard like figures be up in multiple, like high 6 figures for the org stipends. I don't know exactly what it is, but high 6 figures. Why not have Riot? I mean, I know there's a huge like competitive integrity issue, but why not have Riot fund these teams, have them be able to act completely independently, free agent team, no content requirements, nothing like that, and then they take their time and allow that to be given to an org that they approve and that is happy to take the entire burden of a regular partnership agreement.
Or
the traditional teams have done this before, right?
Yeah, NBA has like owned the Charlotte Hornets for a while, but that's completely. I mean, that's like a completely different scenario because the NBA is actually owned by the like NBA teams. So,
yeah.
I remember when Overwatch League was supposed to own the Chengdu Hunters. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, at some point though, you do have to set like a time limit, though. No, right? From Riot's perspective, they don't want to be having to. Oh, well, also here's a question: how are you going to define salaries in that situation? Yeah, because the players have to play on, like, the players have no choice. Well, I suppose they do, but it will get very strange with the org running a team like that. Well, I'm not exactly sure how it functioned in the traditional sports sense as well, but when you get somebody to run the team, you like hire an administrator and he becomes the guy, and then you have a certain amount of budget that you have, and he has to run the team that way. Like, how would you set the budget? Just kind of looking at the, like, I don't know, polling the teams and finding a median or something? I suppose that'd be not bad. Yeah. I think there's just inarguably better options than the one that they've gone for, which is nobody ascends Omega Law.
This makes no sense with their entire... I mean, they have Premier coming out in the game. That's going to literally promote free agent teams to challengers. Like, they have to have ways to deal with this shit. Otherwise, the entire reason why the game devs Riot has just built this system is completely just bullshit in the first place. Like, they just waste their time building Premier. And they've been building Premier in such a way that it's specifically for challengers in the first place. Like it. Yeah.
It's absolutely bizarre. And on top, this is the first thing though where they've properly cocked something up, in my opinion. Like you can disagree with the way that the Ascension system works and that kind of thing, but there's always been some fundamental logic that's carried through as to why they've gone through their certain decisions and why they want, like, you know, the organization aspect of it to be prioritized over the players, etc., etc. But this is just, this is like an Overwatch League level cock up. And this is embarrassing, I think, for them, because it's the first time where they've had a proper mess of a situation. And they've communicated it really poorly as well. I mean, I feel for Leo a little bit, because I know that it's not him literally making the decision. You know, it's some kind of like team within Riot, and then Leo's the head of esports, and he's like, well, better handle the communications by putting out a really long tweet longer. And it's like, why don't you just have good PR statements at the beginning and plan this stuff better so that you don't have to become the figurehead of just shit? Why does Leo have to become the figurehead of me cleaning up the poo everywhere that Riot's put everywhere?
They didn't have to put out this. They didn't have to do this at all, by the way. They didn't have to put the statement out right now. They could literally talk about this, decide how to do it, take a week, a month. Like, nobody would have known. Like, it's, I mean, obviously they would have known. It's wild. The guard would be denied, but like,
yeah, I mean, the guard, it would have leaked, right? Because the guard, well, actually, would it have leaked? Is there anyone even working at the fucking guard to leak?
Yeah, that's true. The players didn't know until it hit Twitter, so actually wouldn't have known anything.
Yeah, by the way, the guard are getting off with the most outrageous lack of criticism in this kind of situation. Yes. What a shitey org. I mean, they have just gone from an organization that I loved working with them when we were doing our co-stream stuff, to just deciding to pull the plug and evacuating so quickly that they've messed tons of stuff up.
I said this to Kurt forever ago. I said Stan Cookie just looks like a fucking mob boss.
God damn.
This is the man in charge of it all, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, he's dressed for a funeral, so it's appropriate.
I mean, I feel for the people who work at the organization, but...
Did we pull up their statement? It's so bad.
This is great, too. I was like, we're talking about PR statements, and we're not bringing up what the guard had to tweet. I mean, I feel like, which one of the teams that didn't get franchising, like, backhandedly dragged Riot? Does anyone remember? I was talking about this. They made a statement. It was, like, so petty.
FPX.
Okay. Right? I couldn't remember. I don't remember who it was, but I was like, this is hilarious. Like, I assumed, like, if the guard's just getting, like, kicked out and they're done, I expected better. Like, I don't know. Like, all of this there's just
my favorite line.
Nothing makes sense.
We are disappointed to arrive at this outcome unexpectedly.
How is it unexpected that you didn't sign? There was a deadline you didn't sign. This makes me think that there is credence to your theory, though, about there being disagreements about the content of the TPA. I think that has got to be at the core of it. Just putting on my tinfoil hat, because otherwise you can't ever arrive unexpectedly and not signing things at a deadline.
Like, if you know that, like, you're either telling Riot, hey, we're selling this lot to these guys. Like, you need to deal with them to sign the agreement. Or you're like, we're not going to take place at all. That's the second option. You know, they're like, hey, we're dropping out of esports. The third option, they're trying to accept it. Like, of those three options, like, for all of this to happen just does not add up to me.
And by the way, Leah also said that that the guard had signed it in escrow before Ascension.
No.
I know, but that means that they knew that they weren't going to agree to the TPA at the beginning when they signed it in the first place.
Okay, if you get 100 paid, well, actually they should have read that. I'm not even gonna argue and play I'm not gonna play devil's advocate. They're not players that just signed something in front of them. They would have read it, but I think. What are
reading between the lines? Reading between the lines here, we don't know the terms of the agreement, right? Which makes this entire situation incredibly annoying. Listen, someone, if you're the guard from the guard right now, if you're the only person keeping the lights on in the office, leak the TPA, right? Leak the TPA to a journalist and try to at least explain to people why you didn't promote this team and why you didn't sign this document, because otherwise it makes no sense. What I'm the reason though that I'm on this fucking tinfoil hat, like the tinfoil hat parade, I suppose, at the moment, is because of this little thing in parentheses. I'm reading into it so much, but the fact that Leo specifically put about the gun skin in the announcement reads to me like someone who's trying to get ahead of it.
Thing between the two, between them and the team.
If there wasn't, if it was unexpected that they're not going to be involved, then it has to be a disagreement. It can't have just been sitting on someone's desk for months. It doesn't make sense. And if there was a disagreement, then there has to be some term that they were disagreeing about. And the fact that he mentions one specific term in here that we haven't known before, and that teams wouldn't know until they read the TPA, that the Ascended teams don't get a team branded gun skin. Probably there's some other terms in there as well, but maybe I'm reading too deep between the lines here, but that to me seems like
what if
one
it's
of
just
the
like
root causes.
a carbon clone and they actually get the same amount of money? Like the gun skin doesn't even matter, they just don't have it, they get the exact same money split anyways through all like whatever, but and we're just like completely overreacting to everything. They're like, yeah, but we really want a gun skin. Like I just bring up the hot dog thing. We're all trying to find out who's the one that did this, guys.
It's madness. It really is. Is there anything more to even say about the topic? I don't know that there necessarily is, but
not even about this topic. But like, they've got to be careful, man. CS is coming out soon. NA, these players fucking. No, all the teams are dropping out of challenges already. We don't have TSM. We don't have so many teams and challengers have already dropped all their players. At this point, it's only the content creators left. Like, challengers is fucked. It's so fucked. It's a house of cards. This is very scary.
I mean, it's also right at this kind of point as we're seeing other organizations talking about, you know, the purse strings getting tightened and it being harder to operate, etc., etc. So, yeah, it's in a rough spot. Why would anyone want to invest if, again, without knowing the terms of the TPA and how they differ from the partner teams, I wouldn't feel confident as an organization owner. Like, I would be wanting to get in touch with the guard immediately and learning why they didn't sign. Like, I think that that's incredibly important information for everybody else in the scene. I think that there's, like, you know, in terms of, like, doing journalistic work that actually benefits people in the community, from a health of the scene perspective, this is a really important document to actually have out there, which, you know, probably shouldn't be saying, considering that I do contract work for Riot and it's like a NDA document up the wazoo, but definitely should leak that, I think. But anyway,
just make sure you send it from an anonymous source when you do it, Sideshow.
Yeah,
so that
don't send it to me.
I meant you sending it to someone.
I've not seen this document.
Like,
I haven't seen this document. It ain't coming from me. I I've done enough stuff with my name on it to get kicked out of med school. I am not going down for this as well. I'm not going down for this. Someone else can do this.
The leakers.
They're already trying to take down my internet.
Sent it from sideshowplatchat@gmail.com.
Grilled by Kurt.
Oh God. All right. On top of this too, let's just, I mean, in the same vein, Bleed are not going to be able to compete with two of their players. I don't think we have a full topic about this, but just wanted to mention it within the context of like the other Ascension kind of conversations. There was some topic about like Juicy getting grandfathered in, but I believe the grandfathering system has closed. I think they said that was only for last year, and he tweeted saying, Riot confirmed I can't play franchise because of age, so I decided to go serve national service first. See you guys next time. He's another guy from Singapore, I believe, right?
This is so dumb. Why do you have an age restriction that is 18 and then you have your challenger system be 16 in the first place? I don't understand that. Can somebody explain why do they not match up?
Well, why? Well, you wouldn't want the challenger system to start at 18.
No,
because it takes at least a year for them to be able to get in. So what, you would start at 17?
Ball is saying, like, why would you let somebody play at 16,
why is this situation allowed? Like,
and
what
then
the
not
fuck?
be able to play?
Yeah, it's so messed up. They just wasted like their high school years, and they can't fucking play. Like, it makes no sense.
It's high school years
crazy.
are probably made better by this, but no, I mean, jokes aside, like, this sucks. I found out that this is going to be the case actually at the tournament after they won, and I was like, that's gonna be bad when that breaks, and it is. This is like three players not like getting completely and utterly boomed by military service, which is just unfortunately a thing that we have to.
Yeah, well, I mean, Juicy isn't boomed by military service, right? Juicy's boomed because he's too young, and he's decided
2 players
to do it
boomed by
early so that he
military
doesn't
service,
get-
1 boomed by age.
Yeah. I'm not in favor, though, of lining things up. I know, like, it might be the sensible thing to do is make it so that you have to be 17 in order to compete in the Challengers, so that you're 18 by the time, or whatever it is. I think it's 17 to compete in Tier 1 or something, isn't it? Whatever.
18. 18.
Oh, is it 18? But I don't like the idea of lining it up because all that does is limit the amount of people competing in Challengers again. Like, the only way that you can make them line up is by applying more age restrictions to Challengers, and I don't like that.
My biggest frustration is that partnership is limited to 18-year-olds in the first place. It wasn't like that in the open circuit, and all of a sudden it's like that now. And that's locked out so many potential stars who have been putting their life into this game already.
I assume there's a legal reason, though. I think
it's TV and media rights, because in CS this happened, where I think it was E-League tournament. Twist at the time was like 14, 15, somewhere around there, and he couldn't play the tournament because that tournament was broadcast on like TNT or something. So I would assume it has to do with media rights, potentially like California labor laws, maybe as well, because they're really strict. And you know, because they're considered a minor if they're under 18, so you can only work a certain amount of hours a week.
Wasn't there some shit in Game Changers about somebody not being able to?
They couldn't play the tournament. They couldn't play the tournament because of the like labor laws, I think, because they are technically only allowed to play for X amount of hours a day. We went through the same thing with Trent. That's the only reason that I am aware of it. Is like we had to be careful the amount we played because we had to stay within like a certain.
Oh, I remember this
area.
back at like Reykjavik and shit too. Yeah, or some other events.
I know that this might not be a popular opinion, but if the children want to work, send them to work. There's a lot of children around me that are very happy to go up chimneys and they'd love to go down the mines again. They hunger for the mines. The children.
Fuck's sake.
The children want to be worked 14 hours a day as an esports player.
Wouldn't happen to have an iPhone, would you, Josh?
Yeah, okay. So maybe child labor is a pretty decent reason why we wouldn't want the.
I would assume
the regulations
that, like,
lower.
because California's labor laws are pretty strict and stringent on stuff. So I would assume that's why they don't have to worry about it. Can you imagine Grand Finals comes out and that game changer situation happens? It's like, actually, we have to stop map 4. We didn't think you'd make it this far, but like he's already played a couple hours today. We have to wait till tomorrow.
there's always there's always ways around these things though. Like there's fucking actors who are mad young. There's always people in
only get to work a certain amount of you. I'm telling you.
I know, 100%. But like, there's, it's just fucked in the first place that this situation is allowed to happen. In my mind,
would you sum up your point of view as if children want to work, they should be allowed to work?
If 16-year-olds want to play a fucking video game for a living. And make a fuck it. Let's go.
Is that where you draw the line, though?
Yeah, video games. It's okay. We're good. They're all doing it anyways. Minecraft. They're all playing 24 hours a day anyways. Like, fuck it.
Okay. Oh God. All right. Well, let's talk about more litigation, shall we? You brought it up earlier, MCE. The XSET stuff. I mean, we got to talk about it. There isn't actually that much even to this story.
I love that this, like, timing wise came out as this all happened, so nobody paid attention to it.
There was just so much overlapping shit that was occurring. It was nuts.
No, it's not gonna stop, baby. It's not gonna stop. Let's keep it rolling.
I was awake. Yeah, I mean, you've got this, like, Koi's going under. You've got, man, it's been a fun couple days. I don't know about you guys.
What was the Koi stuff? I didn't even see
brand
that.
new. It's this morning as we started the show.
All right, let's talk about this then, and then we can talk about the Koi stuff. Wait there.
This is a 6-hour episode.
Yeah, it's wild. It actually is. It's ridiculous.
We started so slow. That's on us.
Okay, so the former XSET roster, everybody apart from BCJ,
which
don't know
weird.
why. Maybe BCJ just doesn't like
what
money.
If BCJ took all their money? And then EG found out about it, and that's why they benched him, because they're like, we can't have a player like that.
Stole it all.
Big Cock Johnson just has all the champs money. That's why he's just balling out. You see him on private jets with the hottest girls, the freshest clothes, eating the best food. That makes sense.
Incredible. So the rest of the XSET roster is suing XSET over unpaid skin revenue. I don't know exactly whether XSET have paid some or what, but basically the XSET players and coach Don are saying that they agreed to give them 50%, and they haven't done that. And also specifically, one of the reasons why they've started litigating is because they normally, in these kind of contracts, there's like an arbitration agreement. Like, you go to arbitration instead of taking things to court, which is like a company helps, like, basically
it's
decide
like marriage counseling, except between two parties.
Yeah,
like that are not married.
But it costs money. There was a $2,000 fee for the marriage counseling, and specifically in their contracts, it said XSET, the organization, had to pay for it. And XSET, the organization, said, fuck off. So then the players and the coach said, well, we'll take it to court then.
That's awesome.
Base as fuck. I hope they get paid.
What if they actually, it's just petty at this point, and the litigation is just that they wouldn't pay the arbitration, and they settled everything else? They're just like mad
They've
about
gotten the skin money, but the $2,000
they just got the hundreds
of
of thousands of dollars from the skin money, but they're like,
we've just given you everything. $2,000 can't do it.
Yeah,
I just noticed that Dot got a response from XSET for this article, and they responded in a full statement that said absolutely nothing except esports is hard.
No, they kept saying, I loved it. Please bring it up and read through it. Like, I will narrate this because it is a fantastic just subversion of anything.
Is it on Twitter?
It's on the bottom of the Dot Esports article. I just posted in the chat.
Yeah. I will bring this up as well.
I don't think I saw this. I think I read it before.
Best narration, boy. I'm going to read my favorite parts of this. It's
at almost the very bottom. Right,
so basically, XSET says it's a disagreement, like they don't agree with what happens. And then they're like, XSET has constantly sought to be a voice for change and growth in the space. It is a sad reality that contract disputes are a part of professional sports. Needless to say, we totally disagree with what was written. Now, completely fine. We look forward to proving that the contracts were not amendment, as is now claimed. So they're basically saying, like, come at me in court, bro. And then after that, they're just like, we're going to put our company mission statement in this just for good measure. At XSET, we get up every day and work hard to support our players as they pursue their dreams in gaming. Every penny generated by XSET and esports has been reinvested back into gamers and into the future of esports, and we look forward to continuing to help them generate the money they deserve for their grind. Despite any bumps in the road along the way, we are as excited as ever about gaming's continued evolution. Why the fuck is that in this article?
That reads like one of those emails that I get from a company saying like, we think we can help your stream grow, and it's just like some fucking mass emailed shit like, at this space we're all about promoting you and this kind of bullshit. It's just like, what the but this has nothing to do with anything.
They literally accidentally forgot to delete their mission statement at the end of the email that came into Dot, and Dot put it at the end of the article. It was like, you know, their signature on an email. It's just their mission statement. Every email that goes out, but it like isn't clear. So Dot's like, I guess they wanted us to put this in here. I don't know.
Did we are talking about a large amount of money here, though.
Yes.
A large amount of money. This is I think it said, what was it?
16 million.
I think it's 16 million.
16 divided by 16. 1 million.
Right,
per
so it's
team.
about 1 million.
a team.
And each player or coach would get 8.33% of all skin revenue sales, which comes out to what, 83,000 each. So we're not talking an unsubstantial amount of money. That's a large amount for XSET to want to keep hold of, I'm sure, if they believe that it wasn't a serious amendment to the contract. Like if it was only I don't know, if they think it was just a verbal like discussion about it and it never got formalized or something. But to get to this point, the players must have a decent idea that, like, they must have talked to a lawyer who says you've got a case.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean that's multiple times over, like, sticker sale money for like your average player for a fucking CS:GO major. Like,
that's not true anymore, brother.
Yeah, those stickers going crazy right now.
Maybe.
I heard
maybe
the number
it's on
that
par.
they got.
I mean, obviously the big
I'm going back
players
to
are gonna go
CS.
fucking crazy, but like, I heard that, you know. Anyway, my information is probably years old at this point. Doesn't matter. Moving on. Anyway, large sum of money. I'm gonna step away.
Let's move on from this topic. And how many hours have we been going here? Actually, only
40
like 2.5.
Yep.
Only 2.5.
That's-
That's not bad.
Well, to be honest, that's not that bad.
Really?
I want to talk about Koi. Matt, what the hell is this
Yeah,
Koi?
I
thing?
don't see it.
Kurt, do the thing. Just go
My
to
thing
Twitter.
is preparing for the show ahead of time,
All right,
so I have no
hang
idea what's
on.
going on.
1 second. Valorant
Matt's gonna find us the info. You said Koi were going under or something.
No.
The O'Dork tweet.
Oh, then never mind. We can't trust that guy. I met him in person.
Let's.
Oh, you met him in person and the trust factor went down?
Yeah.
I see.
He came up to me, recognized me immediately, and I can't trust anyone that does that. So
that makes sense.
But no, it's apparently they're in financial trouble. This is all like hearsay, I would say, but like he has a pretty decent track record in terms of things. So this happened right as we started the show. So it's just like, hey, this might be a real bad thing. Like, is basically what it is.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how that develops, I suppose.
On this.
I don't really.
I just love how dramatic
Oh, this is funny. I mean, this is funny. Can we end on something amusing, because this really is? Can we see the Champs merch design? Has anyone got a link that they can provide? You haven't seen the EG Champs merch?
No, I haven't seen
so
this tweet.
good.
Is what I meant.
Oh.
Yeah, no, the merch is great. Somebody did a compile of that, the Optic one, and the Sentinels NFT.
Yes.
And they're just like, what the fuck is going on with these NA
All
players?
incredible. And look at this. Proof, if you ever needed it,
way
that
this is
EG are
real.
still good old
It's
EG.
real. It's real.
Good old evil geniuses.
This is.
The thing is, it's so scuffed. The sales are probably insane because, like,
people don't want to wear ironic clothing. People will buy ironic like
That's
in-game
false.
stuff.
Ironic clothing. I have just one moment.
People definitely wear ironic clothing.
What have you
This
bought?
is so shit. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, the
people
EG,
wear
like,
ironic
stuff in
clothing all the
general.
time.
But we all knew that EG were gonna mess something like this up because their graphic design on all of their player announcements and stuff, and like they're going live tweets and all of that stuff is just like that weird like frame thing where they're like popping through the frame, and it's like
They should have leaned into it and continued with that shit.
This should just be their shtick moving on.
Yeah.
It's just cringe fucking merch.
I mean, we made a brand out of that, so whatever. I mean, not cringe.
what is
the whole
this?
thing.
Wait, MC,
While
what is this? You'll have to move it.
Move a little.
Yep, slide it to the right.
While you socialized, I studied the blade.
Oh my god, I'm cringing so hard.
Wow. Okay. So like there is a market for people to wear things ironically. I'm just throwing it out there.
By the way, this is on their website as the meme tee.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
as
but
if
there's...
they did this deliberately. There's no way, right?
Well, no, they realized after
They've
because what
updated
they
it.
what they
Lagi
said is that-
ngapain? Sendirian amat lu kok oh. Lah. Hah? Maksud anjing? Ih. Nih gue masih streaming YouTube.
Dari tadi anjing.
Lah. Gue kira udah gue matiin anjing. Emang belum?
Dari tadi bang.
Apa coba?
Ya
udah gue matiin tadi. Oh my gosh. Ya Allah. Anjing udah 7.
Oh, dari tadi nggak ada apa-apaan, gue cuma nyanyi doang.
Anjing, Cok. Terus tadi itu apa dong? Ini live-nya. Terus tadi gue baru sampai kos itu gue muncul dong di live-nya.
Tadi nge-live, gue diem aja. Gue kira sengaja.
Lah. Enggak, Cai.
Ya, mana aku tahu.
Anjing, gue nge-share screen Discord anjing, bayangin.
Makanya lu share-nya Discord. Pengen gue chat, ntar muncul, ya udah gue diemin aja. Instagram.
Apa sih? Bebe. Ih, gue matiin dulu nih stream. Goblok, terus tadi apa yang gue pencet anjing? Ih.